It's better lighting.
Hey, everybody. So it looks like we're live. Good evening. Happy Sunday. So we're here hanging out at the chill stream. Ameet is playing around with his local studio. He's got all his lighting going on. His studio operator is working over around the clock here to develop a perfect lighting situation. How's it going, Ameet?
Yeah, I look a little bit like I don't know. I need a couple of shades of tanning done.
Yeah, yeah. It was actually a little better than when you tried it the first time. So I do sense an improvement. We are getting closer to tweaking this thing. Yeah, Meet's working on the ring light. He's got to do a little practicing before he moves into the state of the art studio. That'll be coming up in 2021. That'll be one of our predictions
Yes,
for 2021.
yes, and I'll have a producer and a team.
Dude, once that Ziggy Puffy rookie money comes in, your ship comes in, it's like you're sitting on billions,
I'm
billions.
hoping as an influencer that if it goes up like about a few pennies, I'll say I have clout.
You can say you'll have clout. That is a
Yeah,
fact. That is a
yeah.
fact. Good evening, Paul. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, StreamYard has updated its graphics.
I've
So now,
noticed actually.
yeah.
It's
So
very
now,
nice.
so now you've got a little more rounded graphic. I actually like it. I think it's pretty
Yeah,
cool. It adds a little animation too. That's actually kind of fun. I like it. Sounds good. So tonight, much in the spirit of everything. So good evening, Charles. Hello. So Charles was on Jeremy's After Hours yesterday, and I think they went about 2.5 hours. I was finishing off some things, so I didn't get a chance to check it out. But they were able to. They had themselves a good time, I think.
yeah. I missed most of the streams yesterday. It was like being Christmas. Just kind of spend more time with the family these days.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the holidays are tricky for that.
Yeah.
So good evening, Boston Kid, and also speaking of the man, Jeremy. Good evening.
Hello, sir.
So one of the things I was thinking of, Ameet, and this is kind of what we chatted about a little bit prior to. Right now we're at the end of the year, so this is actually the last live stream of the year. And part of the reason I wanted to make sure I did this one is because this is the 20th live stream I've done on the channel this year. So
Oh,
that's an
congrats.
yeah. So I like round numbers. So I was like, okay, we got to 19. We got to put one more out, and the timing worked out. It worked out pretty well. But then yeah, that's in addition to I think 91 or 92 videos. So over 100 pieces of content this year on the channel.
That you put yourself?
Yeah, the strict on my channel about 91, 92 videos that were pre-recorded videos, and then 20 live streams on top of that.
That's pretty good, man.
It's not bad for 1 year. It's I've seen worse, so it works out. But yeah, it turned out to be a very prolific year, and that's actually one of the things that I'll talk about. It so this is kind of a year-end stream. It can be whatever anybody wants. I see. I knew this was going to happen, and I was hoping. I was hoping. See, we even got the red. We even got the red coloring. Like we've
Look,
got this all set up.
this is a vintage retro CompC shirt.
Is
This
this
is
like an
like
OG ComC shirt?
this is I don't know about OG, but it's definitely from I want to say 4 years, 4 expos ago.
Okay.
No, actually 5 expos ago.
Okay.
Barry approached me and he's like, "I'll give you a great deal. You wear this big bright red shirt around the expo," and I kind of went, "Okay." There's a lot of writing on this shirt. I'll consider it.
Yeah. Okay. That's
I've
fair.
lost my fear. There you go,
Nice.
Barry. This is for you.
There you go. He did it. Good evening, Cardboard Max. Greetings to folks in Buffalo. PSA 10 shirt, no doubt, no question. So one of the things I was thinking about predominantly, and like always, if there's any questions or comments and anything you guys want to talk about, we're more than open to that. But one of the thing is that one of the things that I was thinking about because it is year end, and I broke up. I'm doing like a year in review for the channel, Ameet, and I broke it up into three parts. The first one was just talking about the channel. The second one is like my favorite pickups of the year, and then the last one's going to be kind of my goals for collecting that I'm going to do
Yep.
next year. Now, since you haven't started doing the video thing, we can definitely delve into that a little bit for yourself if you have any goals or anything you want to talk about. So, like, we've got a couple of things. It's all like year-end themed, is really what
Yep.
it is. Different
Yep.
things that caught our eye or whatever when it came to 2020, because now as we're approaching the tail end of it, we've had a good chance to get a sense of things changed obviously a lot throughout the year. As COVID became a thing, there was the theory is like, okay, so is this good or bad? Is this going to hamper the market or is this going to drive the market crazy? Clearly
Yep.
now we know the market
Yep.
went crazy. And there were all kinds of impetuses. The Last Dance did a thing,
Yep.
and then we had other aspects, record prices throughout the year. There's a
Yep.
lot of different things that fall into these categories.
Yep.
So amongst many things, that's a lot of the stuff that we can definitely chat about and think about. There's a lot to it. One of the things. So what I'm going to do is I'll start off with this one. Uh, so let me just do here. I want to help out everybody by just seeing exactly what we're looking at here. So here. So this is stories that kind of caught our eye. So collecting stories that caught our eye this year. And there's a lot of possibilities. What I'm going to do is I'm going to list off a couple one that came off the top of my head. And Ameet had some as well. So there's a lot of possibilities certainly as well. But one of the ones that was kind of in my mind. Good evening, Brian. But I'll quickly ring off a couple. So fractional shares and institutional money, just in general, that whole segment of it was a story that definitely came into play in prominence. It rose up a lot in 2020, especially the latter portion. The whole grading the grader thing, that piece, the Mike Baker authentication, whether that's going to be a thing going into next year. Almost under the same vein, we had the new grading company, the one from CGC base. They haven't started doing any real grading yet, but that was a thing as well. The Collector's Universe sale, obviously, that was kind of a big deal. The explosion in hobby content. So we can talk about Jeremy's Sports Card Live came into being this year, in part because of COVID and related things. I was doing already videos like this, but this has easily been the most prolific year in terms of sheer amount of content that I've been able to put out, like record breaking in that sense, because there's just a lot to talk about. And then record auction sales. So there's a lot there. And that's just the first couple. Literally, I sat there for about a minute. It just quickly went boom, 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 boom. Those are the first ones that came just to the top of mind. And a lot of those were just in the last couple of months.
Yep.
So
from my perspective, I'll take a. You've already mentioned a couple I thought of, but I'll just talk about the card sales, right? The Gretzky, the Trout, the Giannis, the LeBron, right? Mm-hmm. Those are top of mind. Last Dance you mentioned already. Topps 2020 project. We started to really look at the cross pollination of hobby and non-hobby kind of merging together into one, synergistic opportunities from Topps, and that kind of blew the lid off of that. The wax prices this year. There's another one. Like you can't get anything at Walmart anymore. You can't get it anywhere. Like everything's too expensive. Then you got going back to cross pollination. You've got people collecting Pokemon. They collect hockey cards. They collect basketball cards. I still want to see some non-sports kind of take a little more front row seats, but in terms of non-sport, the Magic and that stuff is still pretty hot. Hobby regrets was probably top of mind in terms of this year. I heard a lot of people talk about, they regret. So that's something I think we'll save for a larger show.
Sure.
There's
a lot of room for that, and 2020 isn't the only time this has happened. It's a broad topic that can. This year, there's definitely examples that people can give, but it's not exclusive. It's not only 2020 where that exists. That's definitely a thing.
Yep.
So I'll quickly read the Boston Kid's comment here. It just says, in regards to card prices, the analogy he makes is the hobby before COVID was like a favorite vacation spot only a few knew about. Now the masses have come and totally changed everything, which is a fair point. I also want to say hey to Bobby.
The hobby has matured leaps and bounds, and I think I mentioned this on your show and this show before. Is if we were to look at our hobby as an age of a child, we were in baby steps before, and now we're finally in grade 2, right? Like we were in grade 0 to kindergarten to 1 for so long, right? Now finally we've graduated to that next class.
I like your analogy though, because it's one of those things that I almost have to push back on some people on, going, this is not sophisticated. If you this market is no, your analogy, exactly where you put it, is a very good spot. It's yes, some development has happened. You have advanced further, but you're not doing your PhD thesis yet. That dissertation is not happening at this time.
The teenage years will come in when the SEC is involved.
Oh, great. That's exactly what we need. So good evening, Capital Baseball Cards. And then Brian just has his comment here. He's following up with the vacation example. Yeah, the secret is out without question. But the thing is, that was a big thing in the hobby. It was just some more money came in. Now, how intelligent that money is, what its intentions are, how sticky it is if the market does get any kind of a retraction. That I don't know yet. That's still new. We're still kind of playing around with that a little bit, because obviously right now when things are continuously going up, there's no reason for them to go anywhere. For them right now, it's hey, the good times are here. If there is a little bit of adversity though, then we'll kind of find out how many of them have a little bit of sticking. Because even the fractional share folks, because I don't want to spend too much time specifically on the fractional shares, but it's an example of something that has gained popularity and possibility and has been a topic of discussion. Right now, some of those first couple of ones for collectible, for example, I think they were able to take a buy offer on one of the cards, but then one of the high profile ones, that PSA 10 53 Topps Mickey Mantle, that card, they haven't been able to figure out how to actually do trading on those shares yet. So the people have the shares and technically they're active, but they don't really have a market or a platform yet. And that's part of the thing, is that if you don't actually sell the card and you're just holding these shares for a while, you're not actually going to make any money until people can trade the shares. You have to have some kind of a platform way of moving the shares from one owner to another, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of an interesting thing.
There's that, and then there's the explosion of ComC and the issues they've had, right? And then StarStock, and then online platforms and Card Ladder, and I'm sure there's more I'm missing that I haven't mentioned right now. But there's so many things that are happening, right? It's almost overwhelming. Like, I'm almost glad that we're capping it off at the end of the year, and I kind of turn my mind off of cards for 3 or 4 days, concentrate on the family, and just do family things, because it's very overwhelming. Right? It can be very overwhelming. Like, I was talking to someone yesterday who was asking me for advice, which is a new thing, by the way. Yes, so all of a sudden, you got almost anybody and everyone asking you for advice on how to approach the hobby. And it's the question we used to ask before, and I'll go on a quick segue, was, what product should I buy? Mm-hmm. Right? Where can I go buy it? Change to, how much will this be worth in 2 years? Mm-hmm. Like, oh, right. Like, I have those answers. So it's I forgot my original point, but I like that point. I like that the question I'm getting asked, and it's because it's no longer circumspect to collect cards, right? It's actually cool, right? Mm-hmm. It's like you come out, you're like, I collect cards. You always want to run down the street screaming, "Look, I collect baseball cards, hockey cards, and no one can laugh at me now because it's worth so much money," right? So.
Well, so the point you're making though is it legitimizes it for a lot of folks' eyes. As soon as it's like, wait, you can make money on that, all of a sudden it's like, okay, it's legit. So let me grab Paul's comment here real quick. He very much likes the cat chasing a laser pointer analogy. So usually it's related directly to the basketball card market that analogy comes out to. And then this is a hard-hitting question, so we got to be careful with this one, Ameet. This is an authority here on the hobby. The Oracle of Hockey Cards is asking. So Steve says, what is your opinion on various fast food chain chicken sandwiches? This is a kind of a critical question that would normally only be tackled on the Instant Revolution podcast. They would spend about 3 or 4 hours on it. Carefully analyzing this. They're charts, man.
So it's like I experimented, and I actually went on that channel, and I chose 3 or 4 shows to listen to.
And you watched them at regular speed.
I watched them at regular speed
against my opinion and judgment.
And I remember I was writing. So I'm a project manager at an advertising company, and I was writing a statement of work. And Amish Dave was talking about something I will not repeat again on your channel.
Right.
And I actually wrote that in my statement of work as I was laughing and listening to it. And I'm like, what the heck am I listening to? And I looked at it. I'm an hour, 3 hours and 30 minutes in. Mm-hmm. And I look at the total time, like 5 hours and 29 minutes. So my hat's off to Amish Dave, Broncos, and Uncle Vinny for pulling off, I say, the longest YouTube shows I've ever listened to. I don't even think I watched the Godfather trilogy.
There was a 5-hour one?
I think it was 5 hours or 4 hours. I can't remember.
Because I was going to say the last Sunday stream went 5:21, where I stopped shy of Carvin's record. I know the guys comfortably get into the 4s. I don't know if they've cracked 5 in a while. Not sure about that one.
I don't know, but I almost wanted to like start smoking after about hour 3.
Okay, sure.
And then Coors Light just danced in my head. I don't know.
Well, that means the sponsorship's working, Steve. The sponsorship is working.
So I think Broncos needs some advertising.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, so let me grab a couple of these comments here. So yeah, Boston Kid, the inventory of vintage Hall of Fame centered cards is very slim. I think that's fair, but I do think that's also, so it's 2 things, right? It's a product of escalating values, but it's also a product of certain collectors knowing that they're looking for that and then holding on to them. It's one of those things like, yes, the values are going up, but if you're a collector who's building like a set and you really want those centered cards, or you're doing vintage Hall of Famers and things like that, then once you find these cards, you know how tough they are. You know that quality control was a little spotty on some of those years for vintage. Are you going to give it up right away? Especially after you maybe have spent a long time or years looking for some of this stuff. Some of those collectors are holding it for the long haul. They may at some point sell it down the road, but it's not like one of those things where once they find it, they hold on to it. And because the supply is so slim to begin with, it's not like a ton of good quality centered vintage was in abundance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth that much.
I actually will say another thing I learned this year was the scrutiny on vintage. So because of all the content, and it allowed me to focus my attention on vintage, I now can see some of the things that people talk about when they look at cards. Like before people would be like, oh, Gretzky, the color is off by a shade. And I'm like, blue looks like blue.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I'm actually, I get it. So it's an interesting education I got on that.
So basically, you went to like Home Depot or Lowe's and got like the color thing for paint, and be like, where on the spectrum does this fall?
I fanned it out.
Exactly.
Right? Or I got the color calibration tools on my monitor.
We're gonna find out that that's exactly what's going on there at the headquarters. So let me grab this one here. So Paul's biggest regret. After 2 years of misery, he went to his acupuncturist for what he thought was a sinus issue. She recommended cutting out gluten, so no more chicken sandwiches. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
As pertaining to seeing the Insert Revolution podcast, Steve goes, and you regretted it? He also would like to know what the winning lottery numbers are, Ameet, if you have those.
They're 1 through 7. You're good. It's you gotta love the one thing though is like I don't understand how someone can talk that long and not drink as much as Broncos does.
You mean not drink or drink?
Or drink, I should say. Drink as much. How much am I getting paid for it?
If you're talking that much time, drinking's very easy, Ameet. You gotta stay hydrated. Come on.
True. Yeah. By the way, to answer Hockey Guy, yeah. I am actually getting paid by paying ComC to list my stuff. That's how much I'm being paid to wear this shirt.
It's first right of shares. When they go public, he's got first right to the shares.
I would tell you, if they go public, I will buy the crap out of that product.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yep. Bobby Earl says first print. Absolutely. Is Godfather considered one of the ones? I can't remember. Now it's been a while since I've seen it. Was one of the Godfathers happening during Christmas time?
I believe so.
Yeah, because when I think of my Christmas movies, I think of Die Hard. I think of
Home Alone.
Yeah, exactly. Bad Santa, to be honest, is one of my favorite, inappropriate Christmas movies.
I still haven't seen it, and everyone's giving me grief because of it.
It's a pretty solid film, Ameet. I think it's enjoyable. I have a lot of fun with it.
I watched Arthur Christmas with my kids. That was fun.
Okay. So his Boston Kid's last purchase was a PSA 5 Eddie Matthews All-Star. Okay, $50 centered. That's pretty good. Are you talking about 58 tops All-Star? Because I think they had a couple different All-Star years. I'm guessing 58. That's just a guess. Just a guess. So both of them. Okay. So I'm guessing that means that you're not acknowledging the existence of the third, or maybe you're talking about Home Alone, maybe.
But wasn't there Home Alone 4?
Well, actually, there was a sequel to Bad Santa too, I think. Yeah.
Is that like the same vein as that? What's that movie with Mark Wahlberg? Mark Wahlberg and the swearing teddy bear. What the hell is that?
Oh, Ted.
Ted, yeah.
I don't think it's that off the wall, but it's definitely like a dark comedy. It's one of those things where it's actually I actually find
Billy Bob Thornton, right?
Ted doesn't work for me as much. Bad Santa, though, I actually get a kick out of it.
Is it Billy Bob Thornton?
Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton is Bad Santa. Yeah, okay. That's right. I think it's fun. 1960. Okay, so 1960 All-Star. That's a good one. I think that's solid, especially for PSA 5 centered. I think there are actually 5 Home Alone. I'm guessing the other ones were straight to DVD because I only remember like the 2.
They were really Home Alone on the last one.
Exactly. Yep, Ted. Yeah, I never really got into that one. It wasn't very exciting for me. But no, that's fair. One of the other ones that I'll say, so I'll throw this one out at you and Meet. Obviously, we already talked about the Collector's Universe sale already, but let's talk about the hobby content thing because that's really is kind of a general topic, and then we can branch off into other things. But really, this year has been very much the explosion of hobby content, and a lot of it makes sense. A lot of it is very much like investor-driven channels, top 5 lists of this, that, or the other thing. I understand, but in addition to it, it has also driven other channels to come out and create content. Maybe they were doing some before, and now they expanded upon it. So I went and escalated the amount of content I was doing just because I felt like there was a lot to talk about. Or something got created out of the blue or out of thin air, more like a Jeremy show. Yeah. So I think there's been a lot more of that. It's been an expansion, and even House of Jordan's Card Ladder and Cardboard Chronicles, they came out with their new show, their new weekly show under the Card Ladder brand, where for a while they had been focusing on Card Ladder as a singular entity, but now they can at least see an opportunity to do like a weekly show, so that with nice production values and all that. So at least I can say that even from that standpoint, and they were making content before, obviously, but then they stopped for a bit focusing on the business, but then they've come back into it late in the year. So there's been a lot of different angles on it, plus all the live streams. It feels like every night, if you subscribe to enough hobby channels, you will find a live stream almost every day of the week.
There's quite a few live streams. I also have to say, I'm very blessed that I've been in the hobby for as long as I have because I can spec out the BS with some of the content out there. I'm like, whoa, I don't know about this, right? I almost feel bad if you were brand new to the hobby and then you landed on YouTube and it'd be like, well, you wouldn't know what to believe, right? So you'd have to do all that homework pretty quickly. Now, mind you, the homework was done very quickly. So the amount of knowledge you could consume and become a quote unquote expert didn't take you that long if you did the right steps. Shows like Jeremy's I remember talking to Jeremy in the beginning when that show was when he was putting on his show, and I just loved the idea of it. That's like quality content, right? Then you get like just the top, just invest in these cards and you'll make money overnight. Where there is some truth to it. There was no end to making money, but I think you're going to see some people get a rude awakening in terms of that because the hobby will mature in terms of who wants to spend the money after bad money after good money, right? So.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think one of the big things that always happen, and this is unfortunate, a lot of times when people get into it, they basically come on and they want to rush. So they'll go in and get content, but they want to be able to absorb it quickly to try to be like, okay, let me participate as fast as possible. Yeah, I'll do some research. But they like immediately go in, watch 5 videos. Okay, I know enough. Now I'm going to go buy stuff. And the learning curve is not, I don't think it's insurmountable. Like I really don't. In the same vein as yourself, I've been in this game, if you want to call it that, a long time. I feel like though you had time, like when I got started, I feel like you had a long runway to learn stuff because it wasn't coming at you so fast, and you didn't feel like there was any urgency to be like, oh my God, I have to have it all figured out within 2 or 3 months, and then get in the market. You wouldn't see people going into stock. You do see some, but most people wouldn't jump into stocks this way. They would be like, okay, I just need like 5 YouTube videos. Okay, I know how to trade stocks, and now I'm just going to start buying and selling things all over the place. Most people won't do that. Some will, but I feel like there's a lot more of that mentality where they want to run. Okay, I've watched 5 YouTube videos. I'm good. I'm subscribed to 2 channels.
There always needs to be a grading service on YouTube content. Like a grading scale, like this is good content, this is bad content. Mind you, I wouldn't ever want to go down that road, but it's almost like you need to separate the charlatan. Someone just said this. I think I'm rereading someone else.
Literally, it's Hockey Guys comment. I'm getting that one.
Separate the good guys from the bad guys.
Here, I'll put it here.
There it is, hype man and charlatan.
Yeah.
But
if you made a show trying to expose the charlatans, then could we have a show grading your show on the charlatans?
Would you give me a sticker or some sort of badge that would go on my video saying this is proof of good content?
We will find a way to stick it to your monitor.
There. Yeah, and then if you just cover it,
that's what makes
you'll never see me.
Yeah, that's what makes it legit. That's how we'll know. That's how we'll know it's real. Got to have the sticker.
It's just like trying to find any key.
Exactly. No, but your point's valid though, because but the problem is, and I touched on this a little bit with one of the videos I did, where I said the context of the video is I said, asking yourself the why. And the reason this is important is when you're making content, so you need to understand why you're doing it, but then apply the same logic in reverse to what you're watching, right? Try to figure out why this person's doing it, because if you understand their incentive or exactly why they're trying to get into this thing, it's going to reflect in their content. When you're watching it, you're going to be like, okay, so if you're making videos always like this and you're bringing these folks on and they tend to follow this same type of format, then okay, let me go and figure this out. So Ameet's just going to change the lighting situation, so it'll be all good. There you go. So if you do that though, when you're doing that evaluation, then you're going to get a lot better versed in terms of being able to make your own assessment. Because the thing is, when you're watching something and it sounds good, and maybe the production values are nice, and all these things are going on, and this is great, but at the same time, you don't understand why they're doing it. After a while, you realize, actually, they're trying to sell me something. They're trying to get me on to a Patreon, doing like monthly thing for picks. They're giving me information, but they're giving me information that's very generic, or they're looking at, or they're basically looking at trying to establish as big a following as quickly as possible, because it becomes catering to as many people as possible. And what you end up getting is, okay, so when you're interviewing somebody, is it informational? Are you asking information, or is it a glorified infomercial? If it's a glorified infomercial, it's fine as long as there's an understanding that that's what it is. If it's very clear and upfront, hey, go nuts, guys. There's no police that's going to come by and tell you can't do the stream or you can't do the show. So you're on mute, Ameet. Yep.
Sorry.
No worries. Go ahead.
At the end of the day, I think, it's given me, I'm kind of glad I've consumed all this content because it lets me think of what I would want to hear and listen to.
Mm-hmm.
And also I feel like if you're passionate about it, people will help you along the way in terms of funding your ventures versus saying, I need 500 followers or 600 followers. Like, it's not about metrics. It's about quality content. And I think good people will be attracted to quality content. I'd rather have 5 solid, small-time subscribers that understand the content I'm putting out than they understand that it's not fake than 500. I've almost gotten to the point now on Instagram. I used to follow. Every time I used to get a follow, I would follow back. Now I don't do that anymore. I just have been burnt too many times by looking at people who are just, trying to do group breaks, and they keep tagging me in group breaks because they added me to their Instagram channel. I'm like, well, time out.
That's become a very big thing, unsolicited group break requests and things like that. So that's a lot of it. But I want to grab Boston Kid has 2 comments here, so let me grab this first one quickly because I want to catch up on this one, and then we'll come down further. So he says, you might have going forward ESPN or major sports networks a half hour, maybe an hour each devoted to sports cards. I think they could because ESPN does need content. And here's the cool part. ESPN has an out because from the very beginning, the E in ESPN is entertainment. So they've always had that opening to be able to go in those directions. Because if you go back to the old days, ESPN2 did Magic the Gathering Pro Tour. And a lot of people were like, wait, that's not a sport. It's like E stands for entertainment. That's very broad. That's very broad. That's why
they're
poker
going
could be
into
on
esports.
ESPN. Yeah, esports. That's why poker could be on ESPN. Like, there's a lot of room here within this context and still be able to make it work.
Well, I mean, Mark Cuban and I can't remember the other person involved. I believe is Jordan. No. Anyway, Mark Cuban for sure is starting Edge Investments, which is all about esports, right? So
exactly, but that's the thing. And also, I will say, in the context, I guess the question becomes, in 2020, going into 2021. Do you necessarily need, it wouldn't be a bad thing, but do you necessarily need ESPN to have a weekly show? Like, would you tune in? Would you PVR that? I'm just using an example. Would you? Because now we can have, like, when I use the Card Ladder example, like they went in, created, if you look at those, the 2 episodes they put together, it is an ESPN quality production and it's on YouTube. So you can see it for free. You can see it on demand. You can watch it anytime you want, as opposed to having to have ESPN. So it's like, could you? Yeah, sure. But is it even
cable
necessary?
cutting is also at an all-time high.
Correct.
Right?
So like being on YouTube might be more advantageous if you want to potentially get a bigger audience. Again, sports card is still very niche. It doesn't matter how many people you think are talking about it. One thing I always say is like the most popular sport card story, you can have people around you asking you about it. But if I go far enough and I poll around your area far enough, you're going to find more people than not have no idea what you're talking about.
Yep.
Like if I go big enough and I cast my net wide enough, I'm going to figure out actually it's still relatively a small percentage. It's not everybody, or maybe they'll talk about it for 5 minutes, go, oh, that's kind of weird, and then move on. Yeah. And that's it for them. So let me grab a couple of these comments here. So yeah, Hockey Guy says they like to give information on stuff and how you can pay them for even more information. Yeah, there's a whole genre of that right now. That's kind of the big thing. This kid that bought PSA as a collector probably tried to bring sports collecting to mainstream. It could be like it wouldn't be I'll put a slightly different spin on it without even having to go to ESPN. Although you definitely could pursue that. YouTube itself, now mind you, they might have it and I just haven't seen it. YouTube could potentially couldn't you just be PSA and just beef up your internet presence in the sense of social media? Couldn't you as PSA, as a way of marketing, start sponsoring shows? Couldn't you yourself produce some original content out of your YouTube channel, build up your subscriber base so that automatically you've got people subscribing to your YouTube channel, therefore having this audience of people that you could potentially give information out to or show some new products and services you're thinking of doing. There's a lot of ways you could create advertising for yourself.
There's that, and there's also cross-pollination opportunities. So, for example, if PSA wanted to join forces with DraftKings, for example, right? And I do think there's a strong tendency. I think someone's going to do this where they're going to team up with a DraftKings or some sort of, gambling authority, and they'll connect the two together, and then you'll see another explosion there. And I think it's going to happen sooner than we think. That's where I think the next wave is going to be in terms of a major acquisition or merger or whatever have you. You'll start to see that.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be at all surprised to see if there's Vegas connections outside of just DraftKings, some Vegas connections with, what are you smirking about, man?
I'm going to get to that in just a minute. Please continue.
Anyways, it's making me nervous when you're smirking. I'm like,
No,
what do
don't worry.
you,
It's not
um,
directed to you. It's one of the comments here. I'm getting it.
um, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, and I think it'll happen sooner than we think. And I won't say, I'll just say it right here. I think
Yeah.
middle of 2021, you'll see DraftKings partnering up with someone, a PSA or a CGC or Beckett, to accentuate their offering by going down this road. Like, why not? In fantasy sports, if DraftKings is gambling on fantasy sports, then this is another angle of it. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see something like that.
At least that would make sense, though. Like, there is like a potential crossover audience that could kind of venture into both worlds, especially something like daily fantasy, something that's like, we want to get something, there's an action element, because there's always been a gambling element as soon as you start introducing inserts. Like, that was a reality. As soon as you do that, you've got stated odds on the pack or on the box.
Yeah.
It's gambling in its own way, because you could buy a $5 pack and pull a $5,000 card, and there you go. Hey, you 1000x on your initial small investment of a pack.
And that's the other. Sorry, just one quick segue. A lot of people have learned the vernacular 2x, 3x, 5x, 10x is through all this.
Yep.
Another angle I can see where you'll see synergies is, and EA Sports has already done this. So they did it with Upper Deck. They created an EA themed subset card, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing, and it may already have happened. And if I missed a boat on it, sure. I'm not a huge gamer, but some way to cross over the gaming aspect of it into cards, like, I don't know, some sort of crossover where if you want a tournament, Upper Deck would create a special relic card, whatever it may have you, of that type of thing that would cross-rate both sports together. And the other thing with esports is these guys are, some of these NBA players did very early on in the whole COVID realm, or early onset of COVID, when we all shut down, they were playing these tournaments, these NBA 2K, whatever tournaments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see some cross-pollination there. So I think the next wave is coming. I think the next wave is, now, when I say the next wave is coming, it's a small wave, and a very important wave, but there are many more waves that are going to come after that.
Okay. No, I think that's reasonable. It's one of those things where right now all these things are developing in tandem, which makes it tricky. It's almost like you're watching all these different threads happening simultaneously, and if you take your eye off one, all of a sudden you turn over and realize that a bunch of things have just happened. It's very hard to keep track of, and that's made the hobby, like I said, it's advancing. To your point, it's gone from kindergarten to grade 2, so things are getting a little more complex, but we still haven't reached that full-fledged market sophistication where, like, at that point you would need full-fledged analysts just to understand certain segments of the market. We're not there yet, but we're adding more elements to it where it is getting more complex. So I can't blame the new people in getting confused, because it does feel like, okay, I really don't know how to make my way. So you cling on to some of these supposed authorities and experts that just showed up in the last 6 months, and now they're experts. And it feels like, oh, well, somebody's telling me what to do. Great. It's very tricky.
Like early days of social media, when there were all these quote unquote social media experts. I don't know if you remember. They're like, I'm a Facebook expert. I'm a Twitter expert. You don't know shit.
Well, but the thing is, though, it's easy to be when there aren't any.
Right. And I think
the other anything, you become the expert.
True. And the other maturation of the hobby, and I hate to say this, but it is only natural and happens, is the next major scandal. There'll be some sort of scandal involving something that'll involve sports cards, right? And whatever it may be, then that'll force another correction and another maturation of a hobby. You have to have some of that, right?
Yeah.
And then that's where you'll see, I believe his name is Paul Lesko, the lawyer.
Yeah, the lawyer. Yep.
Yeah, he'll be back on Jeremy's show talking about X, Y, or Z. So I'm just waiting for something like that shoe to drop, because there's going to be growing pains in our hobby. And I think we're very, it's like a hot date, right? Everyone's happy and nothing can go wrong. And then, you go on date 6 or 7 and realize you really don't have anything in common with your hot date. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's something, there's going to be some sort of market correction in terms of that. I'm waiting for that shoe to drop. But again, I'm not actively waiting for it. It's going to be an unfortunate byproduct that'll happen over time.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. So let me grab a couple of comments here, so I'll have a little fun with this. So this is Mike, Canadian car, fellow Canadian. All right, Mike. So I'll play for a minute. I'm going to be nice. For the most part, at this point, whenever I do see Ziggy around, so we're polite. But Mike, I guess I have to ask the question. Ziggy was on bench clear the other day. So did you ask other Mike if he's the YouTube police? Jokes aside, though, jokes aside, you can never have an actual YouTube police. Like, there's actually no way you could do it. There's so many channels that spring up that give like bad info. If somebody sat there trying to like ferret out all the bad actors, that would be their full-time job. Like, it actually would be. You would literally spend all day and night trying to be like, okay, well, this channel's no good, this channel's no good, this channel's no good. And that swings around, though, to that why video that I was mentioning earlier, Meet. I remember why I mentioned it. The particular reason I mentioned it is that the problem it creates is that, let's say you're trying to vet a channel, okay? Let's say you're trying to decide if it's good or not. So here's a question. If I look at a video and the video looks good, maybe it's an early video, and then it changes, and so does that mean that now the channel's bad and previously was good and they just evolved because they sensed an opportunity? Or maybe they produce a lot of videos where you're like, okay, I'm a little iffy. I'm a little questioning this. But then they occasionally will produce a video. It's like, oh no, this is some good insight. This is some good information. But it's in the sea of like quasi, like I'm making assumptions. I'm just making stuff up, or I'm trying to give information out of context. And I go, it requires no scrutiny to figure out that this is bad info.
Dude, look, let's be real. So we have Fox News and CNN, right? Two major news networks, both reporting on opposite sides of the fence of the same topic. You're never going to win, right?
Yeah.
But I think what will happen is you'll see the PBS version, like the public broadcasting system, where they're basically funded by people like us, like taxpayers, and maybe then you'll see more, objective views on X or Y. But in the broadcast arena, you'll never get consolidation in that. It's just not possible.
Now, in fairness, I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but you're making a valid point, but I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. But all I'll say, though, is that from a financial incentive, they are incentivized to be on polar opposite sides of the same issue.
Of course they are.
Could you imagine if Fox News came out tomorrow and says, as CNN reported accurately and completely correctly, blah, blah, blah. You think their audience would dig that? No. They'd be like, we agree fully. These facts are solid.
Well, it's just like fanboys, right? You got Upper Deck fanboys, you have In the Game fanboys, you have Tops fanboys, and girls. Sorry, I just say just to be inclusive, make sure I'm saying this.
Yeah.
Fanboys and girls.
People who wear Comsy shirts, of their own volition to make Barry happy. And
hey,
get the market share.
Maybe I might get 3 cents on the dollar advertising revenue.
I'm not saying it can't work to your advantage. I'm just making sure we cover all the angles.
Yeah, so ComC Barry, you're out there. Hi.
There you go. I like it. So Mike just making a correction here. He goes YouTube TMZ, and that's fine. Here's the thing. I would probably agree more with that. I would say Ziggy's content is probably more. Now, I will say in fairness, I'll be fair. There's no way Ziggy could possibly cover all the content that's out there. You are making editorial choices, and this is more broad. So forget about Ziggy for a second. Anything where you're shouting out something, editorial choice then becomes interesting, because then it's like, okay, so why do you include certain things and exclude certain things? Now, you can't include everything. Nobody has enough time to ferret through all the content and find everything that's interesting that just happened the last day or so. But you are making decisions. If there's 5 videos on the topic, you choose one of those 5. Maybe you like that creator a little bit more. Maybe you like their spin on it a little bit more. Maybe you like the way they explain it a little bit better. That's a decision. As a consumer of the content, then you have to decide, because there's always going to be a little bit of a slant of bias or maybe preference. Does the bias or preference align with my feelings and the way that I like to pursue content if I'm using them as a resource to help me?
I don't know anything what Ziggy does. I know who he is and what shows he does. I can't really judge or give comment on that. But I think you raise a point, which is you're giving an objective, your slice of objectivity from your own tunnel vision of content that you feel is valid content, right? Yeah. That's like Ziggy, if he's on, I don't know, but if he's like the CNN of content, and then you have someone else who's the Fox of content, you're never going to win. There's no right or wrong answer. And actually, to be quite honest with you, it's kind of exciting to know that. It's kind of exciting to know that there's a deviation of that much, of what we're thinking about, what people are offering in terms of content, that you get that other angle, right?
Yep.
It's exciting, but at the same time, it'd be scary if you were brand new and you're entering this for the first time. Yeah. That would be overwhelming. But because I've been doing this for over 30 years, you kind of do the sniff test and know where to go.
Yeah, that's fair. To your point, a new person would not know what to believe. Oh, and Steve, I'll grab your comment here in 1 second. I'll just finish this off here with Mike. So here's the thing, Mike. I would take that up with other Mike.
What is
The thing is, I can't, as the viewer, I watched it and I can't assess why. But the reason I made that video, and it was general, by the way, it wasn't targeted at anybody. I just said though, whenever you include somebody in your content, you're basically giving them you're basically giving them a vetting. Because if you bring them on as an expert or could you contribute to your video in some way, you are basically saying this person is, we believe that they can contribute and add something to this presentation that we're doing. Therefore, we're bringing them on in one way or another. To this here, I can't speak to the behind the scenes machinations. If you're saying that's why, then fair enough. But it doesn't matter. If I'm watching that video, as far as I'm concerned, other Mike is saying that Ziggy's content is valuable and that we wanted to have it on the channel. That's what you said by having them on and bringing them on as an additional voice or an expert or whatever you want.
I would hazard calling it vetting, because in the truest sense of journalism, when you're going to interview someone or find out information, you're bringing that person on the show to give credence or not give credence to what position you're trying to take. So you're not vetting. You're vetting your own story. You're not necessarily vetting that person. So that's the other thing I have to be very clear when you're doing this sort of, and this is hobby journalism, whether people like it or not, right?
To a certain degree, I think that's fair. That's fair. So let me grab one thing here. So I'm going to grab a comment from Boston Kid, and then we'll cover we'll go full circle on this in a second here. We'll have some fun. So Boston Kid just says here, maybe another good analogy of card price would be the 80s when mom and pop started getting replaced by big corporate money. Similar. It's that sophistication of hobby we're talking about. Like at one point, it was easier to operate in a more simple manner. It was straightforward, and then it got exceedingly complex. More products, more types of products. Digital. Blockchain cards. Like it just, Dutch auctions, things like it just got more and more complicated. That's what it is. So let me just grab here. So yep, no, that's fair enough. And then here, and Ziggy has joined us. So good evening, Ziggy. So I'll answer these questions here. So why did the news change? Money. When did they start to compete for business instead of reporting the news? 80s is not a bad cutoff, because by the time CNN was doing the Gulf War in 1991, it was around the it might be the early 90s. I think would be more accurate, Ameet, because by that point you didn't have the 24-hour cable news network until CNN basically more or less pioneered it with the Gulf War. That was around the time, because before that, nobody thought, why would anyone do a 24-hour news network? Who would watch that? Why bother? And then the Gulf War gave them an excuse, and then they kind of hung around, and then other ones sprung up around that same idea.
Well, CNN is like the Evian, right? Right? No one thought you could actually sell water. They did, right? No one thought you could sell news 24/7. They did, right?
Sure.
I think what we're really getting at is the entire idea of the conversation of what we're trying to discuss at this point is, what do you deem good hobby content versus not hobby content? And that really belongs to the viewer, right?
Yep.
There's enough content on YouTube alone that could warp a kid's mind if I expose my son to it early enough.
Yep.
Right? So part of it is also trusting your friend and trusting the information you're given. And also there are stables in the hobby. And I'm not going to use myself as an example, but let's use ourselves as an example in our local scene, right?
Sure.
I've been doing this for 30 some odd years. I've been going to the expo for over 15 years. I've known some people at Upper Deck. I know some people at Tops. I know some people at whatever. You can go ask someone like me, or ask someone like a Jeremy, or ask someone like yourself, Carlos, about X, Y, Z versus someone who's got 3 weeks of experience in the industry, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I get you. One thing I'll throw back at you, and we'll put a button on this general topic. 2 points I'll make. First one is we got to make a distinction. There's hobby content that is more entertainment based. That could be box breakers that maybe you enjoy watching just because you like their style. That's entertainment. So guess what? From that perspective, you're not necessarily getting information from them. You're watching it because it's entertainment, which is okay. Where you need to be a little more critical is if it's somebody giving. When you go in and you try to give information, you're presenting it as information. Then to me, the threshold is the consumer needs to go up. I need to be a lot more critical of what I'm watching. It's not good enough to just take it at face value and go, well, this person must know. They've been in the hobby longer than I have. Well, if I just showed up in the hobby 5 seconds ago, somebody who's been in the hobby for 10 seconds is twice as knowledgeable as I am in theory.
True.
That doesn't mean they're knowledgeable.
The only problem now, so you've gone where I was hoping you would go. So there is no way to for example, it's on Twitter you get the check mark, I believe, for if you're
verification.
the
Yeah,
verification, right? I believe on Instagram is also some similar things around
I
that.
think it's a check mark again. Yeah, something
Check
like
mark
that.
again. So in YouTube you don't get that check mark, right? So I
You
say
can now.
you can up to a point.
They did it specifically for folks who were famous enough, quote unquote, where people would impersonate them. So it's more
There's
to
that, and
confirm that
also
you're
revenue
you.
generators, right?
Yeah, it's more to
It's also
confirm you're you.
revenue generation.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is the next maturation of the hobby then in terms of content is those people that will have qualified content will be graded on some sort of scale in the YouTube world or whatever may have you, TikTok world, to say, you are the real deal and get that verification, right? So that's coming. So that's all that stuff is coming. There's gotta wait to get there.
No,
Sorry,
fair enough, but to that point, and I'll grab these comments here. It'll just take me a second, guys, because this was a good conversation. I wanted to have it, and I'm giving Ameet a second to grab a water and clear his throat. But the thing is that the reason why I say you're 100% bang on, but also something important we need to consider. Verification is good, but it's not going to be the final answer. And for one specific reason is, okay, so I am verified. It is me. It is coming from me. Does that mean I'm a resource? Does that mean I'm an authority? No, it just means YouTube is confirming. They know that I've got enough of a platform or an audience where I could have somebody running around pretending to be me and saying things that might not align with what I believe. But
right,
does that mean what I'm saying is any good, even if I'm verified?
that's true, but it also shows you have skin in the game, right?
Correct.
So when you have skin in the game, you have more to lose. So in other words, that is where it's going to go pretty far. Am I on way to have an RPA? Cut that shirt up. I have no problem with that, Barry.
That's the next gen. That's the next generation of your cards.
I have a card. You can create a hobby card for me with the CompTIA logo. Now, can you create patch variants where you have part of the C? I need a shield on here, man.
But the thing is, it would have to be embroidered to me because right now it's just it's just pressed onto the shirt.
Yeah, is this any different than what they give athletes at a photo shoot?
Well, the athlete at the photo shoot, when it's a jersey, it does have patches on it.
Okay, true. But yeah. I'm not an athlete. I'm a pseudo full.
Based on your statistics, Ameet, it looks to me like you're quite the athlete. And you're very good at hanging out in the penalty box. That's what the stats say.
Okay, I'm down with it. So, Barry, if you want to create that card, I'll sign it.
Yeah. No, I got you. Okay, so let me grab a couple of things here. Okay, so I'll address this one really quick because it's too hard to explain quickly, but let me just throw it on here just so we make sure we cover this. Did a lot change to make it about money? This is the news thing. I will say, don't quote me on the exact specifics, but I do remember that there were some lawsuits a couple of years back where it became a lot easier for certain news networks, I'll leave it open like that, to be more misleading because they didn't have to. They didn't have to completely validate their items. So even if you knew that they said something incorrect and called them out on it, it was a lot harder to actually make them give a correction. Could they still have to do it from a PR standpoint? Yes. But from a legal standpoint, they wouldn't be held necessarily liable. There were some lawsuits related to that.
So your thought process makes sense because there are tabloid news that fall under that loophole.
That opening made it.
I would say Ziggy, I think it's fairly obvious. Money is what drives 99.999% of all things like that.
Yeah.
But yes, the more money that comes into the territory, yes, you're going to deal with that. So that's just the way it is.
I'm with you. I'm just including this so we can get through all the topics here.
Are you screenshotting this, Carlos? You're going to put this on Instagram? You're a great influence on the hobby, Carlos.
It's of course. It's got to be part of my promo package, Ameet. It's got to be part of my promo
package. You gotta drink that beer and hold it up for a split second so everyone can screenshot it for content.
Oh, I know.
So here you go. We're verifying content. Here we go.
Now you know it's legit. All right.
Yeah.
So let me grab this one here.
Hold on, I gotta make you verified somehow.
There you go. So Boston Kid says, some of us in the hobby might be talking about it for years to come, collecting and being in the hobby pre-COVID versus post-COVID. Exactly. And that's why I do think there is tremendous value in the content that's being created right now, because it is a snapshot. It is a snapshot in time that you can refer back to and be like, hey, do you remember what it was like? It's like, we don't need to remember the specifics. We've got the footage. We can go back to the tapes, so to speak. And be able to go back and go, do you remember what these guys were talking about at that time?
It also brings about, I'm going to say, this is where it's going to get contentious. So some of these, this is where I firmly believe it's going to happen.
All right.
And where the good quality and bad quality, so content, you're going to get someone on there who said, now go buy Bull cards at PSA 10. You will not go wrong, right?
Yeah.
Someone is going to get sued somewhere.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's coming. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when that comes about, right?
Yes.
There was
But I will tell you that there is going to be the smarter ones. Again, I'm not claiming they're all that smart, but the smarter ones are going to use the caveats that investment channels can use, like regular investment channels. They'll do the little for entertainment purposes only, do your own research, blah, blah, blah. They'll have like a whole little write-up, or they'll say it on the channel in addition to putting it in the description, in addition to putting it in 5 different places. So that if they get sued, they'll be like, hey man, it's for entertainment purposes only. This is not a substitute for doing your own research. I will give you an opinion. But if you go and follow it and it doesn't work out for you, I'm not promising you these returns.
It's also begs to differ. That's not begs to differ. Another point was, let's say, and YouTube probably won't do this, but let's say YouTube did do this and you had to have some legal coverage for saying whatever you say. That's going to weed out a lot of content creators, right? No one's going to drop a few $1,000s with a lawyer to create some sort of mice type to go in an ad while you
they wouldn't do it just because YouTube does like to cater to higher profile content. Years ago, they started paying closer attention to when Jimmy Fallon would have clips or and things, they would get promoted more. They would get put on the front page. Whereas at the very beginning, YouTube would take these small creators, and if they made a video and they featured it on the front page, somebody could go viral. So they were trying to build these homegrown stars, so to speak. That was more possible. Can you still do it? Yeah, of course. You can still hit a video that hits the algorithm just right, ends up at the top, people search for it, it becomes trending, boom, it's on the front page, you're good to go.
Now, one thing I will say, so I realized just now, just a quick segue from a lot of the stuff we're talking about, it sounds kind of negative, one of the things that we brought up, and I don't mean to talk about it in that vein.
I don't think it is. I think we're just being honest about it.
Being honest about it, but I think it's also... it's a warning sign, be smart about the hobby. You can make it positive, but you need to approach it in a smart and intelligent way. And I think all of us who are on here, including the people watching, and I know some of these guys watching are pros and been around a while, you owe it to yourselves to help educate, right? So put out the good content out there. As long as we have good content over bad content, we'll win the war.
I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable. But that's always the key, though. Like, bottom line, you have to be a little bit discerning. The reason why I like that direction of the conversation is because now that there's so much more stuff out there, it becomes more important to be able to create your own filter. It becomes more important to be able to discern, like, again, why this content is being created in the first place, what the purpose of it is. Are they trying to inform you? Are they trying to help you? Or are they just doing stuff? Because depending on the answer to that question, it becomes really tricky. So let me grab this here. So Canadian Card says, see, you could be an athletic sport. I still think fan of the game is in your future, Ameet. I think the fan of the game thing. We can get that Ziggy Puffy fan of the game. Dude,
I've been bugging Billy from Upper Deck to make a card of me and just sneak it into Series 1 next year.
I think you should be an Alan Ginter. Like, it's obvious. I think that's what
I would love to be an Alan Ginter. Actually a very perfect place to.
It's literally the place, Ameet.
Perfect place for like all these, like Jeremy, yourself. Well, no, not not me, but you and Jeremy, because you guys actually do content.
I'm only interested to meet if my because they'll put like a heading underneath of what you are, like thing. I don't want YouTube personality. I want hobby provocateur. That is what I would like. That is what my heading.
People just take that the wrong way. And
I don't care.
I will.
I will sign hobby provocateur cards.
It's just going the wrong way. It's just going the wrong way. But I mean, that's a perfect place.
Yes.
Or actually, that would be a first for Upper Deck if they do something. Oh, Alan Ginter is Upper Deck or Tops? I can't remember.
It should be Upper Deck. No, sorry, it's Tops. It's Tops.
I'm thinking of Goodwin Champion. Sorry.
Yeah.
Goodwin Champion would be a perfect place to have some of this YouTube content providers putting autograph cards out there, right? So I have a feeling that you'll see a Jeremy and yourself or some other people on that before long.
I think YouTube channel. I think there has to be a YouTube channel, honestly. And I say this, it seems arbitrary, but I really do think that a YouTube channel in the hobby card space would have to hit 100,000 subscribers. I think that's a threshold that hasn't been hit yet by anybody, as far as I can tell. I think it has to happen before it like flips a light switch and go like, oh, this is like a real genre. It doesn't matter how many small channels there are.
Yeah, but you need to find a comp in another segment of a hobby, not a hobby, but another segment to see what you compare to become that level of insanity, right?
It would be very difficult. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it hasn't happened yet.
So I'm kind of like even like Magic the Gathering. I'm just going to check out real quick.
Yeah,
There's
take a look. So I'll just quickly address this comment from Paul. The thing is, Paul, most of the smarter ones won't say it, but they may just say, "Hey guys, this is not advice. This is entertainment," or you'll put it in the description. And then if somebody calls you out on it, you'll be like, "In every single one of my videos, in the description, it explicitly says I am not giving advice, even though it sounds like I'm giving advice."
So going back to my point, so you want to use a comparable, right?
Mhm.
Here's a guy I love. I follow him religiously because I think he's entertaining, and I think he does give a good information on an aspect of a hobby that I don't know enough about, and that is Magic and Pokemon, right?
Mhm.
And sorry, Magic mostly. And his name's Alpha Investments. It's Rudy, guy named Rudy on
Yes,
YouTube.
I know who you're talking about. Yes,
He's got 300,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Right. That is is a comparable, right?
Yeah.
The Magic the Gathering is a much more diverse audience, right?
Mhm.
They have Netflix shows about it. They have several well-informed documentaries on it. That's the comparable. So I would say if it's the first person that can hit that level, that'd be amazing.
But here's what's interesting. Okay, so this plays back to my kind of the conversation I've been having the last little while with Jeremy and with folks online and offline. Here's the thing: what's going to happen is, as much as the hobby's been booming, right? $1 million cards, all this stuff. Like so I'll put it on here. Ziggy says there's a soccer content channel in Europe. So I would like to know if it's soccer content in general or soccer cards. I just want to make that distinction. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's assume for the sake of argument though it's cards. Okay, great. Then that's the first one I've heard of. Great. But congratulations, good for them. But my point would be to your point about the whole the alpha investments. Magic would be the definition. Yes, it has a broad base. But it is still a pretty niche hobby in terms of Magic the Gathering. However, obviously, it's got enough fans in that genre that it can have 300,000 subscribers. And a lot of people, if you told them alpha investments, they'd be like, what the heck is that? Because it's still a niche.
Of course it is.
With all the headlines that sports cards have, there isn't a channel necessarily, outside maybe from that soccer one. Like I said, I'd have to see what it is. But I'd be interested to see if that's the case, then as much as this has been booming, it hasn't translated. It hasn't carried over because usually you'll get a couple of creators that will break through and do that.
Not just you got like Sports Card Investor has 55,000 subscribers, so that's getting up there. I would argue. I mean, you'd have to go to the Twitter to see who really has the biggest following because YouTube's relatively new in this space. Twitter's is more of a popular playground for hobbyists, right? So I think that's probably a place to have to go look at what the biggest followers are and who they are, and then compare to that.
Yeah, I think so Mike is just saying no card of Jabs because Jabs is one of the bigger channels. Yeah, Jabs Family, I think it is. He's one of the bigger channels, and he's controversial. Let's use controversial. But the thing is, I think it would probably be a card breaker who would probably be the first to really crack that number. That's the most likely.
There's so many of them though.
Yeah, no, I get you. I'll just get Garrett's thing here. Bad idea about the 100,000 subscribers. Because the thing is, it's not my call. I'm just using that as a number to show that at the least it gets to that level that YouTube acknowledges it with a quote unquote plaque, which means you cracked that number. So that's kind of where I'd be very interested to see.
You actually get
either Jabs Family, it's like, well, or Phil's polls. And the thing is, unfortunately, you don't get to choose what people think is popular. Just because it's not the content you like. Yeah, no, by all means. The thing is that you don't get to choose what people think is popular. You don't have to be subscribed to it. You don't have to like it. But it is what it is. The more of those 100K channels that you get out there, it will add validity to the genre. Again, it would be ideal if you'd have, a collector-based channel that could crack that. I just haven't seen it yet. So 40 years in the hobby, I got you. Yeah, Steve Aoki definitely, but Steve Aoki does have already a built-in fan following. So he would have had 2.8 million subscribers without the cards. Obviously, he's gotten more into cards lately. So that's kind of a big deal. Yeah, the collector finds their own simplicity out of the chaos. Yeah, absolutely. That's fair. So let me just see here. See a video on CNBC with Nat Turner. Nope, I haven't watched too much content related to Nat Turner's interviews on it yet. That's something I kind of want to get around to. Something I want to see. But I'll definitely start paying attention more in the new year because obviously the deal isn't fully done. But I definitely want to check out some more of what he has to say closer to when he can kind of take custody, I guess, of the of the segment there. Have you seen, by the way, Ameet, any CNBC or any other news network interviews with Nat Turner since the purchase?
I have not. No.
Yeah, so I said I'm going to look into it more once it gets closer to, the purchase actually being completed. I'll be interested to see it. So Ziggy's just throwing in some other ones here. Pac-Man's around 70. Yep. Layton Sports Cards. I will say Packer Cards 87 should be somewhere in the 60s, I think. Or at least he was in the 60s. He would be
Where's
another one of those.
Firehand? Firehand should be up there.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch. Perfect. And the mayor is joining us here today as well. Yeah,
Well,
Pokerev's
Firehand has 12,000.
Okay, that's fair. So Pokemon card channels like PokeRev 200,000. Yeah, again, a collectible card game, right? So like the Magic the Gathering one has 300K, one of them. Like it might not even be the biggest, but it's one that we were able to find. And then something like this, 200,000. So Pokemon channels are able to build that critical mass. But you've got these other card sport. Again, I'm focusing on sports cards because Pokemon is its own deal. It's got popularity above and beyond. Like these kids are into it. And
I think right now we have to say, so instead of going to look for the comparable, that is our comparable. So let's use that. Okay. Sure. So the Magic the Gathering and Pokemon, right? Yep. We need to see channels go into that level and that sphere and the hobby in terms of content viewership to really get a good sense of, who the major strong players are. And then I think that's where it's going to get, inertia creeps, right? They're just going to get there and then they're just going to run.
I just want to see more than a handful of ones that crack six figures. If I see more than a handful that crack six figures that aren't just Phil's pulls, or maybe he's built it up based on, because the whole thing with Phil's pulls is that he was a former Major League Baseball player who had already some money. So he's able to crack a ton of wax, including rare and expensive stuff. So that in and of itself, people like watching box breaks. I don't blame them for that. I'll watch the odd episode here and there. I'm not watching every episode, but if people are into it, people are into it. Again, just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it's bad. It's maybe just not your cup of tea. So those are nothing.
Funny. I don't think I subscribe to anyone outside of maybe one or two people who are friends.
Sure.
In terms of box breakers, I more gravitate towards the quality. What I deem quality content is, understanding the hobby or meeting the vice presidents, the president of various companies, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think what you're going to find is that when you get to it, you're going to find that you're either into it or you're not. Like the people that are into it are probably watching a couple of different ones for that because they like to see all the new product get broken. They like to see a lot of it. Or maybe the person has a personality that they like and then they'll watch their stuff. And that helps. And to Mike's point, actually, is a really good point. The other thing the breaker ones have is that if they break a lot of product, they're probably covering a lot of sports. And maybe they also break soccer. Maybe they also break Pokemon cards. Maybe they also break Magic the Gathering. Like they could break a whole variety of content and hit on all those niches and genres, and therefore expand their audience.
There needs to be a breaker that can span across all and be knowledgeable across all. You have some that are really good at hockey, and then some are terrible at baseball, and some are vice versa, right? You need someone who's good at all.
Yeah. No, I get you. So Boston Kitcher says here, I have a feeling you haven't seen anything yet in terms of sports cards and channels and moving to the mainstream. I think that's been our overarching point, is that we're seeing growth, but it's not there yet. There is obviously more big name players that get into it. That's going to help. That's going to be a big thing.
Well, they're going to get at least a couple more, one more person doing it next year.
Yeah, there you go. Let's go, Ameet. Go for 100K. So Pac-Man, PSA collector, and sports card investor. Huge distance between 3 and the next. Yeah, personal ripping. That tends to be a lot of it. I will say. So let me make sure I get the right. Let me make sure I cite the correct thing here. So he went into Google for it. Okay. So here's the thing. Packer Cards 87 has almost 72,000 subscribers. So right now that is definitely one of the bigger ones that are outside of that initial group we were talking about. So just for comparison, Sports Card Investor is at 55.6. So like Packer Cards 87 is a good 16,000 higher. But
you also have to look at the other problem with a lot of content, and because I work in advertising and social media is a big part of what we do. You do a lot of gamification of the subscribership, right?
Yeah, you can.
So you actually get people to, hey, just go like the page, and then you can do whatever you want after that. And like, oh look, a lot of people like me, but no, it could be your grandma who just did you a favor. So There is a bit of a gamification of that. I think what would make me interesting is the genuine flair for it. So there are content people out there that actually will not ask you to just subscribe and like, they just see what happens organically, right? They don't care about that stuff, right? But then you get some that are like, if you give me 100 likes, I'll give you a free sports card. Like something.
Okay, now that's you're hitting on a very interesting point. You're hitting.
Right.
I would say one of the things that I see often is that you'll see a lot of those different subscriber milestones and giveaways. Yeah. That is a viable tactic. That is a thing. That is a thing you can do.
It's been played. It's played out, but I mean, it's not. Doesn't
people like free stuff, Ameet. People like free stuff.
No, but it's not played out in the hobby because it's new, right? Mm-hmm. But it's been done umpteen billion times in other avenues, right?
Yeah,
I've seen it. So I like when I started advertising 2000 whatever, a long time ago, 2004. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. That's what we started with. Hey, if you can get 10,000 people to sign up for an email, you get a chance to win a car, right? So it's like,
yeah, no, I get you. So I'll just include Brian's comment here. Seen some of the Yoki vids with cards. Hope he gains card knowledge in a hurry and speaks better with more knowledge on them. It could really increase the number. Yeah. Any celebrity involvement where somebody if it feels like they're legitimately getting into it, it can't hurt. It's one of those things where they're going to have. So Aussie Card Dad here, 2321 says, my thoughts are if more kids are involved in the hobby, like those watching gaming channels, but due to the current prices, make sports cards more of an adult hobby, which is a fair point out there.
I know a lot of kids that have more money on a card show than I'll ever have. Like I've seen it. I've seen kids at the physical show. There's a couple of kids I know. They came to our table and they're dropping like $2-3 grand. Like that's not
totally get you. But here's the thing: in the course of if you had any conversation with them, do you know where the money came from? Was it from other flipping and things like that?
For the one that I know, yes, it was buying cards and flipping and saving and stuff like that. Like
totally get you. Yeah. So the reason I'm bringing that up is that yes, I believe you. And there's no, I've seen that too. But the thing is, if you're doing that, good news is you're developing entrepreneurship skills. Let's put it that way. You're developing that entrepreneurship side. The thing is though, then I question how much it is that they are around being collectors versus being entrepreneurs. Which by the way, there's nothing wrong with being entrepreneurs. There's no law against it. But are you in this game because you also want the cards, or is it strictly like, look, as soon as I make enough money, I cash out and go do something else?
Everybody wants to be a card dealer in this hobby. Let's be real.
So let's give Jeremy his plug. You know, Ziggy already took care of it here.
What did he do? What did he do?
No, look right here. Sports Card Live is one of the best channels on content. Period. When it's a 25K and higher, then good content is winning.
I'll have to say I know that guy from Sports Card Live.
Never heard of him.
I talked to him at the beginning at Sports Card Live, and I already knew it was going to be a good channel, so I wasn't worried there.
So what you're saying? So what you're saying is you're doing the hipster thing. You knew it before it was cool.
I knew Jeremy before he knew he was cool.
Going next level on us. Oh man.
All kidding aside, that show is a bomb. So I have no problem touting the quality there.
Yeah. No, I had no issue with it. I saw it a while back in the thing. It's like, we're gonna get to this one. We'll get to it. So here you go. Sports Card Live. Yes, he may have been on last week's episode.
He may have been over to my house to have a beer once.
Look at you. Playing up your clout. Everybody needs to know Ameet. All right, so let me read here. I've watched certain breakers, not mentioning names, and no interest in certain card. Yes. One other thing I'll say, though, is with the breakers thing, to your point, Ameet, there's a lot of them. But then at the same time, you're going to get varying quality, right? You're going to get ones that, like, still have an interest in the cards, actually pay attention to the product, actually know what's in there, and then they act appropriately. Then there's ones who like mispronounce the name of teams, players, have no idea if a player is actually good or not. They actually pull a good card, but they don't know because they don't know the product.
Or they literally doing it to make money. My favorite is when they hire models to do the breaking for them, and I'm like, oh God, really?
Yep.
There's actually a guy at the show once that had a model at his table. I'll never forget that. It was like, wow.
Well, they do it at car shows, right?
Yeah.
It's a thing. So here we go. So we go, Pokemon is able to capture younger YouTube on it, which is true. That's kind of the PewDiePie demographic as well, though. That's kind of the reason why the biggest channels are like gaming channels is look at the demographics. Who are the biggest consumers of this? Who have the ability to be watching it on their phones or tablets? Well, probably more tablets. You know, the parent gives them a tablet, they go on YouTube and they start clicking it. What are they watching? Maybe PewDiePie or maybe some of these channels and stuff like that.
I'm telling you, man, when whoever in the hobby starts cross-pollinating with these gaming companies, like the sports gamings, like an NBA and EA Sports, and cross-pollinate with the cards, You're gonna start to see this, and I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen so close. Like I wouldn't be at all surprised if it happens in the middle of next year.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. That's fair. Sounds good. I will include this one here because Phil Necro did pass away. I think it
Really?
was. Yeah, it was either today or just the other day. It was very recently. Very
Man,
recently.
is it me or have so many good people gone in 2020 that I'm just like,
I think there's an aspect to it that's yes, but also at the same time, I'll be honest, we're a lot more sensitive to it
yeah,
because there have been a lot of high profile deaths. So I think we're paying more attention than most years. I guess at the end of the year, somebody will do the count and be like, okay, how many celebrity deaths versus like 2019? And then you'll get kind of a real indicator. You'll know a lot better soon. So, of course, there are a lot of channels that have lots of money to spend. Very true. And the general mass is composed of your 200,000 followers. I just want to know who these 200,000 followers are. Ameet, these your 200,000 followers?
if I get 200,000 followers, I will quit my job and I'll be doing this full time.
Exactly. Yeah, Jeremy's wife is laughing out loud, so that's good.
Which part? Which part are we? She's laughing about?
Yes. The answer is yes, Ameet. The answer is yes.
Why? I want to know.
Well, we'll leave it to Jeremy to tell us. So there could be a number of things. Who knows? Many, many brilliant, pithy things. So, like I said, so think
I
about
tell you
that.
a funny story though about Jeremy. So I told this with Jeremy and our buddy Steve, who will just leave his last name out of it. I'm a fairly tall person, so I'm 6'3", and I don't like it when I see people taller than me. And the first time I met Jeremy, I had to look up. And I'm like,
well, he's like 6'6", isn't he?
he's like 6'5", 6'6". I'm looking at that and I'm like, I already
Is
know.
an Angel around the same?
Yep. 6'8",
Yeah.
6'8". And I'm like, really? Why'd I have to become friends with you two? I need to find shorter people. I'm a Napoleon complex.
I was gonna say, like, clearly this is a thing for you and me. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I stand at a statuesque 5'9", so I got to deal with it.
Yeah, well,
It is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Smoking stunts your growth, Carlos.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. No, unfortunately, in Panama, that's actually average. So if you look up like the average height in Panama, that's pretty much about 5'8", 5'9". That's average.
You know what we should do? Everyone just start doing through the mail to Jeremy and have him start signing cards. That's what we should do.
Any specific reason?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be really funny. His wife would not be laughing at that point. She'd be like, "You're checking the mail."
Probably not. So we grab this one here.
Dude, Jeremy's got the auto pen.
Yes, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. So lots of money is spent each year on each release. Virtual cards with the game. It just needs to get money into real life cards. Yeah. The thing is, video games have started to incorporate the pack opening aspect of it in the game, which is a great branding and marketing thing for sure. Yeah, Ziggy. No, Jeremy's like 6'5", 6'6", thereabouts.
Yeah, he's a tall guy.
Yeah, he'll if he stands there, you'll be able to see the top of his head and probably most of his face. So you won't have trouble picking him out in a crowd. There's a bunch of guys that hang out at the expo like that where they're all on the taller side. Our mutual friend Steve Angel, he's like 6'5", 6'6" as well.
But only those two. Everyone else is shorter. It's like I just look at those two.
Yeah.
I'm like, God,
it's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. The good news is that I would love to have seen if Angel ever tried playing basketball because it's like he doesn't move fast. So I don't know.
No, he doesn't need to, but he could kill you with his wit.
There you go. And usually he and I will trade barbs. That's half the fun for me at the expo.
I don't understand half the barbs he trades.
Well, that might help you. That might shield you from some of the barbs.
The medical references is just over my head.
Yeah, that's fair. That sounds good. So, Ameet, we got that out of the hobby content discussion.
I know, that was good. That was actually an enjoyable conversation.
But there was so much room. There was so much room, buddy. There really was. There was so much room.
I have to give hats off to the crowd. They started, putting some pieces in.
Well, I thought, given the way this year has gone, I honestly thought that there would be some folks with a little bit of interest in it because there's a lot of channels that cropped up this year, and like we've noticed it. Like if you're watching YouTube, you've probably noticed it. It's been a thing, and there's a lot of feelings and opinions about it. So I'm just taking a look at some of this stuff on this list. I think most of this stuff we've covered already pretty well.
Let me check mine, actually. Hold on.
Sure. Yeah, check it out and see if there's something that catches your eye. Otherwise, we can move on to surprises because I think that's going to be fun. I think there's some room there to have some fun conversations as well.
I just want to answer this question that you got up on here. So
this one here, yeah, go for it.
I don't think virtual card will be the future 100%. Because I know they did earlier look at the Evolve series, and that was trying to do kind of a virtual cards. I think you'll see virtual cards, but they'll be tied to a physical card in some way. I'm just waiting to see how whatever negotiations that happen right now with Upper Deck and EA Sports for hockey, I'm dying to see what that avenue is. I'm sure Chris Carlin probably has something to do with that, or the other guys down there. I can't wait for that piece. I can almost just feel it. Feel like it's just going to happen. I'm marking it right now. Next year, you're going to see a cross pollination of Upper Deck and EA Sports, and then someone's going to look back at this and laugh at me. Anyways, this is a good segue into our next piece, there, Carlos.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Sounds good. So this one is going to be a little bit broader, folks. So we wanted to talk about stories that caught our eye. That was really broad, but this one I think has a lot of room to go in a lot of room to go in a lot of different directions because it kind of depends on your interpretation. Because what I kind of wanted to address here is what I call hobby surprises. So maybe that is, you ended up pivoting a lot of your plans because of what happened. COVID changed things. Maybe for me, and I'll give you an example. There's a lot of examples we could give, but I'll give you a simple example. I do a goals video every year at the end of the year on the channel. This will be the third year that I've done it on the channel specifically. I used to do it in the past myself, but now I put it basically on video so I can go back and I can actually check and see, what did I say? What was I trying to do? And what actually happened? And the reason I like doing that is because then I can figure out, all right, did something happen midway through the year or whatever that changed my plans? And this year is a perfect example. My plans changed. I had certain set ideas in my head of what I was going to do. And then once COVID hit and the market started to boom for a lot of cards, it forced a lot of inventory onto eBay. So I ended up really skewing my purchases in the direction of those cards because all of a sudden I was finding stuff that hadn't been around in years. I hadn't seen it. It wasn't that I was planning on being like, oh my God, I'm going to buy like 95% Mike Modano cards this year. That wasn't the plan. The plan was to be a little bit more even. I was going to get some vintage. I was going to do a couple different things. I had some projects I was working on. But as soon as I saw all that stuff, I was like, okay, I can't afford to do all of this. I can't afford to do all of it. I gotta reallocate to what's happening here because I may not get the same opportunity. If the market hadn't been so hot, some of this stuff might not have been available.
I have to say, for me, on a personal level, I would say, 'cause I usually buy collections.
Yeah.
There was a lot of FOMO, so buying collections became more and more expensive and harder to come by, right? Because people are like, well, I don't want to sell it to you for cheap if I can do this, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I would say the good news is my collecting taste didn't change because I say by March, I say up till about June, I was just amazed by all the stuff that's out there, right? I was like, wow, and it got overwhelming. And I realized around my birthday around June, I was like, I'm not changing what I'm going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do and stay the course. I'm not deviating. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I didn't. So I didn't fall for a lot of these traps. And
I think though, to your point though, because what you're doing is very specific, there was really no reason to change. I just did it because as a collector of a specific category, if suddenly stuff that is actually legitimately rare became available, I'm like, I had to pivot. It was a decision being like, okay, I don't have to do this. I can keep staying the course and do the allocations the way I had planned. But it's like, okay, what happens if it goes back to quote unquote normal? And all of a sudden these cards that suddenly came up that haven't been around in a long time go back into hiding for another 5 years.
There's that. But
I need to make an adjustment. The
one adjustment I made, there's been something I've been thinking about anyways. It wasn't because of any other reason. COVID accelerated it because, well, let's go backwards. So before COVID hit, in the previous December, my father had passed away. So a lot of the things I was thinking about, obviously you're sad. You start thinking about your own mortality. I have young kids. My father's passed away. You start thinking like, what am I doing for my kids and how am I taking care of my health? So I started to take care of my health. And I realized that I focused my collecting to be more investment items that, let's say anything were to happen, I can give it to my kids and they could sell it off and do whatever they want. I didn't want them to have garbage, right?
Sure.
So I made sure I used to be a big collector of Upper Deck Supremes. I used to have at one point, well, actually, no, I still have them. I have over 400 of them. And I realized I'm spending this much money on this card, but I can buy these investment pieces for less and there'll be more down the road. Mm-hmm. So I stopped collecting Supreme. I'll only pick up the ones I really like. But my lens has primarily been picking up investment pieces that I find fun, the sets I find fun that can be investment pieces that I can give to my kids. And also I've been trimming down my collections. I realized one thing with COVID, I don't need all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Why do I have 1,400 cards of Wendell Clark? I don't need 1,400 cards. I just need one or two to enjoy, right?
And 1,400 Ziggy Poffies.
1400 degree pelties for that matter.
That's a given. But I just wanted to make sure everyone understood.
True.
Yeah.
But that's also why I got a little more tied to ComC, because I started sending a lot more volume to ComC. I'm like, just get this out of here, right?
Yeah.
And also in terms of like high dollar cards, I had none. I just had a lot of the stuff I had was like, $10 and under stuff sitting on my shelf. So I'm like, let's just get it a ComC and get rid of those $2 or $5 cards. Like, I wasn't one of those lucky SOBs that had the Gretzky rookie kicking around a PSA. Never had that. I've always had low end stuff my whole life. There's a couple of pieces I'm proud of that are in the bank, in the safety deposit box. That I would never keep anything valuable here because my kids will destroy it. But it forced me to be looking at more investment pieces. But yeah, I'm glad that I have a lot less volume. I don't keep much stuff around the house anymore, and anything that's valuable, I locked away. I mean, if it's going to be that expensive and people are chasing this stuff, put it in the bank. Why do I have it?
So there's something you said there that I like. This topic I wanted to broach one time. Let me come back to it in 1 second. I want to grab a couple of these comments, but you're hitting on a very interesting topic that I like. So I'll quickly include this comment here from Oscar Dad. He's always been a basketball collector, but now he's deep in the variety of hobby content. Thanks to Jeremy and us, to name a few, which I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Boston Kid as well here. So the best thing about the chats, honest exchange of ideas and value the comments and opinions. Yeah, the thing is, the comments and opinions are what make the live streams and these videos work. Because right now, when you guys are contributing a lot of ideas and information and thoughts, it gives us something to riff off of. Because otherwise, what would we be doing here?
Well, we have good people in the crowd as well.
That's what I'm saying though. Like the comments and opinions are a big piece of the formula that makes the whole thing work. So that's really important.
I would not have known Amish Dave if I hadn't. Well, actually, through you, Carlos. To be honest with you. But I wouldn't have known Amish Dave or Broncos guy or Uncle Vinny, even through just being on a couple of shows with Jeremy. Like I got a couple of friends on YouTube, on Instagram because of that show, right? The virtual show, I got some friends that way. I have made a lot more friends this year, and I'm talking quality friends. There are people I talk to on a daily basis. It could be a Jeremy one day, or you one day, or Steve the next day. And I have someone every day I can talk to someone new about the hobby, about X or Y. So I've gained a lot more friends in that way. I also say that it solidified a lot of the friendships I had, right? Like it just became more real, right?
I think it's yeah, I think it was worthwhile including here because Dave is big on that segment of it, especially because it's the crew you end up running with. It's a virtual crew right now, but it's still a crew you're running with. It's the people, because when you go on the one thing I'll say about his Insert Revolution podcast, so you can see his channel name is right there. But the thing is that they are more irreverent. Like it is all over the place. It's one of those things. But there's a dedicated group of people that are there almost every single Tuesday. Pretty much like clockwork. They're hanging out because it's a hangout. It's not like it's not anything more than what it is. It's a hangout.
You know what it is, Carlos? It's no different than going to your local card shop when we were a kid and hanging out with the owner and people working there and just shooting the breeze.
Yeah. I'm just grabbing these comments because they kind of echo that general sentiment as well. So grab here. Yep. Friendships are the silver lining of 2020. No question. Absolutely. So let me grab here real quick here. I collect 99% high grade non-base card singles. Going to be an international buyer works out best for him, but absolutely. That's fair. Dave just says, your Siggy Palfy collection of Ameet takes great offense to you saying you have no high-end cards in your place of residence. No, Dave, you have to understand, the cards he was talking about going to the vault are the Ziggy Palfy cards. The Wayne Gretzky rookies and all that are just behind him. If they burn down, who cares?
I have a Ziggy Palfy PSA 10 that's not even recognized by PSA. That's how rare the shit I have.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what's behind him, Dave, is the irrelevant, like, commodity cards. Gretzky rookies. like PSA Carlos, 10, whatever.
Actually, you guys just hit a nail on the head. So this running gag with the Palpy cards, it's also something that surprised me in 2020 because not only it permeated our show, it ended up on Sports Card Live. It's ended up on Amish Dave. Someone had told me it ended up on someone else's stream.
Okay.
I can't remember who, but someone was like, "Oh," and I didn't go check it. But it was like, "Yeah, they were talking about these two guys talking about Ziggy Palfy card." And I'm like, "Really? Like, really? It permeated someone else's stream too." So. I love the fact that I love that because it's not a gag, but it's a friendship gag. There's only a couple people, all of us who are close enough. We actually keep running with this. You wouldn't do that if you had true friendship. So hats off to you guys for keeping that running, but that's cool.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Yep, and Steve agrees with a lot of these sentiments, and I think that's a very valid point. So that has been definitely a big thing. So the content explosion is one aspect of it, but for a lot of folks, it's given them an opportunity to find kind of their circles. So they've had hobby circles before, but they've had a chance to maybe find other circles or expand their existing circle, find other people they can kind of chat with and hang out with.
Hey, I'll give you, so Carlos, I'll say this. I said this before. I said it to other people. When Jeremy had first asked me if I wanted to be on the show, I was scared. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be on camera. I was very petrified. Then you asked me, and I wasn't sure. Mm-hmm. But then we just did it. So I listened to Gary Vee to say, just do it. So I did it. So I want to give hats off to you. Hats off to Jeremy for letting me get a little more comfortable in my own skin and more secure in who I am. And I'm enjoying this. And I think maybe I might be doing something next year in the YouTube space. We'll find out. But I'll let you know when that breaks.
No, that's fair. And that is hopefully the idea. We've tried to be as much as we can encouraging, because it's not as scary as it looks.
You are. That's a different story.
Yeah. Well, fair. I'm very offended by that comment. But the thing is that if you sit here and you're talking and you're being as honest and truthful as you can, it means you can come on here and then say what you want to say, and also like bust people's chops because it's fun.
To all 20 people in our crowd.
Oh, this time we cracked 30. Ameet.
What?
No. Oh yeah.
No
yeah.
way. Really?
Shh. There was some serious hashtag content here, Ameet. Don't downplay the content. Yep. So he's not. So apparently he's ignoring something, Bob, because he's a hockey oracle. It's weird. I don't know what he's getting at.
He's a football guy at a hockey oracle.
Oh no, he's a hockey oracle. The football thing is just a front. Like that's just cards he borrows.
So he really doesn't like the Broncos.
Okay, no, he's a method actor.
And Darrell Revis, was it Revis or Terrell Davis?
It's Terrell Davis. Yeah. Terrell Davis. Yeah. That's
the only thing I remember from that entire bloody long stream. That he collects. I was like, I remember I was thinking, well, what did I get out of that? And I'm like, he collects Terrell. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Allegedly. So Ziggy didn't know about Ziggy until it was mentioned on Jeremy's show. Some things found a new PC. I don't know. You have to compete with Ameet with it. Yep. However, it is spreading on Instagram. The Hockey Oracle, Steve, the Bronco 79. It is true. Let me go here.
A black hole of infinite hockey knowledge. So it just sucks that they did a vortex into nothingness, but yet he's a hockey. Okay, sure.
How are we supposed to question something like that? Like, go with
No, go back, Carlos. Go back. This one. That comment would drive an astrophysicist nuts.
This is really what throws you off?
No, it's a black hole, which is nothing. Mm-hmm. It's an infinite nothing of hockey knowledge. That's not a compliment. You don't even know what that is supposed to be. It's a mint. That's it.
You know what this sounds to me like, Ameet? It sounds to me like you need to go on the Insert Revolution podcast with your charts. After you bring your section, after you bring it in, and then explain, and then you draw schematically the black hole thing, and then.
Look, dude, I'll start smoking darts by then.
Probably, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Now, let me get back to something important here. Ziggy Palfy investment of 2020. Come on, hashtag.
As soon as I get my PSA 10, you'll know.
Exactly.
28 accounts? So what is that one?
No, it's viewers. And now it's back up to 30. So hit the thumbs up. Thanks.
No, you just didn't do it. You did it. You asked for likes.
Of course. Algorithm. Hashtag algorithm, Ameet. Don't question the algorithm.
It's a Swift Current Broncos?
There is a Swift Current Broncos, yeah.
Yeah, there is, but I think he's talking about Denver.
Yeah, he's referring to wow, those comments came fast.
Oh, there's Bobby's trying to burn me. It's coming up.
Yeah, we're getting there. Hold on. There you go. And actually the black hole has so much matter to hockey that it sucks in all hockey knowledge.
But the black hole is okay.
Don't do it, Ameet. Don't go down that rabbit hole talking about the black hole.
God damn it, my education is coming back to bite me in the ass.
Yep. There you go. Thank you, Bobby.
You know what, Bobby? Okay, let's just stop there for a second. Bobby got really upset because I called it Bobby's vintage. What did I knickknacks? I called it knickknacks.
Yep.
I apologize for that 4 times and twice on a live stream. Come on.
I think what you don't realize is that he must bring it up for all time. It will never leave.
Yeah, but you keep saying trinkets. I said knickknacks.
Well, he wasn't listening to you that clearly, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. Didn't mean to insult you, man. I wasn't trying to insult you, but you're clearly. I think I'm gonna have to walk into other aisle at Expo next time we see each other. I'll just run the other way.
So is this a continuation? So you were feuding with the mayor. You guys always say you're going to fight
What,
each
the
other. They
mayor's
never
here?
actually fight each other.
Wait, the mayor's here?
He was a couple of times. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Does he want to fight?
Usually that's kind of your shtick, isn't it? But
It
then you
is.
guys never actually fight, which is
Never
kind of
actually
disappointing.
fight, but we never did it on YouTube. But if he's there,
Psst.
let's do this.
Yeah. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. We may create an opportunity here. We'll do a thing here. So boss will get you that. He'll never sell his PSA 9 tops 81. Yeah, absolutely.
That's
And if
the
you
one
bought it for
time-
$19, it's a good card. Why not?
I wanted to buy a Topps Wayne Gretzky rookie last year. I didn't bring myself around to it. Now I'm kicking myself.
Yeah. It's a fact. It's a fact. Yeah, he's just we're having some fun with Steve here. All right, serious question to me. This is important. Here we go. Ziggy's got a question. What do you got?
Star Trek. The science.
I'll back you up on that. My brother's the big Star Wars fan. He's a big Star Wars fan. I would say he's the one for that.
But my kids, I made them Star Wars fans because I felt it was the right thing to do. Because that's how I started.
What I'll say I like about Star Trek is that it had multiple series. So if you liked one style of one series over another, you could actually pick different ones. And Star Wars is Star Wars. So if you kind of like the Star Wars universe, you're kind of stuck in one area. The other one covered different generations. It covered different variations. And you also stylistically had slightly different shows. Next Generation, I think, was done really well.
I'm a huge Star Trek nerd. So I have been chasing Star Trek autos from the main cast for a while. I only have one to buy, which is Scotty. I forget his real name right now. To buy his auto, but I have all the rest. So I'm a huge Star Trek nerd.
Yeah, but what's your favorite?
My favorite series, DS9.
Okay, I respect that. I like Next Generation just slightly more than DS9, but DS9 was good. But DS9 was good.
DS9 got really good after Cisco shaved his head.
Yeah,
in season 3, I think it was. I can't remember.
I think
Season 2 or 3. Anyways, that and TNG are my 1 and 2. It drops off big time after that. Like,
I just think the cast on Next Generation was really good.
yeah, it's
really
well
good cast.
written. Yeah.
Here we go. He's just going back at Paul. Bobby, he's calling your cards shiny cardboard things. But aren't they, though? But aren't they shiny cardboard thingies? That's
Hold
not
on.
wrong.
Jeremy and I can back this up. We have cards that are shiny. And there's a thing called Prism, Bobby, which are also shiny. So technically the answer is yes.
But it's like Bobby, that would be an accurate statement and a correct descriptor.
Yes.
Shiny cardboard thingies is exactly what they are. Yes.
Yeah.
That's valid. I think that's true. I think that's
It gets over knickknacks. Okay.
Dave's a big fan. Dave's like us. Believe it or not, now the comments have actually got kind of crazy, so I'm trying to catch up. I'm going through them quickly.
We haven't had that in a while.
Yeah. So there you go. I don't sell cards anyway, collector at heart. No, totally. That's completely fair. So there you go. Ziggy's a Star Trek fan. He enjoys it. So there you go. Favorite Star Trek series? Yep, we covered that. So he's Next Generation guy. I tend to agree, Ziggy. It's fair. Oscar Dad has dabbled in both sci-fi universe. There's nothing wrong with both. I think both have some quality. I don't like all the Star Wars movies. I think some of them are pretty good. I don't like all of them. But I will say, like I said, I feel like Star Trek had, for the most part, there are some shows that are question a little bit. I'm not going to consistently sit there and watch it, but if you put an episode in front of me and it's interesting, I'll keep watching. It's one of those things where, like, I think it's pretty good.
DS9 and TNG at least 3 to 7 times each, easily.
Yeah, I would say DS9 has really its own kind of, because it didn't rely on a starship, it had its own kind of different, it was just very different.
Oh, it was.
So if you were into it, you were totally into it because it was a completely different, it was in the same universe.
Yeah,
but it
and
would
also
act very differently.
Well, it involved my favorite character, which is Worf, in both, which also
Yeah. So for you, that kind of works out. Exactly. Sounds good. Okay, so I want to give us a try. We're going to do a little experiment here, Ameet, because this is a good conversation. The hobby surprises, I think, is fun because it's open-ended. It can go in a million different directions.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of it. That's why I'm a big fan of it, because it's like you're not limited to one thing. You can go whatever. It can be your personal collection. It can be the hobby in general. It can be something that caught your eye. We're like, hey, I'm shocked this happened. It's kind of open-ended. So I'm going to do this, and I did this on the last episode, but we're going to try it again here just for fun. Let's see if anybody wants to give it a go. Second here. Let me grab this one here. Yeah, it's okay. I think, Dave, you already have enough different between wrestling, Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yes, I remember that from your show.
Yeah, like there's
I
so
had to
many.
go look up what I thought you were trying to say mistake.
No, it's Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yes, I had to Google it.
All right, so here we go. I'm gonna have a little fun. We're gonna tempt fate, Ameet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes. So what I'm going to say is I kind of want to leave this open since there's a bunch of folks here. It's completely optional. You don't have to do it. I'm going to leave it on there for a little while Ameet and I are chatting. If you want to come on for a bit and chat about any hobby surprises you had this year, it could have been for your personal collection. It could have been things related to things that caught your eye, things that interested you. Maybe one of those stories we talked about earlier is like, oh, actually, that kind of shocked me. I didn't think Collector's Universe would get sold. I didn't think that we'd break all these auction records. It could be a million things. It doesn't have to be one thing. It can be a variety of different things. That's why I like the question is open-ended.
I think Amish Dave will be on soon. I'm sure he'll be the first.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. He usually does it off his phone, so it might be difficult for him because when you're doing it, actually, what I might do here, let me help everybody out because I know it's difficult to copy that text information. Let me do something here. So let me do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link in the chat. If you guys want to copy it from there, it might make your lives easier. So we'll see. We'll see if anybody takes me up on it. If not, we'll sit here and chat because there's a lot of hobby surprises definitely to talk about. Anything else caught your eye, Ameet, in terms of like a surprise?
Surprise?
Yeah, just coming into 2020, you were expecting to operate a certain way. Things were going a certain way.
I'm surprised how well the virtual expo worked for me.
That's a good one. Yeah, because I actually was going to put that on my list originally, but I forgot.
Yeah,
The virtual expo wasn't a thing we were even thinking about going into 2020, and then suddenly it was a necessity. It was a real thing.
Yeah, the second one was the creativity that people were doing on Facebook to sell things, right? Facebook threads, Instagram threads. That was initially pretty interesting. TikTok, that was an interesting thing. I also found it superbly interesting that the price of top loaders increased exponentially.
Oh my god!
I thought we
what
had,
about one touches? One touches.
I know, man.
Like ridiculous.
I used to buy in bulk top loaders. I used to go through so many of them. I used to buy them in bulk, and I remember I had a case of one touches here, and and somebody offered to buy them off me. So I actually going to go look it up, and I'm like, wow, like price of it. And you think with all the plastic in the world that we would have no problem, but yet that was under short supply. I think the other big hobby surprise was, and I guess the amount of waste in our hobby it's not a surprise, but I guess I kind of finally saw it. People are breaking so much product and so much plastic being used, right? There's a lot of waste in that. So I'm kind of hoping that, the virtual aspect of it kind of cuts down on that.
It could. But now the virtual is also going to become very much part of our local calendar because most likely when we get to real shows, the expo will be the gap between.
I prefer virtual. Like I've fallen in love with working from home. I love the virtual show.
It is easier. It is a lot easier to work with, right?
I'm also lucky because the expo is 10 minutes away from me, right?
Yeah.
I also would say the other surprise was how fast I made friends with certain people. I'm surprised. I'm actually really surprised. Like, it takes a long time for me to kind of get up to a point where I can trust someone to be friendly with them, and that happened a lot quicker in a lot of realms, right?
Yeah, I think.
Trying to think of other surprises. What about you? What's your biggest surprise? I know you have a list.
My biggest surprise, honestly, was how quickly the market reacted and how much stamina it had for it. Because it was like, money pumps in quick and short order. People get excited about it. I'm surprised that they have managed to sustain it even as long as they have. The institutional money, I'm not worried about. I'm not concerned about it because it's going to do what it's going to do. That's why I had the conversation last time around about the separation between like the top end and like there's a whole segment of the hobby that's predominantly unimpacted. Like there's a bunch of stuff on there where it's like, no, you can still get a bunch of great cards, build a great collection. You don't have to break the bank. Now, if you want the top tier, if you want the new hotness, whatever is currently the stuff that people want to throw money at, well, then you're wading in those waters. You've made a decision. You've decided, hey, I'd like to compete for the PSA 10 grass. Well, then now it's $1 million. So you've done it to yourself.
A funny story with that. So
go ahead.
I mentioned this to you before we just hopped on. Sorry.
Yeah.
So and actually my buddy Kent can attest to this because I mentioned it to him before. I was actually going to go buy a whole bunch of Mookie Betts PSA 10 rookie cards. And I had it in my watch on ComC, and I was like, okay, I'm going to wait. And then all of a sudden I'm like, what am I waiting for? I'm just going to buy it. I woke up early that morning. I had a dream about it. Woke up early that morning. I went to go buy them, and within a split faster than I could think of, they went from whatever price they were to times that price.
Mhm.
Like, what on earth is going on here? Every single Mookie Betts card is increased.
Mhm.
So sure, I mentioned it to my buddy Kent, and he's like, "Well, that's Gary Vee just tweeted a picture of him holding a PSA 10 Mookie Betts card." I'm like, "You've got to be kidding me!" I was literally going to go buy it. I was going to buy a bunch of them because they were affordable, and they went from unaffordable within a matter of seconds. So
Mhm.
that happened to me 3 times this year.
Mhm.
So Mookie Betts was one of them. I can't remember what the other two were. And I want to say Mbappe was the other one. I bought one Mbappe and then that exploded. And then I can't remember the third one. I think the third one was Tatis. Tatis exploded and I went to go buy his cards and then that went out of nowhere. And I'm like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. Like I can't believe so I will tell you one thing. Since that has happened, I don't second guess. I just buy.
I would say though that is a good lesson to take away from it because, and I think we talked about this already. I was looking at that. I was looking at that LeBron like star rookie, and in all seriousness, back in last December, I was looking at that card and thinking, okay, I'm not a basketball guy, but I feel like this. I feel like the price on this is fair. I feel like it's going to grow. Now, this is before all the nonsense kicked in, and I was kicking it around the idea even into January. And I just couldn't make myself pull the trigger on it because I'm not a basketball guy. But then obviously once things went off, I was like, well, I'm an idiot. I should just listen to my instincts. My instincts told me to buy the damn thing and deal with the consequences later. It would have turned out quite nicely for me.
It's crazy, right? Because it's like, I could not get over. I was so angry. I was like, I cannot believe I missed out on that card.
But as a takeaway here, Ameet, not to be like, if you are a veteran hobbyist, if you're someone who has been around the block and you have those reference points, trust your instincts.
So I started to. So
Yeah.
that's why I wanted to also say, this is a personal thing, and it's more of a. It's not really hobby centric, but I've become more comfortable in my own skin and my own thought processes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm more comfortable pulling the trigger and say, I want to do this. I'm more comfortable to get on a show like yours and talk with Jeremy. Right. I have important information I can bring in perspective, and I've been doing this long enough.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. What's Oscar Dad asking?
Oh, I'll get that in a second here.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to include this one because it is a valid one, as Steve brings up as well. So 90s inserts coming out of the woodwork. And that played into what I said earlier. My pivot was forced because all of a sudden, if it had been like brand new stuff that just came out like in this year's product, that's rare. It's like, okay, that's cool, but I'm not worried about it. But stuff from 1998 that I haven't seen in 10 years, like literally I've been looking for 10 years and just suddenly it shows up and it's like, what? It's like, okay, well, I guess I'll have to bid aggressively for this because I really don't have a choice. So it's like, I don't know. No, Oscar Dad. I'm talking about the upper deck because I think the upper deck base card is under the Star Rookie subset, if memory serves me. You can double check that one, Ameet, because I think it is the Star Rookie subset for LeBron. And
pretty sure he does. It's a brown border one.
Yeah, it's like 2003. I want to say 2003 upper deck. I think his card is a Star Rookie, I believe. So literally, it's just called Star Rookie. It's the subset. Similar to Young Guns in hockey. Same idea.
I'm checking it out.
Yep, sounds good. So that was the one that I was looking at. It was a LeBron base card rookie. And I don't remember what the going rate. I feel like I could have gotten like a decent one for like $100 or $200. It wasn't that crazy. And then it went to like, I think it went up to like $2,000 plus at one point. So it's like worked out. Yeah. So Boston Kid, your point is completely valid, but I would throw one thing out to you. The market doesn't care. So like the thing is, if you're talking about buying a car that you think is going to go up, I don't care if he's a 0-time scoring champion. Somebody wants, like there is.
You're right. It is a Star Rookie.
Okay, perfect. But it's not who you think. Let's put it this way. You may not like it from the perspective of you go like, well, Jordan's better. It's like, that's fine. Who cares? This is not the point. The point isn't who you think is better. The point is if you think I buy this card now at this price and in the not too distant, now I thought it would be a couple of years. I thought, he'd have to do a couple more things and then it would go off. But obviously the way 2020 worked out, it went off this year and it took months for this to develop instead of like months to be able to buy it and then years to see the impact. Turned out that wasn't the case. And that created like, it created an opportunity for me to kick myself because I'm like, oh, it's like, geez, okay, well, I wasn't expecting that. And I wasn't expecting it to happen right this second. Because once it hit critical mass, it wasn't just like one card. It was a whole series of them because all of a sudden you couldn't buy these things. And I'll look here just to see. Okay, so I'll give you an example. And this is a PSA 10, which is an extreme example. In January, you could have had one for like $300 or $400. A PSA 10 of that Star Rookie, $400. It peaked back in August, but even now it would be $3,200. And at the peak, it was like close to 5,000.
Yeah.
Imagine if you had a handful of them lying around, sell it somewhere near the peak. You're laughing.
I'm glad I picked up at least one Crosby rookie for my collection before I got out of hand.
Yeah, but that's just the way it is. Yeah, no worries, absolutely. Yeah, I know because the word star and then the rookie. It was a convenient choice of words just because of the way they did the subset. So this is a good question for Bobby. I would love to see it. Now, obviously, I do think it would. Here's what would happen. I think it would lower because we know the way vending is, right? I don't think you'd get too many like 7s, 8s, and 9s. However, it would definitely control the prices in kind of that mid-tier group. Because if you had like this flood of PSA 5s, 6s, 4s, and 3s, which could very well come out of vending, maybe a couple of 7s or 8s, but predominantly like, kind of like in that mid-tier range, I think it would help having that huge population like flat out into the market, assuming people immediately put it up for sale. Again, that's an assumption.
It's funny because you talk about that overpopulation kind of aspect of it. You're talking about 800 vending Gretzky rookies. I want to give you an example. 2015-16 Upper Deck Series 1 Gretzky portraits used to be like 10 cents on ComC, right? Portraits, like a Gretzky card. It's 2020. It's finally got risen to $2. And there's thousands upon those cards out there, right? So I really don't think 800 Gretzky cards is going to really change the game that drastically.
Not necessarily, but here, let me ask you a question, Ameet. Are you saying that because you think that there are enough people different? Let me use two distinctions. Because if one person buys all 800, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. But to me, there is a difference between 800 people buying 800 of those cards and one person buying 800 of them.
I think we
Even
have
though the result is the same.
I think we have the volume to support people buying that.
That need to own that card?
Yeah, I would say there's at least 800 people that will want to own a Gretzky rookie. Easy.
Okay. Any particular reason?
It's just, I would say, just what I've seen and known in the hobby. There are a lot of people who want a Gretzky rookie who are not even card collectors. They just want a Gretzky rookie. I can tell you I have heard umpteen times of someone saying they want a Gretzky rookie. The only card they want is a Gretzky rookie. They paid whatever amount at that time to have one, and they kept it with them. So I've heard that over and over again, and from credible sources. So I'm saying, ignore 2020, for example. There are enough people that want a Gretzky rookie that will pick one up. There are people. Okay, let's be even more transparent. In my culture, the East Indian culture, there are people who don't even follow hockey, right? Who've approached me and said, "I would love to buy one." I don't follow hockey. I just want to have a Gretzky rookie. They don't know anything about the sport. They don't follow it, but they know what Gretzky rookie is. Mm-hmm. Right? 800 Palfy cards? Well, that would be a game changer, Ostad, for sure.
No question. What question for you, mate? Like, I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not disputing what you're saying, but I have a question for you. Assuming there were so you're saying that there were that many people that want this Gretzky rookie. Last year was cheaper. They could have all had it cheaper.
No, the question was, do they want it or not?
Okay, so why do they want it now and they didn't want it last year?
I can't answer on when.
All I'm doing is putting out the question because the thing is, I find it interesting. I don't disagree with your premise, but I'm just throwing out there that if these people supposedly wanted this card, it was available in abundance. The Gretzky rookie is not a rare card.
True, but I'm saying
it's literally not a rare card.
And the point I'm giving you isn't just 2020. This is over the course of my life.
Yeah,
I've heard this, right? People have been wanting to buy, and they'll pick one up and they'll buy one. So I'm saying that there's enough people out there that would want one.
Yeah, but not enough people were there last year to bolster the price. Like otherwise, those prices the 2020 prices would have been 2019 prices.
That could be, but I can't comment on that. I can only.
But I'm saying, like, I was able to buy mine. Like, I think I bought a 3. This is maybe about 3 years ago, and I paid less than $200 for it.
Yeah.
Like, you could get them all day. all day. Walk to a booth, go buy one. Just go get it.
14,000 Gretzky's is a lot of Gretzky's. Don't get me
It
wrong.
is, but
Adding another 800 to it isn't going to piss in the pot.
yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, I find it interesting, and that's kind of what makes me wonder. I guess maybe the question I'm having is not demand itself. The question I'm having is, what is the nature of this demand? What makes you suddenly? It's like, oh well, if I was going to have a car to be the Gretzky rookie, well, you could have had it last year. You could have had it the year before. You could have had it the year before that. How long have you been around? Like, you could have been buying it the last 5 years and bought this.
And they may have, though. Some of these people did buy it 2-3 years ago. I can tell you from that fact. I'm just saying that there's probably more people now saying it than there were then. But I know of people that have wanted it for that reason, because it's Gretzky.
Yeah, yeah, and that was the thing, though. Like, and kind of to Dave's point, once you have that headline, then all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, the Gretzky rookie. Run out and go, try to go buy one.
Yeah, but Jeremy bring up a very important point when you can come to it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's less than 6% increase. It comes down to the pace at which they are offered to the public. So I'm agreeing with Jeremy on that.
Yep. Well, I think so. I'd be curious to see what would happen. Again, to your point, I think the market could absorb it, but I'd be curious to see what happened if a power buyer went out there and put a couple of hundred in the system by themselves and then started selling them off basically all at once. That would be unwise, by the way. That would actually be a very bad tactic, but it'd be interesting.
I still think that it's here's the difference. That card is an iconic card in the hobby, right? It's not a mass-produced era card that anyone can get. Sorry, that's not the way I should say it.
I was going to say, like, a year or two ago, literally anybody could have gotten it.
Sorry, I should rephrase that. So I'm saying it's an iconic card in our hobby.
Yeah.
That puts it on a pedestal compared to any other card in the hobby, besides maybe a Bobby or a rookie.
Yeah.
Right? That alone, the cachet of that alone drives that demand. Mm-hmm. Right? That card, those 800 cards be gone like that.
No, I agree with you. The only point that I was making is that if that demand had been there in 2019, those cards wouldn't have been available all day for a song.
That's that, Bobby. Can you come on? I want to hear your point, because I think we're not really getting your point, or maybe I'm not. Come on. If you can come on, then let's chat. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, probably. It could very well be. Like I said, I'd be interested to see what the fractionals play off of. The fractional thing is interesting, but again, I'd like to see what happens if the fractional does or doesn't have. Because here's the thing, I don't care how many of the fractionals buy. They have to be able to keep filling out all those IPOs, and whether they fill out those IPOs or not are going to be dependent upon whether this first generation of fractionals are also able to then be traded. Well, the link's there, Bobby, but hold on. There you go. So I'll put it in the chat again in case anybody wants. You can copy it straight from the chat, or you can look at what's on the screen. Knock yourselves out. Yeah. 2020 thing, everyone's saying I should have bought in 2019, but didn't. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. The question has been, that in a lot of those cases, yeah, the thing is though, that for a lot of these cards, literally could have been purchased for years, plural. If you really wanted it, if the demand was legitimately there, it was cheaper before. You're right that for a lot of people, hindsight is 2020.
I'm trying to figure out. Sorry, Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding your point. What are you trying to get at?
What I'm trying to get at is that this demand is being funneled by the sudden increase in prices. You didn't actually want the card. You could have bought the card cheaper before. Now it's like, oh my God, the prices are higher. I should get this card. You wanted the card because of the price.
Okay, so let's separate a couple things here, right? So let's say 2020. Let's take this population that I'm talking about, 2020, out of it. Mm-hmm. So I'm talking about 2019 and beyond. And older.
And before, yeah.
Before.
Yeah.
That card has been going up year over year, I'm sure, on some scale.
It has, but it was a lot. But it was like,
it doesn't matter.
It was ridiculously slow.
It was still, whether it was going up or at a rate it was going up doesn't really matter. In fact, it was going up. I think what I was trying to get at is those people were trying to get a card and they felt was iconic just to own a card that was iconic, right? And the people that were wanting those cards, they have money. So money wasn't an issue to drop money on those cards.
But it was clearly last year because they didn't buy it.
But you can't really bring that up because that's going to be every year.
No, I get you, Ameet, but we were
every year since I was a kid, Gretzky's has gone up in value. So I can't buy that argument. You know what I'm saying?
But Ameet, this year they have that money. Magically,
Yeah,
they
the
suddenly
money
have
last
more
year.
money because now it costs more to buy the same card.
Right, but you're talking about it could be person X in 1984 wanted a card, then
We
I
don't,
knew.
but the thing is, we don't have to go that far. We can go back one calendar year. 12
I'm saying
months.
take 2020 out as an outlier and just treat it as people wanted to own an iconic card. That was
But the thing is is that supposed to be the new baseline though? So is your expectation then it comes back down?
He comes
Because
back.
now that they've bought it, so if they bought it in 2020, do they need another one in 2021?
I can't answer that one. So I'm
No,
only
but that's my curiosity.
right.
Because
That
now-
one, that's something I can get into or I answer on. I can only answer on that people wanted.
I get you.
Bobby-
But my only point was there were some of those people, not all of them. The people that just showed up in 2020 is different. But
Can
some
you
of those
send
people,
Bobby the link?
I know. I did.
Okay.
He's coming. He's coming. But I'm just making a point here that some of those people didn't show up in 2020 out of the blue. Some of them were around in 2019 and could have bought the exact same card. And they had the money to buy it in 2019. And in 2020, they suddenly decided now they have to buy it, and they were willing to pay more for the privilege.
Sure.
Yeah. What's going on, Bobby? You have
can't hear
literally the
you.
exact same thing as last time, Bobby. I don't know why you're starting off with the chickmunk sound. I don't know what you have in the setup over there. I don't know if it's the cable or something. You can do the same thing if you want to pop out and come back in. It worked last time, so give it a try. I don't know what it is. It's the first time he logs on. It's weird.
Like I said, I can't. We're always going to have. He just took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Ameet, but I'm literally saying you clearly didn't want my. Let me answer it this way. My philosophy is this: if you want it badly enough, you buy the damn thing. If you decided now you want it, oh, now I must have it. Well, why didn't you want it last time?
So what you're missing in my argument was it wasn't the same group of people every time year over year. It were different, unique individuals who approached friends of ours. They're like, I want a Gretzky rookie just because it's an iconic card and I just want to have it in my collection.
No, I get you, but you're talking about but right now you're talking about anecdotal experiences. You're talking about the people that talk to you. The people that talk to you weren't the only people buying these cards.
I'm only talking about it relative to people I know.
That's fine.
So you just have to keep that in mind.
That part I'm with you. Go ahead, Bobby.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
I don't know why on the first shot it doesn't work for you, but on the second try it's fine.
Once, twice, 3 times a lady. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, Jeremy took the words out of my mouth. So yeah.
There you
go. What was Jeremy?
I remember seeing a showcase, and I'm not kidding you, a showcase of Gretzky rookies when I was 14, and I think there were $25 each, if I remember correctly.
I agree with you, but when you were let me put it this way, Ameet. When you were 14, did you have $25 to spend on that card?
I didn't have $2 to spend.
But that's my point I'm trying to get at.
But I remember I begged my mom,
agreed,
who had the money.
Yeah.
And she was this close. I said, just buy all of them, and I will never ask you for a thing for the next 3 years.
Agreed. I get it.
And she was this close, and then at the last minute said no. And I remember her holding a stack of them like this.
Yeah. But to carry that analogy, Ameet, again, the people that you're talking to, notwithstanding, that the people you've experienced, I'm not going to I have no reason to doubt what you're saying. What I'm saying is there are some people who who had $25, had more than $25 in this analogy, could have bought 10 of them, no problem, last year, and this year decided to buy them at $250. They were okay with it at $250, but they weren't okay with it at $25.
Oh, sure. I'm failing to register that part of the part, but I'll leave it at that.
The only way your argument works is if literally the people that didn't buy it last year that were around. This year, the price went up. They decided not to buy them, and then only new people bought them.
You're making an assumption that I knew those people. I'm only talking about people I've heard. So that's where that is.
That's hearsay.
Yeah. No, I get it. But it's one of those things. I just don't buy it. It's one of those things where I think the new participants, as far as I'm concerned, they get a pass. They can do whatever they want. They can spend $50,000 on a PSA 1. Do it.
Bobby, are you wearing a Vegas Golden Knights hat?
I am. Yeah.
You're a Leafs fan.
That's fine.
Okay, so sorry.
You have to understand, I don't just document Leaf stuff. I document every team.
Yeah.
I'm just going to shake my head.
However, I stayed pre-1989, so go figure that out. The Leafs have disappointed me far too many times, so kind of putting on a new hat. Let's just say.
There you go.
I like the logo. I don't know. I think
No, that's cool. That's cool.
I kind of secretly
what-
wanted Las Vegas to go with Black Knights, though. I wanted the
So-
Monty Python reference.
Bobby,
wanted to
what were
win.
you trying to say? What was your? I just wanted to make sure we heard your opinion on the 800 Gretzky's being flooded in the market. What were you trying to get exactly say with that?
I don't know, innuendo. It was something I heard. So a vending case, 800 cards, would that affect the market? Is there one out there? Maybe. But would it? And you're talking, Carlos, you were talking about the grade being, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, the average grade would be at least 7.
Sure.
And a vending
that's
case.
fine. But then
8,
that
9, 10.
Yeah.
How many 10s out of it? A vending case?
Yeah.
Well, considering the last 10 that went, there's probably 50. But I mean, I'm just saying.
I think for the high end market, it would have an impact, especially for something that pop is low, because the whole thing with the PSA 10 is that the pop is 2. If the pop becomes 20 in 6 months, it changes things a little bit. Because the pop 2 and pop 20 is a big deal. I mean, do you want to pay $1 million for pop 20? 20? 10 times more than it was right now as a pop 2? 18 more people can own the exact same card?
Me or Ameet?
Are you actually asking me that question?
No, I'm saying that's a big expansion because we didn't hit 1 million until this year. This is the first year we hit 1 million.
We kind of knew it was going to hit 1 million. I think everybody
At a certain point, yeah.
This is a chance you take when you know people are that heavy into the grading
Agreed.
aspect of things. That's a chance you take.
That's
a
true.
ticket you punch when you do that, when you go into that game. So yes, the answer is yes, I would still buy it.
At 1 million?
Yeah.
So if the underbidders don't come anywhere close to it because no one else is willing to buy it at 1 million, you're buying it 1 million by yourself?
Are you still buying
You're
it?
making a whole bunch of assumptions there. So I'm just saying,
Not everybody has 1 million to throw at it.
all you asked me was if would I buy it at 1 million, knowing what I know now, and the answer I had was yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Not me.
No, not even close. No.
No.
Even with billions to spare, I still wouldn't buy it at 1 million.
Yeah, billions to spare, sure.
Yeah.
Because that's lunch money.
Yeah. I'd have to think about it. I'll get back from my account.
Have a sip of beer, think about it, and go buy it. There you go.
Exactly. There you go. I do a best offer. I'll offer you $350. That's the best I'm doing. So let's see here. So CC agrees with your meat. Way new people in the hobby, and like I said, that is a very real possibility. It's possible. Certainly, it is. It is certainly possible. It's always a reality. Yep. That's fair. Have FOMO, not touching the market now. That's fair. It's super low, though, in relative terms, Oscar Dad. Yes, it is relatively low, but I guess maybe put it this way. Let's use a really dumb example. So Gretzky got to $1 million. It's a pop 2. The other one hasn't been on the market in a little while. There are some high-end collectors or fractional share companies or something that wanted to have it for their holdings, whatever the case may be. So some money goes into it. There are 2, we don't know the sequencing of bidders necessarily. So it could have been 2 bidders that were outbidding each other to drag it up to $1 million. If the next underbidder after those 2 topped out at 400,000, if another one suddenly came on the market and the other 2 do not want one, if the underbidder wants it, then so be it. It might go right back to that price. But let's say the first bidder now has the one they want. They've got it for their purposes. They drop out. So now we go to the second one. There's also willing to go to $1 million, but the underbidder from underneath them was only willing to go to 400,000. Then this second person can win it for 450, 500.
So, Bobby,
Exactly.
It's an auction.
It is, and I always determined that it was the third or fourth bidder is the price.
That's what I'm curious about. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always determined that over the years of stuff.
Yeah, the top 2 are right there in the $1 million range.
They're there.
We know those top 2 are right there.
Yeah.
What about
Go
number
ahead.
3?
So the question I have with you is, Bobby, so maybe you can educate me on this because I don't know enough about it. So the Honus Wagner, for example, right?
Yeah.
Way back when it came out, how many more have come out in population since that first big time price jump on that card? Like Gretzky owned it.
That's been I don't know. There's been a lot of private deals on that card. I think it's rumored that there's 50 of them out there.
Thereabouts, I think so.
So
We have nothing to really confirm that, but I just think that's inner hobby.
Now, in
talk.
fairness, that's also 50 or 60 cards population total in any grade.
Yeah.
Total population.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that card. So what the argument I was trying to make was that like how many you're saying how many tens are coming out of a vending case? I mean, this could be we're arguing on subjectivity anyway, so I don't know if I can really take this that far, but I was just curious.
The difficulty in Meat, the only reason I would throw the difficulty in is that with the Gretzky, we just know there's more of them out there. And that haven't
Yeah.
necessarily hit grading. There's raw copies out there. There are people who get sets.
Lots more.
Yeah. So it's one of those things. If, again, it would take a lot, but if a bunch of those people decided to send them, now they won't come back. They won't all come back tens.
I don't think those prices are gonna come back down because there's too much invested in those cards to come back down. That's why I would have no problem. It's like the Trump effect. All these banks gave him money for them to go after him to pay their debts. They would sink the bank. So it's more important to keep that card afloat in that price range so that you're not going to tank with it. So I say there's too much investor money tied up in big cards like that for that to fall. So that's why I would have zero problem throwing $1 million at it.
And we have to also understand that the pop at, let's say, 9 and 8, I talked about this on Jeremy's show, that the pop of the 9s and 8s are about 30%. I guesstimated. They said a little lower. I think 10 to 15%, but I think it's 30%, especially at that grade level. I'd say at least 30%, at least. How many people resubmit? So the pop, so the 9s, there's 29s, let's just say. So I believe that 30% of that is a resubmittal, at least. So, you're looking really at 12 or whatever, whatever that number is. Because 8 to 9, 9 to 10, if you got a 9, would you not try to send it in a few times for a 10? A million reasons why, right?
It'd be also, I think at that level, I don't think you'd crack it out. You might do like a min grade thing.
If you knew it was that good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, I wouldn't.
I don't think you'd crack it out and take a shot at getting it downgraded to an 8.
Yes, exactly.
I'd be
too much money.
Mind you, I have no problem. BGS cases are easier to crack out than PSA cases. So for the BGS case, I would do it in a heartbeat. But PSA case, I'm not touching it.
See, you're the 30%.
Yeah.
Just proved it right there.
I bought PSA old BGS cards that were in those holders. They were cheaper than the raw cards. I just cracked it out and kept the raw card.
Actually, just have to twist them really, and then they pop.
Yeah. Everybody
gets drills and pliers out, and I'm going, twist the darn thing, it'll gone open. PSA 2, same thing.
14,000. So market grade. There are 4 10s now. Okay.
Yeah, he was asking for the pop versus the other one.
Yeah, but we're looking at how many are those above or below 7.
One thing I will clarify though, which I think just to give you the benefit of it, just to go with your argument, Carlos, I was specifically talking about a PSA 10.
No, I got you. Yeah, but
I wasn't talking about lower grades. Lower grades, I would think about it.
For the lower pops, for something that low pop. Now this would be maybe a bit of an interesting angle on this. Let me throw a different angle on this at you. So your PSA, you know that this pop 2 works really well in terms of pricing. You get a 9, you could give it a 10 because they have a defined, set of criteria of what constitutes a 10 with a little bit of leeway. A 10 is not a perfect card. You can have 55-45 centering on the front. You got a couple of things. You got a couple of outs. Or you could make it a really nice 9 and keep the pop 2. Would you ever even grade a 10 again? I don't care who submits it.
Sorry, you're saying if you already have
population control. I'm talking about the PSA.
Yeah.
You get a card in that could hit that, by definition, it could hit a 10. Or it could be a really nice 9. It's right on that borderline. You could make the argument for or against one way or the other. Is the tiebreaker the fact, well, it's a pop 2. You could leave it alone. Just send it back a 9. It's still a very nice card. Send it back a 9.
That's in everybody's head. Everybody who even thinks that or is involved in it.
Maybe you send 100 PSA 10 candidates and you go 0 for 100 because it's like, we're never grading another 10 again.
That's it.
I don't care. I don't care
like
if it came off the line.
Thing or something. We're not grading.
Yeah, I don't care if it's been in stasis since 1979. It's a 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Bobby, what's the highest grade or?
Beckett had the 10, right? That was on the internet. Okay. PSA, I don't really know.
So what do they go for? Like, what is a?
You might as well be Charlie Brown teacher talking to me when you ask what's a PSA go for. I have a hard enough time pricing raw
No,
I
sorry,
don't follow graded cards. I really
what did
don't.
the BGS 10 sell for? Or do you know that answer?
I don't know. I think he had it on for $100,000 or something, and or 500,000. I can't even remember. It was Jason Martin. I think he had it.
Yeah, I think if it's a BGS 10 right now, you'd probably do very well. Like obviously off the heels of the big sales and stuff, you would do better now, without question. I would think because the publicity is in your favor, going there. Do you want to answer this one, Bobby? Just
Oh.
in theory, print run wise, any thoughts on kind of where that 79 sits in terms of print run?
It was a very high print run that year.
Yeah.
What is the print run? We don't even know. I asked Gary Kareen, who was the owner of Opeachy, and he didn't give me any numbers or disclose anything. He said he had the numbers one time, and then the other time he says, "Oh, I think we threw all that out." I went, "Okay."
I would be very surprised if they really kept meticulous records on that. Like, they probably
Well,
had records, but I don't
A
know.
lot
if
of
they
stuff
did
went
that
out the
too.
back door.
Yeah.
Lots of things were going on there because I talked to a lot of old employees, and the stories, some great stories. I couldn't even repeat a few of them here, but I mean, just the stuff going on, it was just crazy. And remember, it's just a gum shop. Really, they're making gum and cards and putting it through, pulling Gretzky's off the line. If their kid wants a Gretzky, oh, there's one, boom. So your 1.69 Gretzky's per box turns into 0.69. Did you see that box break where they had the 79? The guy busted it, and the very last pack had a Gretzky in it after he has all the other, 47 packs sitting in front of him. Did you see that that break? Was that the National? I think it was.
Okay. I didn't see it, but it wouldn't. Yeah, I know they like to do a lot
I
of those
see
because
that
it's a big
guy.
publicity thing.
Oh, to the last pack. I went, holy, what's the timing on that? So he got his 1 out of 1.69. I guess the problem with that is that, anybody who's putting a box together, if you see one on the bottom, guess that one doesn't make the box.
That's funny. I kept my pro set where you could see. I thought it was valuable at the time. Where if you slide the pack up, there was that white area you could see the name, and I saw Gretzky, and I kept that pack unopened. I still have it. I remember as a little kid going, "Oh, it's gonna be worth so much one day." I'm like, nah.
Well, Ameet, in today's market, it's at least $4.65.
That's a lot more
I
than you
just bought
paid.
a box of pro
Like,
set.
that's a huge ROI for you.
I just bought a box of pro set actually for $20 just for fun.
Why not?
Yeah.
It's $20, right?
$20, and if I hit
I
the
actually
Stanley
thought
Cup,
I
I'll
actually
be
thought it
happy.
was a very colorful set. I actually didn't mind the set, like aesthetically. It's just they printed 15 trillion of them. That was really the problem.
Well, they brag. They printed 24/7,
Yeah, I believe it.
and they printed themselves right out of business. And and the variations. I think the most variations is in the football, if I'm not wrong.
I
There.
have sets of
There's
that.
like 50 million variations to the 50 million cards. This is crazy.
My brother and I collected that set of football.
Oh, it was a little red line here, no red line. It was just unbelievable. You can keep finding them today. That nobody will ever document them all,
Yeah.
and it sure won't be me. Thank God I stopped at 89.
I'm actually trying to find a box of Pro Line. Is it Pro Line? Yeah, Pro Line as well. But
Pro line. Isn't that
do they autograph the back of the cards?
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. That makes a little more sense.
Because Bill Belichick is in that. The guy who used to coach the 49ers is in it.
Bill Walsh?
Not Bill Walsh. No, I'm thinking of. Anyway, it'll come to me after.
Yeah. I like that, Paul. Just talk him down a little bit. That's about $29 high. If you can get it down to like about a
Oh, 91, 92. No, I'm talking about 90, 91.
no, but Paul's talking about 91,
leave it
92.
at
I'm like, that's about $29 high. If you can just get it down to about $1, give them a shiny loony and see if they'll take it.
It's kind of fun. I was collecting with my son. We collected 91 Opeachy Premier, and I was buying 9s and 10s at next to nothing back in, I don't know, 15 years ago. So he put away a nice little collection, and I said, Stephen, they won't be worth anything. Don't worry, just keep them. And he says, maybe I'll just get it. I'll keep them. Don't worry. And now, where are we? So he has, I think his Yager 10. I think he got a Gretzky 9, unfortunately, but most of the others are 10s.
Yeah,
most part. And I'm sitting there going, hey, Stephen, what cards do you got? Because he's 29 now.
Yeah.
So
with a lot of those sets, it was law of averages, though. Like if you open enough product, you'd be like, no, you can get.
That was
You know
yourself
what's funny?
it's a nice set, I have to say.
It is.
So there was a bookshop in my hometown, bookshop / comic
Toronto?
in Kingston. And they were selling Premier, and you had to special order the box and pay for it in advance before you could get the box. And it was like the hot product back then. I remember saving up all my money. I don't remember how much it cost, but I got that first box of Premier and bringing it home and cracking it. I'll never forget that.
You had to go to a bookstore. You didn't have a card shop in Kingston.
They opened years later.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There was one downtown called Legends of the Game. No, Legends or something like that. I can't remember. But I couldn't get downtown, so I had to stay in my end of town. Right, there was a bookshop in my end of the town, so that was how I got that box.
Nice.
I was watching Wonder Woman 84 yesterday, and the only thing I could think of in a whole movie. This is terrible. A whole movie. I was like, I would do anything to go back then and buy cards. The whole movie was all I thought about.
That's all we dream about.
The movie, I go, I love the movie. But I honestly, she's like, what did you like? What was the favorite part? And I'm like, fuck. The only thing I can remember is wanting to go back and buy cards.
Could you imagine like watching a movie with me? It's like anything that's a period piece that's like within the 1900s. It's like, oh my god, I could have gone back and bought those cards. This movie set in 1952. I could have bought all those manuals.
I won't lie. I am that guy that when I watch a period movie, like in the 80s, I always like, if I only had bought those cards.
I like the movies with like that movie Time Machine with I can't remember his name. It was a really intriguing movie.
Hot Tub Time Machine?
Well, that one too, I really liked. The Time Machine was with it was, I don't know, about 10, 12 years ago. I forget who was in it. Anyways, it was about this guy going back in time, and he started back in the 20s and he invented a time machine anyways. But you're always thinking, oh, wow, this is just, where would you go? What would you do? Would you have any money? What would you have to do?
Yeah.
I got a lighter. Here, this works. Yeah, $50.
Just crazy. It's like
load up.
And my mom to this day, she never, like when we talk about that Gretzky stuff, every time I bring it up, the first thing we're doing, I'm like, don't even go there. Just don't go there. Just don't talk. Just leave it alone. Because I remind him, like, you could have had them all. You had the whole stack in your hand.
Would you have kept them though?
Easily. I kept everything. I'm a hoarder. I have so many cards. It's not even funny.
All 50?
I would have kept them all.
But you sell stuff too.
I do, but that's stuff that I don't have any emotional attachment to. That one I would have.
All 50 of them?
I would have kept them all. Easy.
Interesting.
So then you never sell them anyways because you keep everything. You're a hoarder.
Yes, that's true. I have actually
should have no value. Yeah.
So in theory, they're never worth more than $25. I don't care what they're selling for in auction. It's like, I mean,
whatever
floats your boat. $25 forever.
Whatever floats your boat. I'm just giving you the answer that's the honest truth.
And I know I believe you, Ameet, but this has always been a conversation that I like having with some folks. I go, dude, I don't care what it is on paper. Until you sold it, it's worthless. It's a piece of cardboard until you sell it. It's literally a piece of cardboard. It's millions of dollars. Cool. Then sell it for $1 million, and then it's $1 million. Until then, it's $25. That's what. By the way,
Hot Tub Time Machine. I laughed so hard in that movie, the entire movie, that I had to watch it twice just to remember parts I missed.
I love that movie so much, and even the second one I still liked.
There's a second one? Oh my lord! I gotta go find it.
Yeah. It came out quite a few years ago now.
Oh man, I'm out of touch.
Yeah. So if you had the case of 800, been a case of Gretzky rookies, you would never sell them?
No, I wouldn't. I'm telling you the truth. This is how I am. Like
you're a denier. A denier.
I would not.
People's pleasure.
So basically, there are certain products, like pretty much from when I was a kid till like probably 1990. Those products, I still have all the cards I broke in the boxes. They're nothing good there, but it's like they're all in crappy shape. But I kept every single one because they have emotional attachment to me. Like it's for me. After 90 and then like 91 onwards or 92 onwards, I sell those like no problem. Okay. But when I was a little kid, that's the emotional attachment. Yeah, the stupidest thing in the world you'll hear from me is, yes, I would have kept that vending case and be stuck on my shelf somewhere, and I would never gotten rid of it.
You would never open it to sell any of them?
I wouldn't.
Would PSA even grade 800? Would they take that case?
If you sent them in a submission, I wouldn't see why not. Like it would, like business is business, right? Because I think now you'd have to, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ameet, the problem is if you submit it, let's say, for example, you did have a gigantic group of Gretzky rookies, like a whole ton of them. You'd have to then put them at the appropriate level to correspond with something resembling market price, and then or they'd upcharge you later.
Yeah.
So you'd have to put it in. So the submission fees on that would be off the charts
Yeah.
because the
It'll
price
cost
point,
you-
yeah, the value you'd have to put on it would be pretty high. So you'd have to put it at that level, and they'd be kind of expensive.
You
My
sell
bill is
3
high
first
now.
and then go PSA and pay them off. But yeah. Well, I think anyways, I can't go too far into it. So
I have hoarding. Right. I don't have any Gretzky's that I'm
It
hoarding.
was
I
Terry.
want
It
to
was
hoard
Terry
them.
who it was Terry who has the 75.
Yeah, he wants 99 of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like he'd be the one who legitimately is hoarding them.
Yeah, I don't have any hoarding on that. Like 91 Pro set, I'm sure I've hoarded a few million bucks of those.
So when he was giving his monologue earlier about like streamlining his what he meant was outside of the warehouse with 50 million cards, mostly 1990,
You'd be
91
surprised,
Pro
though.
set.
I've streamlined quite a bit. Like I had see these metal racks here. I used to have 4 or 5 of them full in the house. Now I'm down to 2. It's just slowly as I get older, I whittle them down to my goal. I'll be honest with you, to get down to less than 1,000 cards in my house.
I was about to say, but I believe you. But the thing is, in your house is a wonderful caveat. This is very similar to when my parents tell me they're cleaning their house, and all they really did was move it from one room to another. And I was like, you didn't actually get rid of anything. You actually just moved it from one room to. It's like
No, you
didn't
can ask,
clean. You didn't clean.
You can come see Barry as my witness.
Uh-huh.
He has received many a shipment from me.
Wow, Comsey Barry is your witness. Goodness.
He's my witness. He's
Okay.
seen what I've shipped to him to sell it on Compsy. So Zarly Zalapkia, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. He
I
played
appreciate
Pittsburgh,
both names
too.
start with Z. I appreciate that.
He played with Pittsburgh, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
He was a defenseman, right? A Palfy, man, all the way. I'm gonna hoard Palfies. If I get a PSA 10 of that, look at it.
I'm glad you guys got a player that you collect. So
Who do you collect, Bobby?
I don't. Because of the knickknacks I collect. I just
This is important.
this is very important.
Absolutely.
Trinkets.
I get on little themes. Shaq passed away, so I got a lot of his very rare collectibles. I don't want his common stuff. Cards I can just buy. It's about finding and chasing and discovering the tougher stuff. So I try to put those things together, and I put a nice little display up, and I'll keep it for a year or two, or someone will offer me money on it, and I'd sell it, and then I start somebody else. Or I have 2 or 3 going on, or a lot of NHL team logo related items. Those are the kind of things that stimulate me. So I don't really get off on one player. Leaf fans, so I do like the guys from the 70s and the 80s. But otherwise, there's no focus on one player.
Go ahead.
Just quick segue for Chris. Show me that PSA 10.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I like this comment because it plays into what I said a second ago. So they cleaned the garage of the house, just moved out, cleaned it for 20 years. That's been my favorite running theme whenever I go back to the house because my parents just live a couple blocks down. I've lived in this neighborhood for a lifetime. So when I go down there, that's the house I've lived in starting at 92 until I moved out years ago. So when I go over, it's the same house. So when I walk in, my dad's been cleaning his garage since 1992 when we moved in. It's like, so how many decades into the cleaning process are you as far as this is concerned? It's like, it will never happen. It's like, he's like, oh no, I'm going to start getting rid of my dad is in no condition to use any of his like big power tools and stuff. He'll use the small tools for stuff around the house. I go, so why do you need a power saw? You're not going to be cutting a bunch of wood and doing a bunch of these things anymore. Those are not projects you're going to take on. He goes, well, someday I might need them. It's like, really?
Someone might want to borrow one.
That's basically what it's become. He is the repository of tools for the neighborhood. He has the collection, so that when they go, it's like, hey Carlos, do you have? So it's Carlos Senior. It's like, Carlos, do you have like this thing, this exotic power tool? He goes, oh yeah, I got 3 of them. He just pulls it right off the rack, and I was like, really, dude? You're a hardware store, is what you are.
It's true though. There are people who just reshuffle, right, and they consolidate, but they just consolidate the same amount in the same different boxes, right?
I'll walk in their living room and it'll look really nice and everything. And my mom is like, oh, we cleaned the living room. And I go, great. Which other room is it in? If I go to the other room and open the door and a bunch of that junk falls out, it's like, so which room is it? Which other room did you just put it in? Or did you put it in the garage? Or did you shuffle it from the garage back to the third bedroom? Or how did you play it?
Well, I used to be really bad, man. Like I used to have a lot of cards. It was bad. Like it got to a point where it was stupid. So then I realized, I gotta sitting in boxes. I'm not gonna do anything with it. Just get rid of it.
Mm. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, we would just we'd moved a lot. So every time we would move, the cards would kind of disappear. They get to be a year or two old. Your mother says, "Do you want these?" Nah, it's okay. Don't worry. I just got rid of them. So I never really kept anything. The only thing I ever kept was a 70 SO Power Play album. It's the only thing that got left over, unfortunately. But I've acquired things so many over the years, comic books and what have you. So,
yep. So let me grab this one real quick here.
Sure.
He's like, how many screws does he have? Most of his screws are loose, but if you're referring to the ones in the garage, he's got tens of thousands probably. All kinds. But most of his screws have been loose for some time. And he also lost all the marbles. Yeah. My favorite part is that he'll look for a tool in his garage, which I know he has. He'll make reference to some obscure tool. And it's like, I know for a fact that's in the garage. I've been around. It's like, I know you got it somewhere in there. But if he doesn't find it within like a couple of hours, then he'll go to the hardware store and buy another one. Because he must add to the hoard. It's like, I was like, cool.
I remember our this obscure to my father-in-law also has a lot of knickknacks around the house. No offense, Billy, Bubby. But he actually had a doorknob. We broke the doorknob, and he actually had an extra one. I'm like, wow. Like you actually saved me a trip to the hardware store. So those kind of knickknacks, Bobby, not your knickknack. Your knickknacks are much more cooler.
Yeah, Paul C had a good comment. His grandmother grew up in the Depression, and they always said that, hey, you never know when you'll use that.
Yeah, I like to use that excuse, but my dad literally just loves tools. Like it's basically it's the Tim Taylor from Home Improvement. He basically is that. Now here's the thing. With full disclosure and full respect for him, he knows how to use all of them. In his day, he could build and take engines and things. He could take them apart and put them back together. So it's like, he knows how to do it. He liked to tinker with motorcycles. Was his big thing he liked to do. So that was his thing that was fun for him. And he would do it in the garage and just tinker thing. And then when you did need to do something around the house, he redid the bathroom in my mom's house completely from top to bottom and did everything to studs and put everything back. And it's good as new. And it's been like that for years. But he can't do it anymore. So that's kind of my point to him. It's like, look, you're 66 and you had both your lungs replaced. You're not doing any physical labor. It ain't happening. So the tools are there as a memory of a time when you used to do that. It's like, no, you can hammer a nail if you want. That's about as far as we'll let you go.
So did you end up growing up with motorcycles, Carlos?
Well, I had motorcycles around me. I was just never a motorcycle guy. It wasn't my thing. My dad loved, because he would take an old motorcycle and then basically take it apart, put it back together, and then he'd ride it for a couple of years, get bored of it, sell the motorcycle, buy a new fixer-upper motorcycle, and then take that one apart, put it back together, and do it, and rinse and repeat the process.
Sounds like my collecting habits.
Yeah.
Sounds like mine too.
I drove motorcycles for 25 years, so.
Yeah. He always, but it was a fun thing I told him, it's like, I don't even think it's the motorcycles that you enjoy. I think it's the taking it apart and putting it back together, building it up, fixing it up. This is your project. This is what you're going to do.
There are people I know. Sorry, go ahead, Bobby.
No, I would just say that's his hobby.
Yeah,
we all have hobbies,
yeah.
And actually, it's very important that people have something to do, because otherwise you're standing out there watering the concrete, as I used to say. Because you ever see those old guys who, they're trying to get the dirt out of the concrete on there. They got nothing else to do all day.
Yeah.
Just got to stay out of their house while their wife goes, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Yeah. The thing is, the garage was where he would go hang out, and he'd always have a project going. So if my mom came to Bob and goes, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go fix the yard," he'd be off doing that and be like, "Yep, I see what you're doing. I see what's going on."
Absent makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Well, they've been married almost 40 years, so apparently something's working for them. So yeah. There you go.
You were going to say Ameet. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I lost my train of thoughts. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no worries. No, Mike, we're not even close. We're not going to get to the record.
Holy cow, we're at 2 hours and a half hours. We're overtime, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, yeah. we are for the times you've been here, Ameet, but let's be fair. Like last week, we literally went over 5. So don't worry, Mike. We're nowhere near. Like, don't even worry about it.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we'll be all right. We're having a little bit of fun with this one, but But that is the thing, though. To your point, Bobby,
We were talking about cards at end of year, and we went to. What are we talking about now?
we were talking about hobbies, and that was an offshoot of the. We were talking about the whole Gretzky thing, the populations and everything, and then we ended up talking about some other hobbies and things, and that's kind of how that led into it. Exactly.
We're not going to beat 5 hours. We're gonna have to wind this down soon.
You know what'll probably happen, Bobby, is at some point Jeremy will be like, "Hey, oh, come on." Dave will come on. Ameet will give up, and then we'll hit 5 hours.
6 this time.
You can be here for part 1, Ameet. Don't worry, you don't have to stick around for part 2.
All I know, I just hope no one gets like. Have you like listening to Amish Dave? I don't know how you can talk for 5 hours, man.
You'd be surprised how easy it is because you're not talking about the same thing the whole time.
It really is. Yeah, there's diversity that we all have. We all take turns.
Like if you go,
next time we actually meet in person, we're gonna all carry around like a microphone just so we get used to each other and talk.
Yeah, maybe
we'll get the booths that'll have the square. Yeah. It's like you'll only be able to see people from the waist up.
Just the cutout. Just get that cutout. I was telling Jeremy, like just
we'll all get booths that are like facing each other, and then we'll like yell at each other across the aisleway.
Yeah, you're on mute.
You guys would be proud of me. I even bought some basketball.
Oh my goodness!
What'd you buy?
Yeah, what'd you get?
It was 2001. Vince Carter, Mr. Big chocolate bar unopened box.
Oh really?
Oh wow!
Interesting.
Actually, he won the slam dunk contest, and he's on the box. I can't see in the box because it's actually still sealed. And I looked on eBay. I looked over the whole internet. I can't even find a wrapper. It's like very exclusive offer. Must have been so. And it still smells good.
Okay.
I've eaten the gum from the 70s and 60s and 50s because we've opened packs at our booth from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. You know, we were opening Gretzky packs when they were $150. We were just doing pack wars at our booth. Mm-hmm. And Grant, he pulled a Gretzky. He pulled a Gretzky rookie, and I think he got it graded. It was a 7. So there you go. There's your healthy average, right? 7. Yeah,
I don't doubt it. I would actually love to see. To the point that we were making earlier, I would legitimately love to see what would happen if if somebody was a big buyer, like a lot of like quality raw cards, and they did decide to go and send a bunch in, even if none came back 10s, even if you came back with a lot of 7s, 8s, and 9s, I would love to see what that would look like. Now, mind you, that would still necessitate selling it, because again, you could have all that, but just have it sitting in your warehouse is not going to change anything. It's not going to matter. It'll exist. It'll be in the pop report, but it won't change what you're seeing. The perception is the important part. If you go on eBay and can never find a 9, then it's rare. There's going to be 1,000 of them, but if you never see it, it's rare. If it never comes up for auction, that's the important part.
But any given day, it was sort of, because I was collecting wax packs in the 90s and 2000s. You were one box away from a big price shift and change.
Hey, Mike, what's going on?
How are you?
But any given day, it was sort of, because I was collecting wax packs.
You have to mute us, otherwise we'll hear ourselves twice.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing.
I'm hearing myself box away from. Anyway, so so you were always one box away. So if you had let's say you found a 66 Bobby Orr pack, you'd be like, what do you sell that for? What could you sell it for? And what do you sell it if you found a box? How do you even determine the price? It's a tough thing.
Point. You want to say something, Mike? Go ahead. Oh, you can't hear us?
2.
This is charades now.
2 words. I can hear you 2 times.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
You have to just mess around with your settings a little bit.
Determine the price. It's a tough thing.
I might leave and come. I might leave and come back in.
Yeah, works for me.
Seems to be the trick. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
But that was always the case. It's like we always tried to determine, and I think I broke it down this way. So if you take what a 7 of Bobby Orr is worth, and you understand that there's, how many cards in a pack? There's 4. How many cards in a set, and how many packs are out there? And if you had a box, what do you sell a box for? The potential to get out of the 4 cards a Bobby Orr.
I think with a lot of those boxes now, and it's the same thing with the modern. The box has outstripped the likelihood of what you could pull.
Yes,
because again, even using a modern example, I use the Prism 2018 football. When Lamar Jackson was super hot, the box was $1,700. You pull a Lamar and it's a PSA 10, that's not $1,700.
No, but the potential to get a 10.
Yeah, but it'd be the potential to get a 10. Plus, if any of the other decent players in it, you pull one of those, maybe that's
Sure.
a 10. But you'd have to like hit over and over again. Like one card is not going to carry you. So the price of it exceeds the one card. You'd have to hit it in addition to something else.
You would definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So the box itself is actually worth more. Sealed.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, to a degree. Depends on the year, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
There's that
'Cause some are different than others.
there's that booth at Expo that always had. What was the booth at Expo, Bobby, that had all the unopened packs?
My booth?
More than sports
Was
card?
it yours? That
No.
yours?
Well, Jason Martin, he sold
Yeah.
a lot of packs.
He
We had
has
a lot
a
of
lot.
packs at our booth. We had the 50s and we had the older stuff and the
I
rare.
always would walk by and say, I just want to buy one pack. Just once. Just
Why didn't you?
I don't know. I just never thought. I was always looking for other cards. So I just wish I'd done that.
Any
I
year in
probably can't do that
particular,
now.
or the Gretzky rookie year specifically? Or
Oh
anything
no, it
else?
wasn't. It was any old vintage pack. I wasn't zeroing on any particular brand, or year. But
All right, Mike,
Yeah.
how's it sound now?
Now we're good. Now we're
Oh.
good.
I don't know why on the first shot it seems to be an issue. It's weird.
Yeah, I had to just go back out and re-enter, and it's fine now.
Sounds
Hello,
good.
everybody.
So this is Mike Canadian Cards. He was chatting a little bit earlier.
Hey, Mike.
Cool, man.
Nice to
How
meet
are
you.
ya? Nice to meet you guys. I was making that comment because I didn't know 5 hours was the record, or 5+ hours was the record.
526 right now is the record. 526
Wow.
is the record.
I left, came back, and I was like, oh, they're still on.
Yeah. Last Sunday we did 521, and I was looking at the clock and I was like, we're not breaking the record tonight. We're not doing it. It's like, I'm stopping it right here. We're not doing
how
it.
many people are watching?
Right now, you mean?
Yeah,
I
21.
can't. 21.
still a healthy crowd.
Yeah.
Even when we were winding down at 5 hours, there were still people watching. I mean, that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing, people hang out.
At the virtual show.
Yeah.
The show was over,
Yeah.
and there were like 30 people in my booth.
Yeah.
I was like crazy.
And over at Jeremy's, they were after. This is a while after the show ended. There was a guy who came on and was opening some vintage packs.
Oh,
He was
really?
just kind of he was literally hanging out after the show had officially ended. He was opening vintage packs on it because it was it was basically a live stream, but it was a live stream you had to be in it. So it's like, so if you were hanging out, he was literally opening vintage pack. He goes, I'll open this one. He was literally just hanging out. It was just exciting.
Going how far back?
I want to say like the early
What
80s. He
is
definitely opened it.
vintage? What is your vintage? You know?
That's a good question.
What sport?
Let's do
Vintage.
hockey in this case because that was mainly what he was doing.
Pre-89 is vintage to that degree.
I agree.
Vintage.
I agree. Once the Sakic year ended, I think everything past is or before is vintage.
Okay.
Just because it's the wax card. It's the wax card, it's the wax wrapper,
Yeah.
Then everything got into upper deck and foil packaging, and I don't know, it's just something about that era, the mass produce, where it didn't seem like there wasn't a crush in the 80s and 70s, and going less and less each year, probably going backwards.
It's a 90-91 upper deck foil packs. Those are annoying to open. I remember
Yeah.
that.
They are, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you have
Thin
your chip
snips.
big enough to you could just pinch the top
Yeah,
to open it? And I remember, like, I used to help a card store sort,
right.
and to rip open boxes of that, your hands would fingers would hurt.
Yeah.
So to
And
answer
then-
your question, Mike, he opened a pack of 80, 81 tops.
Okay.
In
So
addition
the
to some other ones from the early and mid 80s.
East-West hockey set.
That was the weirdest.
They did, yeah. They
Yeah.
doing
Base
something
set goes to here, and then they went east, and then they went west. It's like, what were you guys? And then they didn't do cards for 2 years,
different.
stickers. But I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. Does anybody know what happened? I always ask that question.
In that 80s range? It's a good question.
The 82, 83. Yeah, that they didn't do any cards, only OPG.
Yeah.
Um,
'Cause
They did
wasn't it-
stickers, but they didn't do cards.
Didn't they came back in the
Oh, they were
84,
back
like the Iserman year, right?
Yeah, and that was the only cello pack I said vintage
Mm-hmm.
that they had. So, and then they had the gum was wrapped with a
Right.
comic
Yeah.
that year too. Very, very interesting I've tried to talk to people from Tops or who knew the Tops. I know most of the peachy people, so that could find that out. But with Tops, it's very difficult to get that information. So I don't know what happened.
No, it was definitely 2 years of absentia for the hockey, and like you said, doing the stickers. I don't know why. Maybe they just felt that there wasn't a market enough for it. I mean, is that also what year did they stop the basketball? Wasn't there a couple of years in the 80s that they stopped producing basketball?
Yeah, poor basketball. They got beat up over the decades there. We're in, we're out. And some great issues too, and they just.
And then Fleer came in '85 to save the day, right?
Yeah. Well, they're in '63, and then just sad.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm actually buying a couple of boxes of Sakic rookie year Tops just to open for fun.
Why does everybody like Tops better? Why is it worth more?
It's there's less of it out. Jeremy knows the history of it, but there's less
of a print run.
Yeah.
So there's 10 billion. There's only 8 billion.
Yeah.
Jeremy mentioned it on the show, and I can't remember. And I believe someone else actually corroborated. But there's a lot less Sakic Tops rookies than there are OPG rookies. So I decided to. The killer is I actually owned a couple of Tops Sakic rookies when I was younger, and I got rid of them. So
do you think that's rumor or hearsay, popular opinion, more than it is actual factual truth? Because
I don't know.
OPG Premier was short printed. Did anybody ever hear that? No.
That's why I had to buy that box. It was short printed.
It's so short printed. Everyone can have 2 cases.
Yes.
Everyone can have 2 cases.
Everyone in Canada.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
And parts of Michigan.
And a little bit of there.
Parts of Michigan. That's
a lot of them are Windsor.
So there's 17 PSA Tops Sakics out of 1100 graded PSA 10.
There's 17.
So
look at this next 3 hours.
So I'm just catching up a couple of the comments because of the like.
So what is worth more, an 89 Tops wax box or 89 OPG wax box?
Wax Tops.
Because
I'm trying to buy one now. Oh, actually, I'm going to be buying 2.
How many packs in those cards? How many packs in those boxes?
Let me go look it up again.
36.
I think they're both
36.
What's OPG? 48.
Yeah.
How many cards in the set?
396
in the OPG.
Yes.
How many in the Tops?
Not sure.
And
conversely, when you were talking about the Sakic being worth more, does that mean the Leech is worth more? The Flurry, are they in that? Are some of those?
They'd have to be.
Well, but
because
sometimes
worth more.
If Tops does half the amount, maybe they did 198 in the set. Maybe some of those guys like Linden and Flurry and those guys may not be. They didn't make the grade in the top set. I don't know.
Should be. Jeremy just put it in here. 236 PSA 10 OPG Sakics, and there's only 17 PSA 10.
Now here's an important question, an important distinction, because those are the numbers. That's reality. That's what it is.
Right.
But the question is, for a long time, because I remember the Tops used to be the more expensive one. And a lot of times the decision to sending something for grading was based on the pricing.
Mm-hmm.
If they had been equivalently priced, would the amount in terms of PSA 10 for both be similar, or would it still be skewed that heavily into OPG?
Exactly.
Because that's really the question that I would pose. It's because a lot of times it's not like they weren't. It's not that actually that they weren't available. It's just that they weren't worth enough for people to bother sending them in. And then if they started to bring them in the same volume, would we get a similar ratio? Would it even out again?
Yeah, that's fair. Fair.
That's always the number one thing when I say Pops is that I say, I will not question the number because it is what it is.
Right.
But then I ask, if the price goes up enough, though, are you now incentivized to send it in, which means there will be more 10s just naturally.
So there's 100 PSA 10 leeches.
Okay. And then conversely too, I don't know, was OPG, I can't remember, but were they on their game enough, or did the 89 OPG still have the rough cut compared to the Tops, which was traditionally better? Was there some quality control involved in by
Not
89?
not then. They were pretty much fine.
Yeah, I feel
So
like by
then-
then they were pretty clean. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So they had to be. That's the reason why there's 236 O-Pee-Chee 10s.
So I
I
haven't.
know.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, and I know for some of the older rookies that is a consideration, the rough cut. My understanding is PSA does give some, I don't want to say leeway, but some grace because of the
Leeway is the real word though. Like
Yeah.
they take into account the technology of the time and the fact that a lot
Right.
of them came back that way.
right. Yeah. No, fair enough.
So the question here I have is, so if there is 330 cards in the set,
Okay.
and in O-Pee-Chee set, and there's 198 in the tops,
Hmm.
so you get more cards, and there's 48 packs in a top in an O-Pee-Chee box, and there's 36 packs in a tops box. Which is your best value? Anybody got a calculator?
It's an interesting question. Yeah.
Mhm.
Because a lot of these things are left to rumor and hearsay, and so like O-Pee-Chee Premier's a short print, and then they're everywhere. I just went,
Yeah.
Well,
where did this come from?
you're making a good point, Bobby, that I like to hit on real quick. And this is something that I have a discussion with some folks about. Sometimes when people look at the current version of the hobby and they say, okay, we're in the overproduction, I go, well, we're not for two reasons. One, because the overproduction was like real overproduction. Like people could have tried to do the run on retail that they're doing right now, and you'd still have more retail. As soon as you clear the shelf, somebody else would refill it. Like almost immediately.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm going to go put 10 more cases. You want to empty the shelf again? I will grab another 10 cases and refill it again. And we'll keep doing this all day as long as you can carry it out the door.
Don't have
That
to
was
wait
the
for.
overproduction.
Didn't need to wait for MJ
No.
Holding to restock.
No, they would be like, we can do this all day,
They're
sir.
just pumping out skids into the aisle.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah,
Take
that
what
was the
you want.
overproduction era.
Yeah.
The second part,
Where-
to Bobby's point, go ahead.
I have a question, Bobby. Where would you find vending cases? Like instead of buying box, I'd rather buy a vending case. So where would I find that?
I
Today?
don't
Like,
understand.
where would I go look for one? Actually, I'm just asking that.
You're looking for a vending case?
Yeah.
eBay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There's some. If you want to find an '89 vending case,
You
Have
should
at
have
it.
you should have a little trouble with that.
Have at it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I think
all I was
that's
gonna
the difference between the O-Pee-Chee. Sorry, Carlos. The O-Pee-Chee. That's why there is more O-Pee-Chee out there due to the vending cases that O-Pee-Chee did, and the tops did not as much. They did those 500 count or whatever, and Peachy. I don't know how many vending cases I've seen.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah. So all I was going to say is kind of to Bobby's point. If you tried to pull that stunt with the 9091 O-Pee-Chee Premier today, you could say, oh, yeah, they're short printed. Great. I've got a picture here on social media with 5,000 cases.
Yeah.
So how short printed is it? It's like, I went to my card store and they have 100 cases.
Yeah.
So as soon as you try to pull that stunt, somebody would then go on social media and immediately
it's fact
debunk you.
checkers.
They would debunk you like
Yeah.
within 4 seconds.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because they're looking for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to pull. So the card manufacturers, and I made this point previously, the card manufacturers got smart. There's another way to do it, because I'll use the basketball example. Good old Chronicles is a set that it's like, oh yeah, so inside you can open packs and pull all these different designs and different things. Yep, that's the part. That's the design. That's the way they do it. Here's a cool thing. When you go and open that set, so basketball, for example, you open that box, you could pull like 30 Zion rookies, and they're all different designs. So instead of printing 30 copies of the same Zion rookie and, oh my God, overproduction, but they're different designs. But I still pulled 30 of them. There's a ton. And they go, yeah, but they're different designs. So it's not the same thing.
Right.
It's not like I kept printing the flagship. No. You see, you got it in this design, you got it in Zion in this design, Zion in this design, Zion.
Yeah.
So wait, how many did you end up printing? So you didn't print 10 million of one, you printed 500,000 of 30 designs.
Right.
You want a calculator?
Yeah. Exactly.
What did you actually do? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
No.
that's all I'm throwing out at you guys. It's like, just bear in mind that there is a way. Now, the cool part is by doing that, you send it in for grading or whatever. Each label is going to show the different designs. So
Yeah.
it's not like it's the same. It's going to appear on a different line of the pop report. It's going to be separated out.
Absolutely.
But you accomplish the same thing. You were able to
Yeah.
give tons of people versions of Zion. and without being accused of overproducing one specific one.
Yeah.
It's
And
brilliant.
it really is. And I mean, it's brilliant to the point where it's brilliant for them,
Mhm.
not so brilliant for the consumer, right?
No.
Because it's like sucker born every day. Was something I wanted to touch on too. When I got in the first time and I was getting the double sound, I heard you guys talking about being at the expo, opening Gretzky packs, and I remember those days. I used to set up at the expo, and my last one was '93, and then I just said the year Brian Taylor was in the Topps Gold Factory set was the last expo I set up at, and after that I just put everything away, and came back to it years later. But I remember seeing Pack Wars happening at the expo, and those were, whether I tend to believe it or just kind of turned a blind eye, there was probably some tampering with packs back in the day, but it wasn't as probably prevalent as it would be today with wax, I'm sure. The resealing with the iron and the wax paper trick and all that kind of stuff. I remember looking for the Joe Montana on Pack Wars and paying $10 a pack, and I think someone won something with an Art Monk rookie, and it was like, oh, second biggest one, great. But there was nothing else besides Monk and Montana. So,
So
I just bought the Joe Montana rookie last year.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
It was one of those ones that I wanted to get badly.
And you know what? I picked mine up at the National in Chicago in 2019. Picked it up in a 7. Paid $80 for it, and truly it is what they say at the National. Whatever prices you see, they're next year's discounts, because I remember being at the National seeing PSA 10 trout updates for 900 US, and aren't they like 4,000 now or something, 4,000 or 5,000 now for a trout?
If not, they were there for a little stretch, because there was also
Right.
like a little peak and then a little drop off.
Yeah.
Where it's held at a still high price.
Yeah.
So for a lot of those cards, that's what happened.
Yeah.
But it always became interesting. It's that I almost feel the need to we don't even have to go back as far as like the early 90s.
No.
I like to have fun, because you guys probably remember when the home run chase was happening in '98. The McGuire rookies went off for a period of time.
I was absent from the hobby. Okay. I followed the chase, so I didn't know about the hobby.
So I was there. So I was around, and I was paying attention at that time. And one of my buddies at the time was a guy who was a longtime collector who had been. He had a closet, and it was his card closet. And in the card closet, he had vending cases of 85 tops.
Wow.
Unsealed boxes of 85 tops. He had like 30 McGuire rookies. So then in 1998, he goes, very well. He's just like, y'all can have it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because he's like, I have cases, plural.
Yeah.
And I'm just a guy.
Yeah.
I have an uncut sheet.
Yeah, but the thing is, from his perspective, he's like, these aren't rare.
Yeah.
These aren't rare at all. Like I have cases, plural. And I'm just a dude.
It's the flavor, right?
Yes.
So that's what's going to drive it. What's hot right now? What's everyone following? And that, like I said, I was out of the hobby at that time, had stored everything away. But I remember in '98, that was huge news. That was the news in the sports world at that time. Because no one ever thought it was going to happen.
Yeah, and I can tell you those PSA 10s were little pops back then. Because nobody sent them in. It was the McGuire rookie. It was like, why bother?
Right.
Well, that population, if you go back to look at when that the amount of submissions probably hit its apex, was probably around 98, 99. Was probably when most of the McGuire rookies PSA 10s in circulation today probably came into existence around 98, 99.
Yeah, it makes sense. And when for being out of the hobby, when did PSA get on the scene for their, because I think
91.
It was 91, because I do remember at my last expo in 93, I remember them either set up at the expo or had a Canadian guy there. Is something Platinum Production?
Platinum Promotions? They're still there.
Len Potty.
Are
Yeah.
they a PSA dealer?
They're
for
a
Canada?
they're a dealer. They call it PSA Canada is what they call themselves because they're
Okay.
just a very big volume submitter.
Is
I've
he
done
an-
business with
he's
them. They're actually pretty good.
East Coast guy?
Nova Scotia, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was at the National last year. There was only
He's
one
at
guy
the
with
National all the time.
and he just had like plastic sheets over all these hockey
That's
cards. And
why,
I'm like, wow, this is the only guy with hockey. I was going down for some of the things that I was rarely seeing up here, some older vintage stuff, but he was the only guy with hockey. He was busy because
He's got
some
he's got
hockey.
some good quality stuff. I
He
bought
does.
some things from him. Now
Yeah.
sometimes his prices are reflective of that. So
Right.
you have to be picky about what you pick up from him. But I've done a little
Sure.
business with him, and also they're really good with the grading because I
Right.
can hand them all the stuff. They'll quickly look over everything, make sure everything's good, take it all in. And I had one time where I submitted for the fall expo.
Yeah.
And the thing was going to carry over to the holiday season. And
Sure.
he gave me a call and he goes, "Hey, listen, so I've got your stuff. We're ready to send it out to you, but it's the Christmas rush. Do you want me to hang on to it just a little longer, and then I'll send it to you right after the New Year, and you'll probably get it back a little quicker?" And I go, "No, thanks for asking. I appreciate it. Yeah, hang on to
Great-
it a little bit.
great
Got it right
customer
after, almost at
service.
the beginning of the year.
Yeah, it's great customer service.
Yeah, I couldn't complain.
Yeah.
It's
fantastic.
funny. Out of all the plastic, he has no graded cards he ever sells,
Very
Well,
early.
and
So-
that's great because it's not a conflict of interest. Well, not that it
No.
really would be, but I mean,
No.
we kind of look at another issue. I just wanted to get back to our 89 discussion. Maybe it was my discussion. So I determined that there's 12 cards in each pack of 89 tops, and there's 36 in a box. So you get 432 cards. There's 198 in a set. You're almost getting two sets. Well, you're getting two sets plus. So, but in the O-Pee-Chee, you only get 7 cards per pack and 48 packs in a box. So you're looking at 336, and a set is 330. Interesting. So your biggest bang for your buck is actually the tops,
Right.
and the tops get
doesn't
more
surprise me.
value.
Yeah,
But the
that
tops
doesn't
get
surprise
more
me.
value. But there's more cards in the set. So, as a collector, I would go for the 330 rather than 198 because there'd probably be a lot of players that I like in that set. And I don't know who stands out in that set. I'm just kind
Oh,
of
you've got
There's Leech.
no
there's
in
Flurry.
beyond in the extra 100 and 130.
Yeah.
32.
Well, I mean, there's some top guys in the O-Pee-Chee that someone, Carlos, you put a comment on earlier that someone put up there. There's no Theo Fleury rookie card in the top set. So I'm wondering, is there a Trevor Linden? Is there a Kirk McLean? Is there
Yeah, it's this
Shane McCourt? Yeah, there it is. So you might get more bang for your buck out of the tops with the Leech Sakic, but I tend to agree with the O-Pee-Chee because you're getting more cards. You're probably getting more common guys. Your Gaetan Duchesnes and likes of the world.
A lot of it
Robert.
really depends on the kind of collector you are, because that's
Right.
I always make that separation where if you're a set collector, you kind of enjoy having, especially if you can open packs.
Yep.
You kind of like the idea of open packs and put together a nice little set. If you
Mhm.
buy a box and you know for a fact it completes a set, it's like that's cool, but it also takes a little of the joy out of it. Like it's one of those things. Like it's almost like, well, in that case, I guess I could have just bought a completed set.
Right.
Would it be that much? Because opening the packs, half the fun is like, okay, well, I'm hoping that the collation goes my way.
Right.
So
But it's-
tops. Sorry, I'll let you
ahead.
finish
Yeah.
yours. So
No, no.
tops box is $149 Canadian average.
149, eh?
Yeah.
A what?
Top.
$149 a box average. What
Is
I
this
found.
on eBay or whereabouts right now?
I did a random search. I did a bunch of
Got it.
stores. And about 149 is the average. So I was thinking about getting a couple boxes just to try my luck.
For $150, I'll be honest with you, I would open a box of that over a lot of things at $150
That's what I'm
right
saying.
now.
Dang.
Right.
So
Right.
many at $25 over
Yeah.
the last few years.
Yeah,
It's just crazy.
Now that's a fair point too, because years back you could have bought that thing for $20 or $30 a box all day long.
All day. And then
I was buying like Donna's Preferred for cheap and stuff.
Well,
back
to be
then.
fair, that was a good price too.
So-
for that product, I liked
For
it.
those who know me at Expo, I crack a lot of the older stuff. Like me and my booth mate Kent, we'll find whatever older wax was around, and we'd crack that.
Right.
But yeah, I never really thought to open this one, but it's basically $149. But I'm saying I wouldn't mind throwing $149 at this.
Yeah.
Try that.
I mean, that seems like a fair price, actually.
For today, it is, because if you do pull the Sakic and it's a good condition Sakic, you're doing all right.
Yeah.
What's a Sakic raw?
Yeah.
The raw, I don't think is going to be too much, Bobby. I'm
No.
pretty sure you can still get the Sakic. pretty cheap raw.
You can't talk about PSA 10s with those cards. It's so hard.
I know.
Well,
but
and
Centering is an issue with those. Cuts aren't, but centering certainly is.
and there's 17 of them, you said, in the pop report of the tops.
Yep.
So yeah,
So I'm saying I'd rather spend $150 on this than 99% of what's out there now.
right. Oh, guaranteed. And
So
it just brings back the era as well too.
So quick
on
question.
set.
I'm going based on, we're talking about the tops one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just looking at recent history. Now, mind you, there's not that many copies, but a tops PSA 9 Sakic sold best offer in November for $251 US
For 9.
for 9. So
Not
you don't
bad.
have to hit the 10 necessarily.
No.
Yeah, but
No,
even
you
at 9 would be tough. I would say.
No, I agree with you, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
you've got a little bit of latitude here. You don't
Buy
have to
the,
hit.
buy the box, send it in, get a 10-9,
Yeah.
come back, sell it, pay your eBay fees.
Yeah.
Even Steven, you need the 10 to make it worth
Yeah.
your. But then there's other cards in the set too, right?
But how many boxes do you buy where you break even?
You don't. It's just about one box at a time, right?
Yeah. You do one at a time and hope each one pays for itself. Is
Yeah.
what you're getting at. Yeah.
Whether you buy
And I mean,
one or 10, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, but I think to like Ameet's point too is I think it's worth it also because were you saying you could almost get or you could get possibly 2 sets out of a box of tops? So chances are you may get
36
one.
packs, right? There's
36
36 packs, and
times
there's
12
30
cards.
per
12
pack.
cards. 12 cards per pack. 432. There's 198%.
Yes.
There you go. So
That's plus 32, 34
I
cards.
should get 2 Sakics out of this box.
right.
2 point what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you get a full set and 2 extra Sakics.
The thing is, it's at least possible that you could, if the collation falls your way.
Yeah.
But the other thing is also this, like how many boxes that we open, if you literally had a box where you could always break even, the price will go up on the box. Like there's no such thing as a box that you break even on every box.
Yeah, true
It
enough.
has to be
Yeah,
priced
exactly.
If that
That's what I was
happened,
thinking
then it's
earlier,
like
right?
increase the price of the box.
I'm sitting there going, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Misconception everyone has.
You have to, but this is believe it or not, this is a conversation I still have with some folks where it's like, guys, there have to be losers for there to be winners.
Absolutely.
The only way this math works is if there are losers. Nobody wants to get the box that loses, but somebody has to. Otherwise, no one will ever win.
Watch the breaks. You'll see.
Yeah.
100%. But that's the truth. And if you hit, like I found from October, one of those PSA 10s for the tops, 2,500 US.
Oh, wow.
So if you hit, you do all right. If you hit, you do just fine.
I
That's
can also
Grand
get
Slam.
Now again, you're asking for it, but
Ameet's in the background shopping.
yeah, exactly.
I'm actually
Wow.
I'm looking
Buying
at
them all up.
So I'm gonna buy one box for sure.
Yeah.
There's 1990 Pro Set Series 1 Stanley Cup hologram. I might try the 2 boxes of that.
Now, is this a good resource, Ameet? Is this somebody that you trust with the boxes? Is that the deal?
It's Pastime Sports. I trust them for sure.
Okay, gotcha.
What's that hologram go for these days?
It's still pretty good. Still pretty good.
300? What was it? I graded though. It's different, right?
Yeah,
Right.
the graded ones go for big bucks.
And it doesn't have to be graded very high. Jeremy
No,
sold
really?
one of those that was graded like a 7 or a 6 or something.
Yeah, just to have it.
Yes.
Just to own it.
Mhm.
You could. The argument could be made. There may not need to grade it.
No.
You know what I mean? Just put it in a one touch and Bob's your uncle. Just leave
I
it.
But it
remember
doesn't hurt. Some people like it in the holder, so it doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
in 2005, I moved to Toronto in 2004, and in 2005 there was a Leaside card show.
Mhm.
I was dying for a card show, so I went to the Leaside card show, and this guy had it for $30. And I remember I was dead broke. Dead broke. I had $26 in my pocket. Right?
Don't tell me you wouldn't take the
You
26.
just take $26. I've always, when I was a kid, it's all I want to do is own this card.
Yeah.
So he's like, he said no. And the guy beside me, he was like, here's $4.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he chipped in and I got the card. But I remember I was like, oh my God, it's right there.
Yeah.
Not budge.
That was a great show, the Lee Side Show.
Yeah, it was.
Way back.
Way back.
Way back.
I remember doing a show, you gentlemen, I don't know if he does the expo still, a guy from Oakville named Bob Boyne. Do you guys know the name?
I know the name, yeah.
You know Bob Boyne?
Yep.
So we did, there's a gentleman in the Simcoe area named Ian Ward who used to do shows.
Yeah.
He still does them, the collector shows at the Ancaster Hall and Woodstock.
Oh,
and
Ian, yeah.
So he used to
blonde hair
run,
guy. Yep.
yeah, he used to run shows pretty regularly, and I would get on and do the circuit. The Zarly Zalapsky rookie. It's right.
For that reference, it needed to be shown. That was
I
important.
need to do another PC.
Wait, was that Pittsburgh or Chicago?
Pittsburgh. I'm pretty sure it was with Pittsburgh.
Was it? Okay. But getting back, so it was the year 92, the Lindros, and you could get 1 gold per pack. 92 tops, I believe it was.
For gold ones, yeah, it'd be 92.
Yeah. And we did a show, one of his shows in Delhi. Johnny Bauer was coming in to sign. There was a snowstorm. Johnny Bauer didn't make it, and nor did about 200 other people. And there might have been 10 or 15 people straggling in, stomping boots, trying to get into the show. Just, hey, we made it.
That's a shame. That's a shame too, because Johnny Bauer never signs. It was
I know,
it's so
terrible.
I think he had a signing like in my backyard, uninvited. He just showed up and started signing.
What?
It was weird.
That might have been one of his first signings to get him on the roll.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He lived in Mississauga for years. I did it through the mail. I'm like, there's no way. I got it back in a week. I got it back in a week.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Straight back. It's like, thanks, Johnny.
I sent out, so I wrote to him and I found 2 Johnny Bauers.
Yeah.
So I wrote a letter to each. I got hate mail from one guy and an autograph from the right guy. The hate mail, I kept the hate mail too. It's like, why would you bother this great man and he doesn't need to sign your cards and leave him alone?
But he signs you should have retorted. He signs everything else.
I have
him and Bobby Hall, man. They sign everything.
I have an AHL. My son has an AHL Hamilton Bulldogs old Ticketmaster with Johnny Bauer's signature on him, because I said, "Oh, that's Johnny Bauer. He played in the Leafs." My son was like, "That old guy?" I go, "Yeah, he played a long time ago."
That's when they won things.
Yeah.
That era.
Ironically, 67. He was on.
You know who?
I know. I'm aware of the reference.
Him and Sawchuk. You should know.
Yeah.
Toronto
Bauer
boy.
was awesome to talk to, and Red Kelly was another favorite to talk to.
Yeah. Red Kelly was a good one.
Red Kelly was one of my favorites to talk to. He had stories for days.
Red Kelly was the one that brought in pyramid power in the 70s when he coached the Leafs.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, there was this craze through the 70s where they used to sell mood rings and pet rocks and all these novelty, like, weird stuff. And there was this thing called pyramid power, and Red Kelly bought into it and was trying to get the Leafs into it, where
it was working too.
It was. They were contributing it to pyramid power, and I'm like as a kid, I'm like, this is a farce. Like, what's going on here? What are you talking about? But it did work for a while, and I don't even know the whole makeup of what it was. You had to sit under a pyramid-shaped cutout or something, and
it was like a plastic thing they had that was a shape of a pyramid. They would put it over their heads, and then they would go play the game, and they would win. It was kind of weird. There's Bauer. He signed a card.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, the rookie.
The rookie.
Yeah.
Well, this is my autograph book. I kept one aside for all the autographs of different players that I met.
Nice.
And so it was good. I sat down with Bauer. We were at a show, and then we talked for about 3 hours. He signed 5 times in here. He goes, "Oh, that looks like me." He kept signing everywhere. Awesome. But he had some great stories, and he's an amazing guy. Sadly missed.
I heard.
And speaking, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there is some hobby sad news. Josh from Leland's had passed away just recently. Yesterday,
really?
I think. I just wanted to get that out there and just let people know. I don't know what they're doing for funeral arrangements or anything, but I mean, he was a hobby icon, I guess.
Yeah.
Started
Wow.
in '85. I wrote an article in him in the last physical expo I think we had. I did an interview with him, asking him what he did and what have you. So, but
Wow.
he's well known around the circuit. So,
Wow.
yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't want to put a damper on anything, guys. I was just wanting to
No, no.
No,
get that out for information.
Good information.
Yeah.
I was getting back to the Johnny Bauer. I heard a story that they named a park across the street from his home after him. If the story's true, and he used to go over to that park and pick up litter every single day, walk around the park and just pick up litter. And I thought to myself, like, you can't get any more Canadian than that. They've named a park after you. It's right across the street from your house. Why, by golly, I'm going to go clean my own park. Never mind these city guys. I'll go pick up the trash myself.
And
God
hundreds
bless
of
this
apologies were given. Why? Who knows? But
Yeah.
hundreds of apologies. Hundreds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Any weird stories you hear about Johnny, they're generally true.
Probably.
Mhm.
Like you think he did that, and you go, yeah, basically he would. He was a great guy.
He was the goalie coach in the, I can't remember if it was the early 80s for the Leafs. And I believe the Leafs were having a rash of sickness in their flu with their team. And they didn't know if Vincent Tremblay, I think, was a goalie with the Leafs, maybe in the 80s.
I got a stick of his.
Do you? And he was the last one. And they said, he's sick, but we're not sure if he's going to go. And they said, who's going to don the pads if he can't? And they said, Johnny Bauer. And he hadn't been on the ice in 16 years. And I remember watching that game thinking, this is going to be fantastic. Like this, 60-something-year-old man's going to come out with the pads. But then, the team comes out and it's Tremblay. And I was like, oh, that's kind of disappointing. I wanted to see Bauer in the pipes,
He was old playing with the Leafs.
That was
Yeah,
it. He started
he
late in his
started-
career. He didn't become like a full-time goaltender until
Till he
late
was
in his
like-
career.
Yeah,
So-
he was a minor leaguer for
Yeah.
10 years, toiled with Cleveland of the old American Hockey League and all through the circuit. And yeah.
That's Bauer.
A lot of those guys, that's why they were able to kind of hang in there and kind of hang around. Because the guys from that generation, it was a guy like that. Gordie Howe just kept playing forever because once he got motivated to come back and start, because he'd retired already, the WHA thing just came up.
Yep.
It was, I get to play with my sons? Sure.
Yeah,
And
I'll
then,
do it.
and then he kept
Yeah.
playing for a while, and then eventually they're like, hey, you want to do one more run in the NHL?
I know
Why
LeBron
not?
want to play with his son.
Why not? What's that?
LeBron wants to play with his son, right?
Yeah, and he's got a shot. Like age wise, if he wants to keep playing enough into his early 40s, he could, or his
Yeah.
late 30s.
I'm sure he
potentially
could
could.
still be productive.
Yeah.
I mean, he's physically in pretty good shape.
And he can,
So-
if he keeps adjusting his game down, so it's less reliant on him being the scorer and more
Mhm.
because they're already starting to position the team. Like LeBron is not credited for being as smart as he is, realizing what's going to happen, and he's like, okay, so let's ratchet this down. It's going to become Anthony Davis's team. My job will be to facilitate because I can still do that. And if I don't have to be the one carrying the weight, this is great. I can keep doing this for years.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Carlos, I
Yeah.
think I'm going to have to wind down. I'm starting to lose steam.
Yeah. So Ameet is gone for part one.
I just can't do
Part
5 hours. I
one.
don't even want, if I ever do a YouTube show, an hour tops, man. It's not going on.
I teased him about it. Like we're not going to go forever, but I teased him about it. I go if as
you
soon
remember
as
the
Bobby
first
came
time?
on, it's like Bobby knows the drill. He's good to go.
Remember the first time I came on your show? I'm like, I don't even think we can stretch it to an hour. I don't know what we're going to talk about.
You were wrong, Ameet. You were
It's
so
like,
wrong.
okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Post COVID, it's going to be half an hour. I gotta get it. I gotta.
Yeah.
Your podcast will be really short.
Well, I
Absolutely.
think it'll.
Dave Archer has anything to do with it.
Well, I think
Maybe.
it's one of those things where I think it'll depend. I'll have to see what folks want to do because I'm very cognizant of that. Because for me, I'm still working the same hours I generally was. The only thing that changed was the commute for me. Really, is the working from home thing is the only big thing that changed. I'm more of a night owl anyway, but if people need to start earlier, I just start earlier. That's the whole thing with
Honestly, if
scheduling. It's easier
I
to
do
adjust.
it, honestly, if I do it, it'll be tops an hour. I don't think I could do more than an hour. And I'm seriously thinking about doing something. I just don't know what. But
I think the other thing that's good about it, you touched on it earlier, Carlos, is it's a hangout.
Yes.
That's all it is. It's, we could be at a bar shooting the breeze, having a few pops, doing this, or you can do it from the comforts of your own home and not have to worry about it, and you're just shooting about the hobby, and it does fly by pretty fast. The time
I do enjoy this. It's just after a while, I get tired of hearing my own voice.
What about us?
What are you saying? It's like, what are you saying to me?
That's a nice way of saying he doesn't like our voices.
Baby.
I see. I see, Ameet. The truth comes out. The truth comes out.
Bobby's been nice to me since he came on, so I'm going to respect that and not say anything negative.
So, Ameet, what do you say when Carvin and I went 5.5 hours and it was just the two of us talking?
I don't know how you did.
Yeah, it was 5:26, 5 hours and 26 minutes. It was just me and Carvin.
It's too long. I just can't do it.
Hey, blame Carvin. He had stories for days. And then he came on later. And we went another 4.5. So 10 hours of content, just me and Carvin talking.
Yep.
Goodness.
Yep.
Wow.
I don't. It's like I don't know what to tell you guys.
We're gonna look back, and that was in the early days of podcasting.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true. You're this is the wild, wild west.
It is at this point.
And my question is, so we've been on for 3 hours, 15 minutes. How many beers are you into with this, Carlos? And
that is 3.
That is 3. So so when you're at 5.5, do you try and a beer an hour? Do you do it keep the same pace?
Or it depends on my mood. It genuinely depends on my mood. It's one of those things where now I have to be responsible about this in one way, is that I don't get to go to like the beer store all the time right now. In COVID days, I'm not going to the beer store. I get it delivered by the case. So I have people deliver it by the case. Support local, Mike.
Right. Craft.
The local brewery will deliver it to you within a day.
Who is the local that you're? Who do you?
Amsterdam. Amsterdam Brewery. They're based out of Toronto.
Yeah.
So they got
right down at the lakeshore there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that within one day in the GTA, they will deliver. If you pay $50 worth a case, basically, they'll bring it to you.
They'll bring it right to your door.
Literally, yeah, to the door, and they'll text message you, go, "Hey, I'm on the way." That sounds good.
That's pretty good. I remember the taxi cab drivers used to do the bootleg. Now it's kind of like, how late will they deliver to?
That stuff's not going to go away with COVID. Those things.
No, they would not throw away the revenue stream because for them it keeps the lights on. It's like no, people are still ordering. Like
right.
So they'll occasionally throw it in like an extra. They'll throw in a sampler. Like, hey, try this one out. This is a new one we just made or whatever. They'll throw it in with the order.
There's a guy.
It's service, man. It's service.
Actually, Bobby, you might remember him. Wax on Wheels. Remember?
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Yeah, they used to deliver it right to your house. Supplies, hobby shop.
Come on. Really?
Oh, yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. Wow.
I haven't heard that in years. Wow.
Yeah, you know what? That might be something that could be reborn. Your mobile LCS will come to you within a certain kilometer range.
I ordered from him before. He used to have a steel cage at the expo. Like everything was in a steel cage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
it was 3 guys, 1 steel cage. It was crazy. Yeah.
The Wax on Wheels.
Yep.
I will say the home delivery thing is going to be an industry for some of these companies. Because I work at a retailer, and one of the first things they did was they said the drop-off service, the curbside pickup. Now, you switch it up and say, when the store is open, curbside pickup will go away. Some people kind of are going to like curbside pickup. They're like, I can order ahead of time, and then you just bring it to me, and then it's done.
Right. You don't have to browse through and wait. It's like, here it is. You've already prepaid for it.
Yeah.
It's like pulling up to a Sonic drive-through in the States. They just bring it right out to you, and away you go.
Yeah. My brother works at LCBO, and one of the first things that became very popular when they introduced it was the ability to order ahead of time. You go to the counter, you've got your number, they hand you the bag, you make sure you got your ID and everything. Already prepaid. Get out the door. Here you go. Take your stuff, leave.
They should have the drive-through where you just pop open the trunk.
Yes, I remember that. They had one in Niagara Falls, New York. Yeah. The first time I went across, I'm like, this is genius.
Yeah, I remember.
And you just pop the trunk from inside. You tell him what you want, puts it in, shuts your trunk, walks around. Here's the money, a little bit of tip, and away you go.
Yeah.
I thought,
Yeah.
this is fantastic.
Yeah. So I'll leave it to everybody to make up their own minds, but I got to be honest with you guys. I don't mind, number one, I don't mind supporting the local brewery. But number
Yeah.
two, I'm not abandoning you. No, you bring me my beer to my house.
Yeah,
I don't need to go out and go get it. You bring it to me.
Sure.
We should start up the wax on wheels thing again, and that would be
Yeah.
epic.
Ameet, I think it's genius because this is something that people would need. You need supplies. Yes, top loaders are expensive, but they're coming right to your door.
Right to
You
your
know?
door, like, oh, you want to bust $1,000 pack? I have it.
But to drive it to you, it's 1,100.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people now they're
You
gonna
have to
pay.
make it worth your while. You have to make
Yeah.
it worth your while. Yeah.
Then what you could do is you could combine Carlos beer delivery. Once they get a little sauce, hey, let's do a pack war. Let's call Wax on Wheels, and they all start throwing their money in. And see
Oh my
who's
God,
winning.
the synergies, Mike. The synergies.
It's just the two worlds colliding. What could go better than hockey cards and beer in Canada? You know,
In
it doesn't
Canada,
get better.
nothing. In
It
Canada,
doesn't get better than
that's
that.
a brand right there. That is a
There's
brand.
talk.
Vintage cards would be really bad with beer, but modern day cards could survive. I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's fair. I just wanted to include this one from Aussie Card Dad here. So yeah, it looks like about 3 more years. So probably LeBron's kid may very well, like if LeBron's legitimately determined, they could probably make that happen. I think it's possible.
Right.
All right, guys, I gotta tap out.
Yeah, I know. Have a good night, Ameet. Take it
Great
easy.
chatting, Ameet. Take
Thanks
care.
for having
Night
Good job
night.
by you. Good job by you.
Yeah.
me. Cheers.
Take it
Cheers.
easy.
Yeah, I just ordered supplies. I ordered them through Amazon. I had to order the BCW. I know I wanted to get some top loaders, the 6x9s, and they only had what was it, Ultra Pro,
Right.
but that one was $13 shipping. So, but the BCW was free shipping for bags and boards and stuff that I needed. So it's what they have in stock. They'll ship you, but if it's another person that they're going to ship through, you have to pay the shipping on top of that. So it wasn't really a good deal. So I canceled that part and I just
Nice.
got my other things. So, I used to go to shows to get this stuff, but then they didn't always have everything that you needed. So
Right.
now it's more convenient. So Wax on Wheels is going to be reborn, and Ameet on Wheels or
Yes.
something. That doesn't
Exactly.
sound good. Something like that.
He'll include a Ziggy Palfy rookie with every order. He'll include
Maybe.
one. He's got
Yeah.
stacks of them. He's got stacks and stacks and stacks.
Yeah, exactly.
He may as well.
Exactly. That's
He
perfect.
doesn't sell anything. So
No.
I'll tell you,
Wow.
I'm really liking that idea. It's really genius because what other time would it work for people in the hobby? People are craving for card shows. People want to see something tangible right in front of them rather than, buying it and waiting for it to ship and
Yeah.
problems with the post. Here it is. It's actually a pretty good idea.
Well, that's
Like,
that is
But-
basically what's happened with a lot of these services because I did because you've got obviously JT for you when something is going to the States, you get it shipped to JT, and then you guys
Yeah.
work something out where he would hang on to it for you and then transfer it over.
Yeah, we do generally 3 or 4 months, whatever he's
Exactly.
got. If it's not much, I'll say hang on
Yeah.
to it. I know you got it.
Yeah.
Because
So I use a third party. So I use a third party to ship my cards. One where I've been trying it the last little while. I've liked it for what it is.
Yeah.
But they sell card supplies and things like that through there too.
Okay,
So they're like because basically what they do in effect is they make a mailbox for you.
I
They
see.
say okay, you ship it out because you ship it out to Arizona. So a lot of these sellers do not. One of the cards I bought for my collection, the person will only ship to the States.
Right.
So I couldn't have even made an offer to buy it if I didn't have an American address to ship it to.
Yeah.
But because
Right.
I did, they were like, "Yep, no problem. We'll do a deal." They took a best offer. I shipped it out to Arizona, and it's sitting there. I press the button. They ship it out to me by whatever means I choose.
Okay.
Perfect.
Now, at any point, they'll ship it, so
Yep.
you can keep 6 months worth of stuff,
can.
and it may
You
be heavier, so it's going to
That's
cost
part of the
more.
service. Yeah.
And then what about customs? How does
The
that?
customs is included. Basically, what happens is it depends on the way you ship.
Well,
Because
I know.
because what'll happen is you can choose to declare different values, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
like, number one, how honest do you want to be? Number two, how much risk are you willing to absorb? Because
Right.
because again, to your point, if you put $0 custom and it's like $5,000 worth of cars, you
And
take
it's
your
gone.
chances.
Yeah,
Take your
and
chances.
it disappears.
Now they can't
Yeah.
insure it for you. They can't insure it for you.
Right.
So that is a thing that you definitely want to do. But
Yeah.
They just upped the value, on the importing due to the new trade deal with the U.S.
Yeah.
So I
Right.
think you're allowed up to $200 or $300 now. It used to be $20
Yeah.
as a gift, 60. And then
Yeah.
through the States, it was 200, but they never got the States. Now the States is 800, and we are now 200 or 300. I can't remember. I'm going to have to find out.
I think it is 200 because I've had stuff shipped from JT where he's put 200 and I've been okay.
Yeah.
There's been other times where it's been more. I didn't want to take the risk. I bought a Walter Payton rookie card. I didn't want to gamble with it. I said, just what's the value? He said, at the end of the day, everything is probably like $800. I said, pay the insurance. I'll pay you. Just ship it. I don't want to risk it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I got hit for some duty. That's for sure.
With USPS or Canada Post, or are you talking FedEx or UPS?
No, it was USPS. So
Yeah, I've never gotten hit by USPS, and it doesn't matter the value. They just never, ever do anything.
I got it.
FedEx, they have an on-site, and UPS, they have an
Yeah.
on-site duty officer, and you get slammed every time. So that's where it really
Yeah.
works.
I've got hit by USPS. Like I said, when my buddy sent it up. Now, low volume stuff, never an issue. But that one time I didn't want to risk it. Yeah, it cost me.
I'll be honest with you guys though, like even with those duty fees, you have to. I did the video on it. When I did the video, I said you have to calculate this. I told him it's like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
unfortunately, you this is a situation where you have to pull out the calculator and figure out what works for you. Because if I had done it through eBay, assuming they had allowed me to, I know basically what the price eBay would charge me for that.
Mm-hmm.
If the card is $400, which one of them was that I bought, it would have been $200 to ship it.
Right.
So I'm like, sorry, I will pay the duty.
Yeah.
The duty is way less than that.
And don't forget the a lot of these eBay sellers too, if they're using the global shipping.
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
That's
then
what I'm talking about.
There's no way around it.
Yes.
You're paying that. Like when I look at eBay on my screen in Canada and I see the Canadian prices,
Yes.
but I'm looking at someone in the States, I see that import fee and I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah, it's off the charts. But that's the reason why I say you have to kind of do that calculation and go like, I'm sorry, it's worth it for me to send a third party and have them ship it to me.
And another thing to consider too, it's fine. You can do the calculation when it's buy it now. When it's an auction, as it goes up, so does the import, and you don't know what your charge is going to be until that final sale is done. And then it's like, there's your import, and you're like, damn,
I don't pay any at all because I go through Schwartz in the U.S.
So I'm not familiar with that.
It's my friend.
Okay.
In
I
St.
was about
Louis.
to say, it's like Schwartz
Okay.
is a person.
Okay. Well, that's my
Look
guy.
at me.
My guy's a person too right now, but just for the value,
I just go through a friend, and
I
I get everything shipped in. The best part about that is if you have an eBay, U.S. based address, so like his address is, you can ship everything through him through that, and you're considered U.S. So shipping is $2, $3. It's nothing, and he gets it all, and then cumulatively he just ships it back to me once a month, whatever I buy, and we're all happy from there. And people have to learn to go around that.
Yeah, it's the scary stuff when you see you want a $5 card and there's a $15 shipping fee alone, and I'm like, I'll call up JT. How much is the shipping for you on your end? He's like, oh, it's free. Perfect. Can you buy this? I'll send you the PayPal. No big deal.
Yeah, you can do that. Also, I will throw something at you. Now, you don't have to play around with this now, but this is something I'll throw out at you. On your eBay settings, you can add additional addresses. And when you go to buy it, you can just swap it out yourself and it'll automatically do it. You can pay for it and it just ships over.
The problem is with the way DT has it set up is something that he pays for at his postal outlet everything has to be addressed to him.
Okay.
I don't know if I can change
Got
my
it.
name,
Got it.
only the address.
Okay,
So he gets a better deal on his postal if everything's addressed to him.
Okay.
So he doesn't mind.
Mhm.
And like he says, hey, you do it once every couple of weeks. I make a few eBay bucks. I'm helping a buddy out. No big deal.
Mhm.
And, but I miss going across to Niagara Falls, New York to my postal outlet. That's for sure.
That used to be
lot of
the old
people.
trick. If you're on a border, if you're right on the border, you just be like post
Yep.
office box. Like just
40,
ship
I'm
it there.
40 minutes door to door. The only problem is
Tough
if you
coming
leave
across the border now, though. with
well,
stuff.
the trick, I mean, the trick I was using, and hopefully the government's not watching, but you know, everyone's allowed to go over, do some grocery shopping. And, you know, I always found that if you did some grocery shopping cross border and pick up a case of beer and admit it to them, they don't care about the cards that are there. If they're going to pull you over and get you to pay duty, you're going to pay duty on the case of beer you bought. And one time I had to pay it out of all the time. So I don't think it's a big deal unless it's like high dollar stuff that you might be trying to bring across. The only problem is with I use in Niagara Falls, New York. It's not my own mailbox, my own PO box. I started out with you pay per package, and that can get expensive.
Yes.
So I think when it reopens, I'm going to need to buy my own PO box and just go in once a month and haul it out.
Yep.
I had an addendum to what I was talking about. I forgot to mention that, and I'm the bearer of bad news today. Is I was talking about getting my stuff through Amazon. My supplies is I just found out that the Pickering Market is
Closed.
Permanently closed.
Yeah, I read that online.
That's where I used to get my supplies, and I'd go talk and hang out on the weekend, and
right,
pick up nothing and maybe something. There wasn't anything really great there or anything, but I mean, all those guys are gone now, and that's
right.
another. I think they were losing a lot of business,
right?
And COVID just shut. Like, if anybody on their last legs, this 28-day shutdown has just been the last straw, and sad.
I think, Bobby, to your point, though, based on what you're talking about, what's interesting to me, one area that's been interesting also, is seeing how some of these retailers have adapted to it because they've had to.
Yeah.
They've had to make certain adjustments because like Lori's Sports Cards does now like a live stream, maybe every month or so. So it allows them to engage with the community. The guy can be right there and he's begin chatting, and they've got somebody hanging out in the chat making something. They'll do some auctions and different things. But while you're here, you can check out the website. You can buy some cards and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
You can do curbside pickup. So it's like business can continue, even though like I can't let you in the store.
Right.
But I can show you what I got. I can let you see different things, and I can show it to you.
And on that note, I have a question for both of you.
Sure.
What is this store in Toronto that I constantly see? I think it's called Flip.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've never been in there.
That's Rob. Rob owns that store. He actually runs the West End show, sports card show. He also does the toy show and the comic show. He hosts that. And Rob, Frank, I forget his last name. I forget, but he's been running that show. So he actually got a store on Davenport. I don't know. I think it's been about 5 years now. Okay. And pop culture mainly, but has cards, and he's a card guy too. And so he's been keeping his hands pretty busy. Now I don't know what he's doing.
But they've been smart about the social media, because I don't know if that's what Mike has been seeing. Because I know when I go to Instagram, I'll see the Flip ad.
I see it all the time.
Yeah. And it's smart though. But the point is that is what you should do, because you take the camera and you walk around and go, look at all these boxes we have.
And
stuff.
And you know what? You're right when you talk about the pop culture stuff, because I see a lot of non-sport wax, and I do see some sport wax, but from time to time there'll be some pictures when you go to the Instagram and it says shop now. I'll hit it, and they've got some pretty good stuff in there in the wax department. And I'm like, whoa, there's some pretty good stuff here. pricey. You're going to pay for it, but I didn't know if it was, I guess.
Like that's the classic quote of this year.
Yeah.
It's pricey, but you got to pay for it.
Well, only because I was thinking, I remember going into, like, I could go to local flea markets here and you could get your $5 wax box
Not
fit,
anymore.
and you don't see that anymore. But that kind of moves up the scale where $30 boxes are now 50 and the 50 are 70. So everything's kind of moved up. It's not just the $5 that has moved up for sure.
Yeah, seeing that everywhere. Everyone's on everything because I think they think it. You guys were talking about that earlier. I wasn't listening in very clearly before. I was sort of on the phone when you, Carlos, and Ameet were talking.
Sure.
You were talking about the hobby, and everybody's trying to get into the hobby, and are they investing or what's going on? I heard a little bit of it.
Sure.
But this is exactly what's happening at every level. People are getting in because everybody's at different financial levels or investment level in their heads, and everybody's trying to get in at a certain point, and it's a nonstop. It's almost like, in a way, I hate even to say that it's like a multi-level marketing. All this stuff we're feeding people, and they're just kind of chasing it and just running.
There is a certain segment of it. So let me
try not to say that word, but I had.
But there is a segment of it. That's why I tried to make a distinction. I've done it a couple different times. It's like, okay, so when you see these record prices, just remember, because you don't specifically know who's buying it. It could be a fractional share company. It could be a hedge fund. It could be it could be an institutional investor. But here's the cool part. Depending on what you're trying to figure out, if your question is there a buyer for that? Then the answer is clearly yes, somebody bought it. Is there a subsequent buyer? The answer is maybe. Because if there's another institutional investor that thinks that there's another institution that will buy it at even a higher price, well, then they'll buy it at a higher price to potentially sell it at a higher price,
Everyone's flipping until it stops.
Until someone goes like, I'm not paying that. And then the problem becomes an issue. It's an avalanche.
Or people stop the flip, and if enough of those flippers stop the flip, does that, a year down the road make it worth even more because it's less on the market? I don't know.
It only does as long as there is a buyer with the funds who isn't savvy enough to be able to go like, okay, but since you guys stopped the flip, there's nobody else to compete with me. So you paid $1 million. I'll give you $400,000. You can have cash. Oh, but that's 60% less. That sucks for you. If you find someone who's willing to pay 401, then you can sell it to them. I'll give you 4.
Right.
So when you've got the money, you've got the negotiating leverage, right?
Absolutely.
So it's like, if I'm the only buyer left in the market, like I've done this on a very micro scale. Like I've done this on a micro scale. There was a Medano 1 of 1 that somebody had that somebody pulled.
Right.
It was there to complete a rainbow that I was working on.
Sure.
And it was the last card I needed. So the value to me was as high as it was ever going to be because I don't need to buy it. I don't need it. I have plenty of Medano cards. I don't need this card. But I thought for the rainbow, I thought, okay, it'd be kind of cool to have it as part of it because I've passed on plenty of them if I don't like the price.
Right.
So I don't mind passing all day long. It came to my attention. The guy originally started at $1,000 and I'm like, no chance.
Right.
And he's like, oh, well, I can do a deal. I like, keep lowering it.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. He goes, well, do you want to make an offer? He lowered it to 900. Keep going. 8, 7, 6, 5. And I'm like, I'll give you 4, but I'm willing to keep waiting if you don't take 4 right now.
Right.
This is the highest price I'm going to give you. And he's like, okay. Done. He started at 1,000.
Right. Now to that, I say, I know you're a Medano collector.
Yeah.
I could see you doing that for others than the 1 of 1.
Sure.
Was it the 1 of 1? I mean, you get the 1 of 1. Now the rainbow's so much easier because you've got the toughest one.
Yeah.
You're going the opposite way to complete the rainbow.
Correct.
Did that not have any bearing? Like, did you have, at any point, did you have FOMO because you're like, what if someone grabs it? Now the rainbow.
So your point is 100% valid.
Yeah.
But this is where I differ on a lot of collectors around me. what allows me to do what I do is I only offered the 4 because it would have completed the rainbow.
Right.
That's why I said the value to me was as high as it was ever going to be. If
Right.
I wasn't trying to finish that rainbow, I would have offered you no more than $200. Period. End of story. I don't
Sure.
care.
Sure.
Like we're done. You asked for 201, give it to somebody else. I don't care.
Is it conceivable though that there's a second Carlos Medano collector
Yeah.
out there
100%.
who
No
has
way.
no, but you know what I'm
There
saying?
used to be folks in Europe, Bobby. There were folks in Europe that have collections that put mine to shame. I have talked to them.
And I'm
They
just
did do
saying,
it.
like, if the 1 of 1 is the completion, not the starting,
Yeah.
and there's 5 people that
Yeah.
have the 1 of 5,
Sure.
all 5 of them,
Yeah.
you could be losing out to one of those 4.
I could.
So that's where I was wondering,
Yeah.
was there a fear of FOMO versus a price tag that you said, okay, did you know in your head from 1,000, I'm going to wait this out? Or did you say, if it gets to 4, that's my number?
In this case, because I completed the rainbow, I did a calculation in my head and I felt like that was a good number I would be happy with. Of
Right.
course, if I felt like I could have pressed him further and got him down to 3, 2, whatever, I bought a 1 of 1 that same week for like $100. So
Right.
it's like, guys, I have a pretty good handle on this market. I'm a guy, I'm one of the buyers.
Yeah.
Back in the day, there used to be certain collectors who I used to compete with who were serious.
Right.
They would have bumped it up and bought it at 800,
Right.
900. And in which case it's like, no, let him have it. Like, let him
Right.
have it. You guys
And-
spend yourself out.
And they may have done that for the sheer purpose that I'm going to sit on this and flip it maybe for 1,000 to a Medano collector, even if I'm not, because someone may want that rainbow,
For sure.
So
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you. But what makes it interesting, and I guess if you're a collector, and this is you gotta do you, whatever that
Yes.
is. You gotta do
exactly.
you. One thing that has helped me over a period of time, from a discipline standpoint, is that I've not completely removed FOMO from my life, but to the best of my ability, I've removed 99.9% of it. To the point that I can let pretty much anything go. If it doesn't make sense, I can let it go, and I have no regrets. I can walk away.
Well, and
we're
we
done.
talked, you and I think, Carlos, had this conversation at one point, because I think you told me how many umpteen thousand Medano cards are available for you to super collect.
5,000.
It's 5. That was the number, 5,000.
Mhm.
And how long is that attainable for? And do you ever see, obviously the growth will be substantially lower as he's not playing.
That's right.
So your catch-up time comes before, closer to the total.
Yep.
So okay, how do I phrase this? And you may know where I'm going. At what point do you go, I'm going to pass on that and spend my money this week on these, and maybe I'll get that down the road, but here's where FOMO kicks in, and maybe I'll never see that card again. And do you look at it as a Medano super collector? I'm never going to have everything. So I'm just going to get what I get at this point.
Yeah. So this year is the perfect case study in exactly what you're asking, because
Okay.
I have never had access to more rare pieces that have eluded me for 10 or 20 years
Right.
than this year, because they've come out of the woodwork. Every crevice and underneath every rock
Yes.
that they could have come up, they've shown up. And like some of the cards have been, I almost can't explain where have you been hiding the last 15
Right.
years or the last 20 years? And I was doing the pickup of the year video.
Yep.
I did it just the other day, and I still have a small stack left over.
Right.
This thing hadn't appeared in years.
Okay.
This thing hadn't appeared in years. From time
Right.
to time, it would appear, but not rarely. This is 9 copies. That's all there is.
9.
And this is 20 years old.
Wow.
This one is out of 21 copies, but I haven't seen one in 20 years.
Oh,
Wow.
So it doesn't matter. Like, I haven't seen it. This is the
Right.
platinum out of 21. Back in 98, 21 is about as hard as hen's teeth.
Yeah.
And this
Yeah.
was the modern 1 of 1 that I talked the guy down.
Okay.
Technically, this is the rarest one, but to be honest with you, this one came under my radar. Somebody pinged me within like days of me being near completed the rainbow.
Right.
This one eluded me for 20 years.
Wow.
What does that tell you?
Right.
This was out of 21. It should be 21 times more common. Haven't seen another one.
Okay.
And for the reasons that people needed the money, so maybe they were moving those
Could be.
pieces.
That's a possibility.
Or people just said, okay, US and Canada government, people are getting free money. Let's throw some cards and throw it into the market and capitalize on my investment
It could be.
years ago.
But that's where the selectivity became a thing. So
Right.
let's put it this way. If you tell me I can have that 1 of 1 or I can have that platinum out of 21, I'm letting the 1 of 1 go. That 21 is worth more to me. I've been looking for that thing for 20 years. The other card is a 2019 card. I can live without it.
I gotcha.
It's a cool
And-
card, but I can live without it.
Right. And because of the eluding aspect, and maybe if that 1 of 1 had, 20 years from now, if you might have the same for that 1 of 1.
Not in
In
this
20
case because that is a non-playing days card number 1.
Okay, so that's
And I opened the product that older one came from.
okay, so there's more
Yes.
value internally to you with
Yeah.
that.
And
gotcha.
also every year that goes by, more 1 of 1s are created.
True enough.
So it's one of those things. There's literally hundreds of them. So it's one of those things where I've seen some super collectors who sit there. I've got 51 of 1s. I've got 100. I might have like 15 or 20, but that's because I don't go out of my way. It's like, guys, there's 100 1 of 1s a year. Every
Right.
printing plate is a 1 of 1. There's 4 of them per issue.
Right.
And
yeah,
then,
you got
like,
the black,
in-
the cyan, the
in the
whatever.
Leaf set, he's in like 10 subsets, and each one has 4 printing plates. So that's
Right.
40 in
Right.
one series. How
Yeah.
special is a 1 of 1?
Yeah. 40 people can have one.
I completed 1 rainbow. There's 1 rainbow I did from Leaf in a modern one where I decided, all right, I'm going to try this one time. I'm going to do it one time on principle. I'm just going to do it one time.
Right.
But I didn't read the checklist correctly. I didn't read it correctly. I made a mistake.
Oh,
So when I started doing it, I started going, okay, the most common card is an out of 15. Then it's out of 7, out of 6, out of 5, out of 4, out of 3, out of 2, out of 1. There's 2 1 of 1s plus printing plates. I completed it with the exception of 2. I have 2 of the 2 printing plates. I have both of the regular 1 of 1s, and I have all the other ones. I've completed everything else.
Wow.
I only did it because I'm like, all right, now it's the principle of the thing. I'm going to finish this stupid thing, come
Right.
hell or high water.
yeah.
But after I was done, I was very agitated. I was very irritated by the whole process. But I was so mad. The card out of 2, both of them came up on eBay at different times. I bought both on principle. No one can have it.
That's
Now,
right.
now I've
I'm
got
gonna
both
get
of the both of the out of 2s as well.
Right.
You get
right.
nothing.
It was never issued.
Yeah.
Nobody
Should
is
have it.
completing this rainbow.
It's like not only is
Just
no one
me.
completing the rainbow, nobody can have the out of 2 either. Take
Yeah.
that. None of
Yeah.
you.
Exactly. Oh,
But
that's
there's
good.
very rare case that I'll do that. That was more out of irritation. That's like they
I'm
really
gonna-
had to get
I'm
me
gonna-
angry.
Excuse me. I'm going to get a beverage because I need to
By all means. By all
throw.
means.
I'll be right back.
By all means.
See, I buy 1 of 1 stuff like this. I can't even turn it.
There you go. Okay. I can see the face. It looks like a shark. What is it?
It's a Los Angeles Sharks WHA watch.
Oh, okay.
Do
That's
you see
cool.
the second hand? It's a hockey player moving around.
Oh, okay. It's a little hard for me to see, but okay. I got you.
Well, he's kind of. Well, I'll show you right there. Oh yeah, right. This is weird. It's backwards. He's kind of moving.
Okay, now I see you. Yeah, now I see it.
It kind of moves where my finger is there. See, this kind of stuff that you just never see. I've never seen another one. They probably issued them for the Sharks. They only were in the league 2 years in the WHA. So every time I see something like this, I can't help myself. So can I live without it? Yeah. So what I do is I take a picture, I'll document it, I'll keep it in my collection for a little while. Then somebody goes, hey, I got this. What do you got to trade? Oh, all right. I got this. And they go, ooh, candy.
Right.
And it works all the time.
Yeah.
And because you're just trading off rarity for rarities.
Yeah, but I think you have to make a decision, and I'll get back to that in 1 second. I just want to answer this one. So, as a card dad, he is still being put occasionally in certain issues. I have to look issue by issue. The checklist will vary. On some issues, I'm off the hook. Awesome, but I'm also not worrying about it. If they put them in the new issue, it's not the end of the world. I also don't need to buy it. But if it's something interesting, I like the card. If I like the card and it's available for a reasonable price, I'm willing to consider it. But I'm not going to kill myself over it. If I can't get it, so be it. But I'll always check the checklist. I'd rather at least look and see where it is. Yeah. So that was kind of in the same vein. It's only because like at the time that out of 21 came out, that was a real scarcity. Like that was a hard card to get at that time. And one of ones weren't in every single set.
And Medano was more prevalent than they is maybe now. I would say,
I think it's fair.
if you back it up 20 years, it was fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. So more people might have been chasing him opposed to today, maybe a lesser. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I got you.
I don't want to put Medano down. I'm just saying.
But the thing is, hockey's fun because there's so many first ballot Hall of Famers that are like just players today. Like
Yeah.
they fall in that Legends rotation. They'll throw them in there.
Yeah.
But like somebody who was born in the last 10 years or so, that's 10 years old watching hockey, who the heck's Medano?
Yeah.
And the thing is, that's okay. Here's the thing.
Right.
I'm not offended. That's okay. I watched him. He was
Right.
he was my player for my era. I got to watch him for the majority of his career, follow that team for the majority of his career. And then I've continued to collect. I've collected the player for 25 years. So I've already well invested time-wise. In terms of energy and time, I've invested a lot of time. So for me, it's still enjoyable.
Yeah.
As soon as I stop enjoying it, I will sell every last damn card and not even look back. But I still have fun. To me, the journey has been kind of playing off Mike's point as well, his question. Here's the thing. I will never finish.
Right.
And I don't expect to.
There's
That
no
is not my
finish line.
expectation.
I have no finish line.
But you know what I can do? I can get most of the stuff from the 90s. I can come dangerously close to finishing that checklist. I can come real close.
Right.
And you know what? That would be very exciting for me. I
Yeah,
would be
because
I would enjoy it. I would love it.
That was probably your heyday of that era.
That was when I was into it the most and I was buying
Right.
boxes and packs. And you know what? If I can do that,
Yeah.
that's a win.
And
I'm very happy.
I think that is a case for 95% of the people in the hobby. And Carlos talking about going back to like the high point of his hobby fulfillment in the 90s, Medano, when he was right into it, younger days. It's just drawing back on nostalgia
That's
of
right.
not being able to get that card as a kid, whether it's a 1 of 21 and it's expensive, but not even seeing it for that many years and
It only
going
existed in theory. It only
right.
existed in
And
theory.
now you're
I
like, the heavens
was
have
mine.
parted. I'm gonna get it.
Well, I used the clip on one of my videos, and it made me very sad that no one picked up on it. I literally used the clip in one of my videos. It was the
Oh.
Wayne's World when he was at the guitar store, and he goes, "It will be mine." Oh yes,
Yes.
And
it
I said,
will
"No,
be.
that's literally what happened when I saw
Uh-huh.
eBay. It will be mine."
Oh, yes.
It will be mine.
Yeah.
And I was like,
And I will call her Cassandra.
it's like the whole thing, Mike. Like,
Yeah.
it-
Yeah.
I was hell bent. And here's the thing: it cost me a fraction of what the stupid 1 of 1 cost me.
Is
I
that
was
right?
thrilled. I was thrilled.
Yeah.
I was like, not only here's the thing: I would have paid triple what I paid the guy.
Right.
I would have paid triple because
Yeah.
it's like it will be mine. Damn it.
Yeah.
So,
And
but
and to get it for a fraction of what you think makes it even more worthwhile.
and it was the last one in the run. It was 21 of 21. I was like, that's cool.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
I was like, I'll take it. But
Nice.
that was the thing is that when those started appearing
Mhm.
and I started seeing those, it was like, no, I'm a vintage collector at heart. I love my vintage cards, but my
Yeah.
Medano collection has been the one constant through all the years. So there's
Yeah.
there's a Field of Dreams reference for you. The one constant
Yes.
through all the years.
Yeah.
Hooray, has
It's
been
always
baseball.
been baseball.
but the thing is that Medano collection has stayed with me for so long, and that's a 90s card. So I was like,
Mhm.
it will be mine for that reason.
Yeah.
It's in that 90s range. It's right in that sweet spot. Right in that
Sure.
sweet spot. I have to have it. So then when they started appearing, what I would consider 90s grails for me and my player in his heyday, and they started appearing one after another, I go, all right, guys, we're going to let the vintage set sit by the wayside for a little bit. I got to focus my attention on this because I can't afford to pay for all of it.
Right.
It's got to stop somewhere. I can't buy all of it. I don't make enough money to do that. I can't do it.
Sure. Yeah. No, I hear you. No,
Mhm.
definitely. I'm fortunate in my, I guess, PC. The guy I PC is Carl Yastrzemski.
Yep.
I'm only going after his playing day base card, which is good because there's not a lot of inserts. I'm not even going after, like team leader cards, but because he wore number 8, I want them in PSA 8s.
Okay.
So for me, that is more the goal, but there's only, I don't know, what is it, 24 cards that I have to go after. And
Now,
then I
is
can
this
go
just,
after.
Is this just
some-
like base tops or anything else?
Yeah, base tops. base tops.
Everybody loves jazz.
Yeah, I've got some other stuff. Like I've got some graded, O-Pee-Chee, early 70s stuff.
I was going to ask because he did have O-Pee-Chee as well.
Yeah. But I'm more, for me, the run is about completing the tops run in the 8s. And, when I started it, there was no, I shouldn't say when I started it, when I bought my Yaz rookie, there was no intention to do it. But at the same show that I bought at the National, I bought the rookie, and then I bought his second year, his 61, and I bought his 62. I have the Fleer in the 8.
Okay, so you do have the. I was going to ask you. It's like no Fleer. Come on.
Yeah, I do have the Fleer. Yeah.
Okay. So this was not an 8. I picked up the 1 and the 6.
Yeah, I have a raw version that I got at a local show for I think $20, and it was a little rough, but I thought, you know what, I'm just going to buy it anyhow.
Sure.
And I seen a good deal for a PSA 8 on the 63 Fleer, and I grabbed it. So only because it was a good deal.
Sure.
Otherwise, I would have avoided it.
Yeah.
The 64 is the one I'm having the biggest time with, and the 71. Just because
the 71s are tough.
I can get a good deal on a 7, a fair deal. The 8s are pretty silly, and rightfully so.
Yes.
So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it right with PSA 8s across the board. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
That's fair. Let me grab a couple of quick comments here just so we can do these. So Hockey Guy asked, so when that Medano came out in 98, 99, it was pretty much the...
I'm going to grab a beverage. I'll be right back.
Yep.
No worries. See, we all get our beverages.
Yeah, and I didn't support craft. I apologize.
Disgraceful.
But I was
97, 98 printing plates. It was pretty much the pinnacle printing plates. Came out in 97, 98 in hockey. And then, as you said here, the exclusives, they had the Quantums, because you mentioned that here. The Quantum 1 of 1s was kind of the other one, right around that era. So that was so in that era, 1 of 1s were rare because they didn't have that many. So it's not like they weren't giving them out in every single set where it was. Right. So at that time, you say out of 21, it's like, actually there isn't, but these cards out of 5, they didn't exist. The cards out of 10 didn't exist.
So even out of 21,
it was almost impossible.
It was a rarity. It was a rarity.
The thing is, when I say I haven't seen one in 20 years, that's not an exaggeration. I only would see a handful of players from that checklist.
Right.
Because it was like they weren't. It's not like nobody opened Upper Deck.
Sure.
And they just didn't appear, though. They just wouldn't appear. And I do appreciate the Wayne's World reference here. Got to make sure.
No stairway. Denied.
That's right.
Very good. Very good. No, that's good. That's good.
But you have to put it in the context of the era. It's like everything else. You have to consider. It's kind of like your PSA 8. 1971 tops. There's a bunch of them out there. Yes. But black borders.
Right.
They chip. So it's like they chip. It's a really difficult card to get.
And I've had the conversation with people. I actually had a heart-to-heart with Eric those back pages. And he said, maybe that's unattainable because of the value of things and where it's at. Maybe you want to get a 7 in the 71 and hold. And when the time is right, get the 8, and then you can move the 7 to recoup some of the, just so you have it. And I said, I just kind of want it in the 8. I think the collector in me wants it a certain way and doesn't want to deviate from it. But the realization in the cost is where Eric's telling me, like talking me off that ledge, like you can still get it all, just won't be an 8. And I'm like, it's not the way I want it, so
that's the difficult part though. When you realize that you have no choice, you have to compromise whether you want to or not.
Yes. And I think I eventually will, just so I can go, okay, it's almost like you're building a vintage set. And I know you've had your hand on that before. You may want it in a PSA 5 and you see a card and it becomes a filler because it's a good deal and you complete the set and I can go back and upgrade later. For me, the only fear, the FOMO for me would be how much is that going to increase, and really see if I would have just held out and got the 8 when I wanted rather than the 7. Now I'm paying, so much more, and but it's the completion versus the dollar.
I love that you brought this up because it is a video that I have planned for January. I want to talk a little bit about vintage collecting sets.
Because I've watched your videos on them.
Yeah, because that used to be my old wheelhouse, and I've made some adjustments to my strategy over time, playing into exactly the kind of consideration you're talking about. I want to talk. So I will tell you, in 2021, one of my goals is going to be to talk a little bit more vintage. I'm going to get it in there. I'm going to creep it back into the channel because I want it there.
Bobby went local as well.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Diet Pepsi.
Yeah.
Hey, it's local, I guess.
You didn't spike it, Bobby?
No, I'm not much of a drinker.
Okay.
I was when I was 20.
Yeah.
But I'm a long way from 20.
I wanted to grab this comment here from Hockey Guy. He's right, though, in terms of the platinum golds. But I will say, again, this market is bringing people out of the woodwork, and I'll show you guys.
Right.
This is not my copy. I just want to show it to you for a second. So I'll take that off. This is the card he's talking about, the Mirror Platinum. It's a great image, actually. They took a great image of it to get the shine in terms of the rainbow.
Carlos, because I wasn't around, what year are we talking?
This is 97, 98.
Okay.
97, 98.
Just
so this is the Mirror Platinum that came with Pinnacle Certified, Totally Certified, is what it was called.
Okay.
And these were out of 30. So 30 copies of this card. Very limited.
Right.
So he's 100% right. But this one was on eBay just the other day. I was watching it. I was tracking it.
Yeah.
And as I was watching it, so this one sold for $325 US.
Wow.
So that is what the going rate was on the most recent one.
Right.
That sold just it literally sold 4 days ago.
Okay.
Okay. I bought this one earlier in the year. It's the same card. Now you can't see the shine on it quite as much because I need the light in front of me. But this is the same card out of 30, the whole bit.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. I paid half of what you just saw this year.
Wow.
So when it's the really rare card, when it's really the really rare, people will pay.
Right.
Right time, right place. $325 now.
When you say earlier this year, was it pre or post COVID?
June.
Okay, so you're into the heart of it. So basically doubled in 6 months. Basically. Wow.
And it's because, number one, it is a legitimate rare card. It is serial numbered. It is out of 30. There's not millions of them running around. But number two, that was an iconic set at that time because Pinnacle is fondly remembered, especially around that time for the cards they would put out. But then also, like, if you want your player, and it's also a very attractive card. Like, if you're a fan of that 90s insert and parallel style, like, that's a high watermark type card for that era.
Sure.
And I think June was that time. It was a sort of a flux time. It was like, what's going on? Nobody really knew. It was like, is this for real? Like, and then it just bang,
boom.
Every month it was like bang, bang, bang.
You're
bang.
right. That's when the bang happened, right? In that June, July area.
Yeah. Because I didn't know what was going on. I was sitting there going, anybody who could have predicted this is a fool.
Oh, well, I bought it at a local show in Hamilton. I bought my Connor McDavid Young Guns PSA 10 last August for $650.
Yep.
And they're $3,000.
Yep.
And I'm just like, what? Like, I knew the boom was happening, and I'm like, is it affecting hockey too? And it's affecting everything.
But I want to make the distinction. I use that card as an example because obviously I have a copy. But the other reason, so I could compare. Like, I bought it this year, so I can do it. If I bought it 5 years ago, then the comparison doesn't work. Like, it has to be this year. It helps me to make the point better for you.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. So, but the key here is because that is such a limited card, because it is such a sought after, desirable insert or parallel for different players in the 90s. If you collect the guy in the 90s, that's one of the grails you go after.
Right.
So that's one of the must-haves if you have it. So I just wanted to include this comment here for Ozdad, and they did mention it here. So there's a regular version of the Mirror Gold for that is 69 copies. And then there's out of 30, there's the Platinum Mirror Gold, which is that one. So there's two there that are super limited, both very difficult. Both copies came in my possession this year.
Wow.
And it's because they came out of the woodwork. People saw dollar signs. On eBay it goes.
I know.
Couple of questions on those.
By all means.
Who else star power is in those? Because that whole 90s,
Yep.
that's when I packed up, and I'll be honest with you, part of the reason I packed up,
Yep.
because I was getting lost in it.
Sure.
If you wanted to stay in the hobby, you had to be current and relevant.
Sure.
And I had a lot of vintage stuff, like getting back into late 50s, 60s, 70s beehives I was dealing with. And then, I got people coming up, do you have this, and I'm like, I don't even know what that is.
Now, although you weren't in the hobby itself, were you still watching hockey all the time?
Oh, yeah.
So you're keeping track of the game, right?
Absolutely.
That set had every major player in it.
Okay.
Gretzky was in it, Waugh was in it, Martin Brodeur, Eric Lindros, Paul Correa, Teemu Selanne. Pick a name. Pick somebody you pick in your fantasy pool. They were there.
Right. Okay.
All of them.
Okay.
They were all
Gotcha.
there.
Okay.
Every major player.
Is the checklist extensive of the names?
Not
Like,
completely.
is it 100?
It's 150 cards. 150 cards in the checklist. But that's enough to cover a ton of ground.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you are going to get some scrub players. But
Right.
you'll also hit on all the main guys.
Right.
All the relevant. Even beyond what I just said. Sakic, Shanahan, Brett Hall.
Yeah.
Like, pick a guy from the 90s that was legitimate. They were there.
Adam Oates.
They were all there.
Right.
If you liked them, they were there. Yager. Like, I'm just going here.
Lemieux. Yeah, I get it.
I think Lemieux wouldn't have been there because I think it was in his retirement. But otherwise, Lindros, Forsberg, Gretzky, Yager, yes.
When did he come back?
I want to say he retired in 95, 96, and then he came back like in 99.
2000?
Yeah, 99 or 2000.
2000?
So there was a little gap there where Lemieux wasn't involved.
Okay, so it was guys current.
Yeah,
right.
But everybody else that you can think of, that if you had been playing hockey fantasy pool and you picked somebody, they were there.
Gotcha.
So they were there for sure.
And then how many? So you've got the out of 30. Was
Palffy, very important. We got to have that there.
Was Palffy in there?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I have one on my watch list. I want to buy it if I can talk him down. I want it. I want to show it to Ameet. If I can find a way.
Is it the Palffy out of 30?
I think it's the out of 30, yeah.
Oh, wow.
If I can get that thing, it's like, Ameet,
be
jealous.
That's got to be StreamYard mascot card, right? It's got to make an appearance.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you had out of 30, the next was out of
69. So there were two gold versions.
Okay.
One of them had very nice design because they used Dufex. They used like a foil, which was an awesome technology.
Sure.
The Mirror Platinums use that with almost a refractor to go on top of it. Imagine Dufex with almost refractor. That's why I showed you that picture, because the picture helps, because
gives it more justice than you showing it.
And unless I have a light directly in front of me and I move it in the light, you will not. I'll tell you what, Mike. If you check out my most recent video where I did pickups of this year, that was one of the last cards I showed where I put a light underneath it and I move it around. When I move it around, you will get the sense of what I'm talking about.
I gotcha.
But you have to see it. I love, though, the picture they took, and this is probably why they made the big bucks, because this picture does a good job of giving you an idea of the rainbow effect that you get out of it. Now, imagine you're in 1998, you pull one of these things, and you're like, it's out of 30, and it's blinding you with its shine. Yeah. And you're like, oh my God. And you keep moving into the light and it moves around.
And there's 150 different players out of 30.
Correct.
Wow.
So it's like, that was the heyday where they combined these beautiful technologies. And 97, 98 in the card collecting hobby is my favorite year, bar none. I just love the amount of product that came out. Pinnacle was on the top of their game. Pacific just showed up, so they were coming up with new ideas that hadn't been tried before.
Right.
Donruss was around. All these companies.
Everyone's just trying to up their game to be the guy.
They're all competing.
Right.
And they're all fighting each other. And they're like, what are we doing?
They all had licenses.
Right. Anyone could get the license at the time, right? Just pay the money and you got it.
I think there was like 50 odd sets out of it.
It's got to be something like that. Yeah.
And that's and again, that Lemieux came back in 2000. It was on TV. He scored. I believe he scored in his return game. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it might have been against the Leafs.
It was.
It was against the Leafs.
It was almost a made-for-TV event, the way Hockey Night in Canada did it, because they were like, okay, so Lemieux's coming back after these years.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and afterwards people forget, The argument for greatest of all time Gretzky will always have pole position now. He will always have it. Like, and for understandable reasons. He has pole position depending on your age and your era and whatever you are.
Yeah.
But it's like, I'd argue some people on it, but you'll get a strong contingent that will say Gretzky all day long, which is fine. That's okay. I get it. But I keep thinking, for me, again, I have to think of guys I watched. I did watch Gretzky in the 90s. I didn't watch Gretzky in the 80s. So I have
two
to...
different
That's two different
players.
kettle of fish. Yeah, I can't treat it the same. I did watch... YouTube is great for people who use YouTube because they'll put together supercuts of games in the 80s.
Yeah.
And I was watching one from Gretzky in, I think I want to say 83, 84. So Gretzky was in the peak of his powers. 200-point Gretzky.
200-point year.
Yeah. But here's the thing. They were showing the game, and they showed every single scoring play that Gretzky got a point in. And in this game, Gretzky had like 6 or 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And they showed the entire play develop. So they did a supercut. They took the game, and they took from the beginning of the play till the time the goal is scored. They showed every part of it for all the goals that he was presumably involved in.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them were phantom assists.
Really?
One of them, he wasn't on the ice. And he was credited with a secondary assist. And I'm like, he's on the bench. How does he get a secondary assist on the bench?
Did he make a pass and then go off?
He wasn't on the ice during the entire play.
Oh, okay.
He never touched the puck.
I thought you meant he wasn't on the ice when
I had a secondary assist on that play, and I wasn't born yet.
Because you can get those phantom assists if you tip a pass and go off on a line change.
Yeah,
but
so
you're saying he wasn't even for the start of
he
the
wasn't.
play.
He wasn't within 5. He could have been at the concession stand getting a hot dog at the time.
Yeah.
That's how close he was to the play.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. I'm not knocking the guy because you know what? There's plenty of legitimate goals and assists that he had. But sometimes you'll see something like that. It's like, okay, so why did you get a secondary assist?
And I can attest, like, I worked in the hockey stats field for quite a few years. And when I first started out, it was very archaic the way we did things.
Yeah.
And we always had to reconcile with what the NHL said. Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of times where my stat may be wrong, and I'm telling the talent what the stat is, and they're like, no, the NHL is saying this. And I'm going, damn it, they're wrong. Mm-hmm. They are wrong. And as years evolved, technology, it was like, okay, they can play back and have, 5 guys in the booth and watching it and correcting it on the fly.
Correct, yes.
But earlier, like in the 90s and that, there were times they were wrong. No doubt about it. Assists all the time.
Yeah.
Baseball calls were bad. Yeah.
So I want to quickly say hi to Vinny. Good evening.
Yeah.
But one of the big things is, like I said, I'm not going to knock the guy because at the end of the day, I have to respect that he did put up, like, most of those stats are completely legitimate. I have no issue with that.
You're right.
And his stats were so off the charts. You have
Can we say they're 99% correct?
Dare I say such things? Perhaps.
Yeah.
But here's the thing with Gretzky, and this is the only point that I make about this. Again, I cannot speak to the 80s. I have to defer to those who were watching the games at the time. But I will say something very important. 2 things that strike me about watching the highlights and full games of the era. Yeah. Those goaltenders were out of position like a lot. Like, it was really bad. Like, it's like some of those goals were like, you guys are just dumb. Like, I'm sorry, you're stupid.
The equipment was small.
It's pathetic. And the important thing is, even for Gretzky would have been great in almost any era because he was smart. He was a very smart hockey player.
He was.
A great vision for the game.
Yeah.
No doubt. 2/3 of his points were in the 1980s. This is an important thing. The 1980s was like a cheat code for a lot of these guys. Like, you will never get the opportunity that you will get to put these numbers up again. That's why I gave Ovechkin so much credit for the goal scoring, because he started in 2005. He doesn't get the benefit of the 90s. He doesn't get the benefit of the 80s or even the 70s where Phil Esposito was putting up sick numbers. He doesn't get that benefit.
And to the point about the points in the 80s, 90s can be attributed to age as well, though.
Sure.
It can be. And, he moved to LA, put hockey on the map in the West Coast, but didn't have, Curry for all the years. Correct. Didn't have the supporting cast in LA that he did in Edmonton.
Agreed. But you're making a very good point here that I love, because in addition to being the 1980s, which was huge, he played on this ridiculous team.
It was
They
ridiculous
was stacked.
to watch.
So it's like you take an era that's a cheat code, add a
Mhm.
hockey team that's a cheat code, where, by the way, for a long time, Messier on his team was second all time in points.
Yes.
And he won 2 Stanley Cups without Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
So you can't say Wayne Gretzky carried him. It's like, no, he contributed. He was a player.
Absolutely.
He
Absolutely.
helped. He helped.
Yeah.
How many assists did Gretzky get?
Yeah. And it's like, so you're going to pass to these guys. So Yari Carey has 600 goals. Glenn Anderson has 500 goals. And it's like, you've got all these players on your team that were all good. And by the way, you were a visionary passer. Like, you were a great passer. You could put it in the perfect spot.
Mhm.
But then these guys can bury it.
I think I read a stat, or I seen a YouTube video where someone was comparing that when Gretzky left to go to LA, he had as many assists then
Mhm.
to put him 8th in all-time scoring,
Exactly.
not including anything
Correct.
else he scored or assisted on or scored prior. Just his assists up until the trade to LA would have put him 8th all-time today. I think at the time it was around 1,600 or something like that.
Exactly.
Like, it's ridiculous points. Ridiculous.
Yes. So let me address Ozdad here. Here's the thing, Ozdad. There's a lot of folks that will make this argument, Jeremy included, where it's like, you're right. But again, I also have to factor in that team was full of Hall of Famers. And again, they played well with Gretzky left. They still won another cup without Gretzky.
Yeah.
Messier went to New York and won another Stanley Cup, and he was still a great player without Wayne Gretzky around. So it seems like Messier was still pretty good. He was also on that team.
Yeah.
Yari Curry was a pretty good goal scorer. Still
Yeah,
on that
but
team.
Messier had Peter Klima.
I get it. But what I'm trying to get at is
I'm
that,
kidding. I'm kidding.
I know, I'm aware, but I want to move past that point.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what I'm doing is I have to look at the whole thing in totality. It's not good enough for me to say, well, I say the era helped because a lot of the top goal scorers and point scorers in the all time all played in the 80s. At least part of their career in the 80s. Got at least to touch the 80s in some point in their career. It helped for a lot of guys.
And a lot changed in the 90s. Bigger,
Correct.
stronger, faster. You know, pad sizes became huge. If you look at Patrick Waugh when he won the Stanley Cup in 1986.
Yes.
Skinny guy.
Yep.
Big.
Skinny guy, skinny pads, no chest protector. Then he wins it with Colorado, and he's this bulking, like, where do you put? You're already a good goalie. Now you've got bigger equipment. Where is it going?
That's when they started to restrict the equipment size, did they not?
After a few years.
They had the glove, and then they had the little bit longer, and then the little extra piece, and then the pads started getting, and then they said, okay, wait. You go back to the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah.
You see those goals, Carlos and Mike, you got to sit there and go, you know, what were they playing exhibition? Like the way some of them went in, it was just like, what? And when I look back then and I go,
but this is the point that I'm trying to make. So I'll grab Cece's comment here, and they go, the first sentence he puts in here before the comma is 100% accurate. It is hard to compare different eras, and I'm totally with you on that. But the second part, but no one in here has come close to Gretzky because they can't. The conditions are not in place. Even if you were close to the talent, again, we're acknowledging that Gretzky had tremendous talent.
Yes.
But you cannot take away the fact that that team was stacked, that it was that era where, again, if you go back and look at some of those teams playing defense, it was a joke. You look back at some of those goaltenders playing the goaltending position, it was a joke.
Yeah.
And again, you're right. Other guys didn't match it. It's like, well, they didn't have that team either.
I go ahead. Sorry. No, you go. Finish.
All I was going to say was I am comfortable, and I will take this to the grave with me. Wayne Gretzky would still be a great player regardless of the era because of his intelligence, his ice vision, and all that. But if I start Wayne Gretzky as a 19-year-old, right from the beginning of his career, and I start him in 2009, he does not get 2,000 points. I don't care what you do. He doesn't get there.
No.
There's no chance. 0%. Because you have 30 teams in the league, so he will not have a team like that. He will have to do some of it on his own. Can he still be a 100-point guy perennially? Sure. But you're not going to get to 2,000 points. No chance. 0%. Which means he could still be the all-time leading scorer, but it'll be by like 100 points instead of 1,000.
The other thing I'd be curious to know, Gretzky's point total up until say 89, how he compared to who would be number 2 in that era of points.
Mhm.
Then stop, and then when you go from 90 to 99, where does Gretzky fall in that range? Is he number 1 from 90 to 99? Is he top 5? Does he still have it and he's fading off because he's getting older? So
Well, he's
maybe-
jumping around to teams too, right?
Yeah,
Went
he
St.
is
Louis,
gonna
New
he is going to
York,
fade as he
LA.
gets older, just out of necessity, because we
Yeah.
do know that he did slow down eventually as time
Right.
went on.
But what I'm saying is, how does he still compare? Because yes, in the 80s he was number 1. Was he number 1 in the 90s? Because then he was number 4. So who were the 3 ahead?
Yager, Sakic,
Yager.
and Adam Oates.
Yager, Sack, Oates. Wow.
Yeah, because of
Okay.
all the assists, and
Yeah,
Eiserman
setting
was
up
5th.
Brett.
Eiserman was 5th, only a couple of points behind him.
Okay, so I mean, still pretty good production.
But that's the thing, though, because also you have to look at, with Gretzky, starting about, if we go from 1990, when he was with LA, he was still scoring title Gretzky at least for a year or 2 left. He still had a
Yeah.
couple of scoring titles left in him, so that helped a lot.
Right.
So he was able to stack up those points, and he stayed a very good point producer as he got older.
Very relevant.
Exactly, until such time where he basically fell off the map towards the end, where I think his last year he had 9 goals.
Yeah.
And he was older, and it was done. And he had back problems and all that.
Yeah.
The reason I think it's interesting is that all that is true, but he did get to play the better part of 20 years. Whereas you take a guy like Lemieux, who points per game wise was off the charts as well.
Yeah.
He averaged 3/4 of a goal per game for his entire career.
Yeah.
Almost 700 goals, and he played like 1,000 less games than Gretzky.
Right.
Like, he missed 3 years because of retirement, had Hodgkin's lymphoma, like he had cancer, came back from that, had 3 years off. His year when he came back, he was 35 after 3 years off, scored like 74 or 75 points in 45 games
Right.
as a 35-year-old.
Yeah.
So you kind of like, you took 3 years off.
And
you
played
were
with
like,
Yager though,
Sure. But
who was number 1 in the 90s.
agreed. I'm
So-
not disagreeing, but
Yeah.
but I'm saying both guys did benefit also from having great players
For
who could
sure.
do that. So he
Yeah.
had Yager, and he had in his early 90s Penguins teams, he had, some other great players there as well.
Yeah.
Paul Coffey joined the Penguins at one point.
He did.
Mhm.
So he was pretty good. He was also in the 80s Oilers.
Francis was in his. He
Ron
was
Francis.
still relevant.
So
He was
that
so
isn't
relevant.
that helps too.
Yeah.
So
Rob Brown was a big star for the Penguins in the 80s, early 90s on their cup run. I'm not sure if he scored 50. I just remember he was like a 2 or 3 year flash in the pan for the Penguins. I think he wore number 44. Look at J.S. Jaguar during their run. Dude was huge. Yes,
Yeah.
he was.
Mhm.
Yes, he was.
Aussie too.
Yeah.
10 years.
And that,
Yeah.
that's why, like I say, I never have. Here's the beauty of this. When it comes to the hockey argument, if someone wants to tell me Gretzky is the greatest of all time, I have no issue with that.
Right.
But all I'm saying is, when we're looking at it, let's at least be fair. Let's try to be as fair as we can and understand that he was the perfect player at the perfect time in the perfect place at the perfect team.
That's what it
Yeah.
means.
You're not going to be able to replicate that exact situation. So anybody else who's trying to compete, it's like you're behind the 8 ball anyway.
Right.
Like, it's not fair. Like, that's the thing. Like, you can take a guy of equivalent talent, and his situation isn't going to be as good, so he's not going to produce to the same level. He can't.
No. And you get a lot can be said about Bobby Orr too.
Yeah.
You take
Mhm.
his era, you take the players he had. Who did Boston have? Everyone.
Yes.
Right.
Sanderson, Busick, Esposito,
Esposito, Cashman.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
nonstop. And timing, just the right team. Montreal they had a solid grouping
Montreal
too.
had-
Yeah.
Yeah. They had a run.
Savard, they had great guys, just
Yeah.
a lot of guys who were middle upper tier,
But one of the things with the 70s Canadians, again, before my time, but one of the things that we can talk about, though, is with the 70s Canadians, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, on this,
Mhm.
but I believe at the time, especially somewhere in the 70s Canadians run, they had to change the rule about the power play. Because there was a stage somewhere in hockey history where you could run the power play the entire time, even if you scored. There was a point in time where it stopped, but there was a point where you could run the 2-minute power play, and it was a full 2 minutes, whether you scored or not.
Not in the 70s.
Okay.
so-
Might have been the
I
60s.
believe not. It may have been the 60s.
Sure.
I mean, the Habs went on a 5-year run in the latter part of the 50s. I think the Leafs, you could say, had a pretty good stranglehold on cups in the 60s, because I think they won a few in the early 60s.
Three in a row, and then 67.
67.
But then
So they had-
Montreal filled in the gap a lot of through there too.
Yeah, that's true. But definitely the 2-minute power play. Like, I know you're talking like if it was a 5-minute major, right?
No,
Unlimited.
there was a period of time. I'd have to
No,
look it up, but there was a
that
period
you're
of time where you
saying-
could run 2 minutes.
Right. No, if you scored 5 goals, it was 2 minutes.
2 minutes. You
You
were
didn't-
still shorthanded.
It was definitely not the 70s.
Sure.
It had to be pre-70s because
I don't remember the set. I remember watching probably from 1960, 68, 69, 70.
yeah.
Really young, but I mean, I remember the games.
God,
but
you're not that old, are you, Bobby? You're not my age, are you?
I'm 56.
Oh, I'm 55. Okay.
Youngin. Oh my
Yeah. Just a child.
God.
Just a child. So you're
That's a wee boy.
54,
That's a wee
baby.
boy.
That's why I let the gray hair come in.
Yeah, me
Nice.
too. I don't have any choice.
Nothing here though.
Oh, see, you're all good up top. You got
I
a
know.
full head of hair, and I'm losing it everywhere and gray everywhere else. So
Yeah, I get it. Oh,
Yeah.
actually, Mike, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I know you back in the old card days. Were beehives ever a consideration for rookies? Was there ever that thought process going around? I was around back then, but I wasn't doing what I do, what I've been doing the last 25 years. But
not really. Beehives were looked upon as a premium product. It was a mail-in product, and beehives were never. How do I say it? So they had 3 groupings, groups 1, 2, and 3, and I think 3 was the last year with the pseudo wood grain borders. I know beehives were never considered because they weren't set out as distributed. You had to mail in to get them. So you would take the label off the beehive corn syrup that was prominent, and you would send it into your guys' neck of the woods, St. Lawrence Cement in Port Credit, or St. Lawrence Starch in Port Credit, Ontario, made beehive syrup. And you would, get 3 labels and right away and say, I want Maurice Richard, because he was my favorite player. So it wasn't a distributed thing that you bought. You mailed in and it was given out. So I don't think there would be rookie cards per se, like a card.
Yep.
But I will tell you that the odd thing about beehives is it's reverse with hockey cards. The the lesser known guys are the valuable guys, because no one would write in and go,
Send me so and so Joe Schmidt.
I want Dave Ballin.
Yeah.
They would go, no, I want Maurice Richard, or I want Henri Richard. I don't want Dave Ballin. I want Jacques Plante. So and I'm not using Dave Ballin as a specific example. It's just throwing it out there. So there are some that are very short print because nobody asked for them. So they had them. So I dealt back in the day where I had to run. I bought a collection of beehives that I was selling for shows over 3 years because I bought so many of them and got to know them very well. Probably ended up selling all of them. I think I kept a lot of the Habs ones, and I have a signed Maurice Richard one from Series 2. But no real rookie card designation on them, only because it was a mail-in offer.
Yep.
But your guys' neck of the woods.
Oh yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
you're in the Toronto area, right, Bobby?
Yeah,
Are you Mississauga or?
on the east end.
Okay, all right. So
Cardinals is the other side of town.
okay, so
The wrong side of the tracks.
Port Credit is one of those GO train stops. I think it's
Went away from it. Yep.
Is it Clarkson Mimico
Mimico.
Port Credit Exhibition
Actually,
Stadium?
Port Credit, yeah. Right
Yeah,
there.
that's the call. I don't know the order, but I used to go to the exhibition as a kid, and it was always like Clarkson, Port Credit, Memico, and I'm like, where the hell are we? I had no idea what these areas were, and then it was like Exhibition Stadium. Everybody off the train,
Yep.
Well,
going
thanks,
to
Mike.
yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it. I was really asking because I had a discussion with the Beehive collector about, what allocates a rookie. And we were talking about rookie cards and, that
Yeah.
in my new price guide, I'll be putting Bill Burrell as a rookie. And he says, well, the Beehive should be rookies. And I said, he says, well, other things were offering products. Yeah, but, nationally distributed. I said, no, it wasn't nationally available. You had to mail away. And he says,
Correct.
well, it still should be a rookie. And I said, why do I always have this problem with Beehive guys?
Mm-hmm.
It's like they always want it. It's like he goes, not for monetary value. I said, then who cares?
I'll tell you why the Beehive guys want it, because the Beehive guys aren't card guys, and they want the claim. Yeah, you can have.
They think the Beehives are cards.
Well, I know, but they're not.
This started out as a 3940 O-Pee-Chee.
Okay.
Are they rookie cards? Because I don't think PSA recognizes them, or maybe I'm losing people on these old talking card stuff, but
no.
But they're 5x7s, and
Yeah.
there's rookie cards. You have Max Bentley, and then 10 years
Mhm.
later, you have 51 Parker's is Doug Bentley's rookie, but it was really Doug Bentley in the picture. But
Right.
so then he says, well, it should, it was Beehive was before that, and then we kind of got into it, and it was like, oh, here we go.
Oh.
So I was wondering, in your era, was anybody ever even considering, early 90s at that point?
I never heard the argument,
Good.
Bobby.
Okay.
I have never, but that's not to say like, who am I? You know what I mean? I just never heard what.
Well, you're doing shows, so you would have heard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Someone would have said, "Oh, well, that's his rookie card," and I would have said, "No, that's a Beehive.
Perfect.
Here's his rookie card. It's a Parkhurst from whatever, or whatever."
Sure. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sounds
No,
good.
that's they're fun, the Beehives, and there's different variations too. And there is the original rainbows, because you can get different variations of Beehive.
Yes.
You can get different script names.
Mhm.
You can get different photo variations with different script names, because they would have different series. And
For hockey, I'll give you yes, but in fairness,
Yeah.
if you go back to old Judge in the baseball side of it, they had the variants with the photos and stuff back in the 1800s.
Absolutely. I'm just
making sure.
I'm just going in the hockey side.
I'm with you.
I'm going with the Beehive. They were the original rainbows and not rainbows, because they were all black and white.
Yeah.
They were the sad rainbows, I guess.
The sad rainbows.
They were the sad ones. Yeah.
So let me grab a couple of comments
Sure.
here real quick.
Yeah.
So I just want to close this off with this one. So as Cardad says, I want to make clear, because I always have, I love, Jeremy knows this. I love playing the contrarian in a lot of these. I play the devil's advocate, so I live for it. I do.
Yeah, you do.
But I want to make sure that I'm very clear on my stance on this. I will never discount anybody for playing on a great team, because that's not fair. I can't do it. They had no control over that necessarily, and neither do I. I do factor it in, though. I have to consider that helps. Like if you're playing with total scrubs, let's put it this way: is Gretzky with all his vision? If he passes to somebody, perfect pass, wide open net, and the guy misses it by 5 feet, how many assists does he get?
Right.
So there is something to be said for you need a little bit of help. Now, if your help happens to be elite level help, well, doesn't that help a little bit more? It means your pass doesn't have to be perfect, but the fact that you can make perfect passes, well, that only enhances the thing. That puts it on steroids. It takes it to another level.
I think so I'm trying to read this. So all-time great that also had a great team take away from the greatness. I think it actually adds to the greatness.
It could.
In my opinion, I think it adds to it, because great players will make others great around them.
It can.
Right? They will force you, bring up your game to my level. Mm-hmm. Like, who wouldn't want to play on Gretzky's line? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to get a raise next year, because I'm going to get 30 goals where normally I get 5, but I'm playing Bernie Nichols. Bernie Nichols went to LA.
I agree with you, but
you know what I mean?
Those great players can elevate somebody. But my question becomes, so maybe this is the best way to phrase it. So let's use an example here. So let me ask you a question, and then I'll follow it up.
Okay.
So who would you consider to be, for you, for all the categories that you want,
Mm-hmm.
the best quarterback that you've ever watched play. The person who can make those throws, put it where it needs to be, put it in somebody's hands beautifully, good to go. Who would you consider? This is for you. Who do you
So
consider?
are you asking me on the? Oh,
I just
Jesus,
want
Carlos.
the quarterback that can make a throw. I'm not talking about winning championships, whatever. I want somebody who can make a throw for me.
Go Canadian. Come
against
on.
somebody. You can
Theismann.
go anywhere you want.
No, I
I
can't
just
go
want a great
Theismann.
quarterback.
I would.
I know who mine is.
I-
1 second.
If you were saying winning, I'd say Brady, but
But winning is a team thing. I'm talking about a guy who can go back,
Who can
make a throw,
thread the
and complete
needle?
this throw.
Marino.
Great. So let's take Dan Marino. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think it would have looked like if Dan Marino had Jerry Rice?
Probably
Would
the
that be
same
all right?
as-
Would it be okay?
It'd be the exact same as how Montana looked. It would look like how Montana would look with Duper and Clayton.
Sounds good.
Not
Now,
as good.
Sounds good. Now, question. You're a Dallas Cowboy fan, right?
I am.
Okay. What if Dan Marino had Jerry Rice and Michael Irvin in his prime on the other side? How does that look?
Better.
Does it look good?
Well,
What if I take another
Dan
great all-time
Marino's
wide
my
receiver and give him a
quarterback,
third
it
one?
already looks good.
No, but I'm asking you though, does it not look a little better? Does it not give him more options? Does it not be like,
Yeah.
hey, you know what? This field's opening up. I got open receivers all over the place now.
I know where you're going with the question.
Yeah.
Um,
It does not take away from Dan Marino's greatness. What I'm getting at is the fact that the
doesn't.
other person can also carry their weight
right,
enhances the package.
right.
It
Yeah.
means the fact that you can throw the ball and hit the spot makes an average receiver and makes them a very good receiver. It makes a very good
Right.
receiver into a great receiver. But if I take a guy who's great already and you're great and they're great, this is
We're greater.
like this is greater than the sum of its parts.
Well, it's like Gretzky, Curry always knew where to go,
That's
with
all part of the
Gretzky.
piece. That's all part of the puzzle.
right? So does that mean that Curry was a greater goal scorer, or he just had better vision because he practiced with Gretzky every day, knew what Gretzky was going to do, knew where to be when the pass was made?
Yeah.
Or was he just a good goal scorer?
Yeah.
What is this? What is the difference? But
that's why I always
you're
pose
right.
the question. That's
Yeah.
My point is always the same. If the point that they're making is a very, very true point. That is a valid point. A great player will elevate the people around them.
Yeah.
But what if the person around them is already
He's
great?
also great.
Is also great. So it's like, and then in the Edmonton Oilers example, they won a Stanley Cup when Wayne Gretzky left. In
Correct.
theory, they should have collapsed, and that should have been the end of the dynasty right there.
Should have.
They squeezed one more out there because they had so much talent in-house. Still,
And I believe they were without Coffee at the time.
yes.
He was with Pittsburgh.
Yep.
He was gone. Yeah. So
That means the team wasn't half bad. They were
Right.
still the dregs, the leftovers were still
Yeah.
pretty good. They were still pretty good.
we'll replace Gretzky with Klima.
Yeah.
We'll see how he makes out. Oh,
And
we
yet-
won the cup.
And yet, they still won another Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so,
No, I know what you're saying.
So that's
I'm
what I'm saying,
gonna-
great players.
How good of a goalie would you be if you had like Savard and Robinson from the Canadians as your two defensemen?
Right.
You're a great goalie, obviously,
Yeah.
because they'd
And-
have so many few opportunities. But
And
are you really that great goalie?
And you also had Lapointe. He's the slouch. He's the number 3 defenseman. He was the defensive defenseman.
And still
not too bad.
amazing player too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I
That's the
mean,
reason when I look at these all-time greats, I do
Me
try
too.
to look at the whole package in context. I have to respect the fact that it's not because if I take you in isolation and I strip you away,
Yeah.
I put Wayne Gretzky on, the worst team of the 1980s. Is he still Wayne Gretzky? Yes. Does he get 200 points a year? I'm going to bet the under.
yeah. Maybe the GM of the team should be more revered as the constructor
You do
of
need to give a little bit of respect to that.
of
Yeah.
putting the team together, because he's got the vision. Hey, we need to sign these guys long term, keep the nucleus together, starting from goalie outward, and we can fill in the role players. I mean, I think Dave Lumley was a Stanley Cup winner with Edmonton, and I think it was Dave. Is it Dave Lumley played for Edmonton back in the 80s? and nobody knows who he is, but he was on, I think, the first
I
cup
don't
winning
remember his name.
team. Dave Lumley. I'm pretty sure nobody knows who Dave Lumley is. And
Harry Lumley.
no, not it's Dave Lumley. I think he was number 14 for the Edmonton Oilers.
Huh.
But he was a fourth line guy. You know, he was a checking guy. You're going to go out there and go play against the best line of the other team, shut them down, and then after Lumley left, they're like, oh, let's bring in this Esa Tikkanen. And you know what? Tikkanen will shut down everybody's best player. And he was notorious at it. And he happened to be on the Rangers in 94 when they won the cup, ironically enough. So there was some construction of putting these pieces together that you're right. You get all the great players together.
Mhm.
It's one thing. Can they gel? It's the mastermind who's putting it together.
Yeah.
So,
I remember I played at Ted Reeves Arena, if you guys know where
Yep.
that is. But I used to time the games for the young kids, and before the start of the year, they used to grade them A, B, C, or D
right.
players, and every team was divided up in this many A's and this many B's, this many C's, whatever. And what happened? And I said, that's not fair, because this guy's A plus, and you got an A minus and an A minus, and this guy, the team that get the A plus, they got the B plus, and then they
Right.
end up with the C plus, and maybe they got a couple D's. It was just totally unfair. So this team that always got and there was always one team that had, and I just, I was an A player, not an A plus.
Yeah.
All these other guys are A plus and A minuses, and I'm saying, and they always win the championship. And it
Right. Yeah.
that's what really made the difference, is that extra tier. So we take star, semi-star, and then superstar.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it makes total sense. And you combine, and it's only if they're going to gel. And I agree, Bobby, as kid playing minor hockey, it's better chance of it happening then, when salaries and egos can get in the way with the NHL players, right? Like, why am I performing better on the ice, but he's also a good player and he's making more money, but he's not contributing offensively? And that became a big wave of the free agency class. Big wave. So
all that played into, as the eras proceeded, it became more difficult to build a team of that structure.
right.
You could not have built a team like that, even if you wanted to today, with all
Right.
the draft picks in the world, because you wouldn't be able to keep them.
Right.
As soon as somebody became great, they'd be like, yeah, I want more money. Like, I want this, I want this, I want
See you
this.
later.
It's like,
But also, it comes down to other things too. With the Leafs, there was McGillney. It's a phenomenal player. I loved him on the Leafs, and him
Yep.
and Sundin played so well together, but they were on different lines. The only time they were on the ice together was when it was a power play, and
Yeah.
McGillney would squeeze in there. But man, those guys were bang, 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 scoring goals. It was like, keep those guys together. They're so good.
Yeah.
But they didn't. They separated them. So we got an
Yeah.
A plus and an A minus, and we got
Yeah.
and that's a team that we could have got more goals. We needed better defense, we needed a better goalie, but I mean, they would have had a lot more goals having those two together, but they're broken down into these different lines, and I think that really means something too. Then
Yeah. And I think you're right, Bobby, because it almost seemed like, hey, we've got all this talent. Let's put a little bit of talent on a few lines, rather than, you look at the 70s, the lines of the 70s, like the French Connection. You know what I mean? Like Perot, Martin, and Rennie Robert. They were the top three guys on the Buffalo Sabres. Now, one line, put them out there. You had Gillies, Bossy, Trottier. One line, throw them out there. That was the whole mode of the 70s. You put your best three guys on one line and let them produce, and hope the other three can do a little bit of role play and get the odd scrappy goal or stop another line, and hope for the best. In the 80s and 90s, it seemed to change. It really did.
Yeah, the paradigm changed there too.
Definitely.
So let me grab this comment, because this is fun, because this plays right into the baseball side of it. This is right in my wheelhouse. I'm gonna keep this one short. I'm gonna keep this one short.
Here we go.
So let me keep this as short and sweet as I can. Bonds at his peak, steroids or no steroids, was the scariest hitter I ever got a chance to watch, because every one of those pitchers feared the guy. Like he and at his peak, in addition to the power, he had the plate discipline to just not swing at a bad pitch.
Right.
And everything he swung at, he made contact on. Everything he made contact on, he hit out of the ballpark.
Right.
So it wasn't that he was hitting, 45, 50, 60, 70 bombs. Oh, and batting 265. No, he was hitting 300, 330, 340, 360.
Yeah.
Like, it was off the charts. Again, you could say enhancement through chemistry, fine.
Mhm.
But he was still really good when he wasn't enhanced to that degree. Like, he
Yeah.
was still an MVP multiple times before he ever, got bigger. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Before that, he was still really great. And he was a 30, 30, 40, 40 type of player. And he could steal bases. And he could play the field. And he could do all these things. So Bonds was a great player and then went on enhancements to go like God levels. So it's
Right.
so he took what he already had and just made it absurd.
Yeah.
So if you want to disqualify Bonds for that, I have no issue with that. That's fine. I get it. But the second point about whether they won or not, there's too many factors for that because that's luck. And Griffey could have been, for me, the GOAT if he had been able to play the second half of his career with something resembling health.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, he disintegrated after he basically went to Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as he basically left Seattle, like, he disintegrated. They found kryptonite and, like, he could never stay in the lineup for any period of time. But if you go back and remember, it wasn't just that Griffey could hit home runs, is that he could do everything.
Everything.
He was a Gold Glove fielder. He had some speed. He could do everything.
Yeah.
He was a great player.
Yeah.
So, and I'll finish with Trout and then I'll get to Ruth because I have to have some fun with Trout. Here's the thing. With Trout, I have fun because statistically, if you want to tell me that he's the best player in baseball statistically, I cannot argue with you because statistically, I don't have a case. I can't make it. But there's two things that I look at. Number one, I look at Mike Trout, and when I look at the eye test, I look at Trout. It's like, what has he got? He's got power. Great. I've seen better. He's got speed. Yep. Seen better too. Speed and power. I've seen better combination of both. Can he play the field? Yeah, he can. You know how many Gold Gloves he has? The same amount I do.
Mhm.
So
None.
it's not that he's not great. It's not that he's not great. Oh, but he's got 3 MVPs. No doubt. That's a writer's voting on it.
That's right.
He's the anti-Bonds. People like him. So if he's playing great, they'll vote for him. Here's the problem with his MVPs. Here's the reality. And this is just me taking my angle on this. Here's my reality. When I look at his MVPs, they compare him to Mickey Mantle. I look at Mickey Mantle in 1956. He's a Triple Crown winner. He was like 24. Mike Trout's best season in all 3 categories doesn't come close to that 1956 season. If I take his best average, his best power numbers, and his best RBIs, still can't get there.
Right.
Cherry picked from 10 years, and I still can't do it. I still can't match. And
Different
he was
era?
24. What's
Different
that?
era? Different era?
It is a different era, no doubt. But
Different
don't forget,
bats,
it's not
different
like everybody
balls.
and their brother was hitting 50, 60 home runs in that era either.
No, true.
So it's like, it is fair. Like, he didn't have enhancement his day, like that way. And he eventually drank himself into losing his ability the second half of his career.
He did.
And that's Mantle was still one of the all-time greats at the time he retired, despite throwing away all that talent. One more thing. In 1951, he hurt his leg and never fully recovered from it. He was a speedster before he destroyed his leg in the 1951 World Series, and they didn't have the technology to fix it like they could have today.
Yeah.
And he also drank himself into a stupor, and he was still great.
It's still great. Yeah.
And so the problem I have with this comparison...
all those guys drank themselves into a
Agreed.
stupor back
But I'm
then.
saying all these are factors. All these things
Yeah.
I have to play into it.
Yeah.
And in 1961, he could have possibly broken the 60 home run thing, but he got hurt again.
His leg.
This happens. This happens. It's part of the deal.
You
So-
could, yeah.
Go ahead.
I to the leg thing, you can watch old footage of Mantle hitting a home
Yes.
run, and there's a noticeable limp as he's rounding the bases.
Yes.
Every single time, it's like hoppity hop, like every time, and it's he's in pain.
Yeah.
And he's just going through the motions, almost to the point where I don't want to leg out a triple because I can't.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? My triples are going to be long singles, so I better park it.
So-
I better put that power behind it and get it out so I can trot around and limp around.
So maybe the best way I can put this is that if you want to compare Mike Trout to Mickey Mantle, number one, I object. But number two, in addition to objection, let's say I don't object. Okay, great. So your comparison is that Mike Trout in his prime, relatively healthy, in his 20s, is equivalent to a hobbled Mickey Mantle. Congratulations. Good job. Good job, guys. Like, you did it. You totally did it.
Just
Awesome.
broke it. just broke all of baseball.
But here's the thing: I don't care about WAR. Calculate WAR as much as you can. Mike Trout's team sucks with him, and they suck without him.
I know.
It makes no difference. He could have broken his leg in his first day of his career, and the Angels are still bad. Like, what difference does it make?
Yeah, I know.
Again, I am not saying he's not a great player, but my problem with the Trout argument is one simple thing. This is all it. I use my eye test when it comes to baseball. All I can do is look at what I see. I'll look at the stats, but I also got to look at what I see. Do I see greatness? I struggle to see greatness. I don't see greatness. I look at him and I go, this guy's great. This guy's very good. He's consistent. He can accumulate the stats to be an all-time great. But here's the problem. When I look at him and I look at his MVP years, which one is his signature season? I use that 56 for Mantle. To me, that's a signature season for Mantle. You could argue 61 when he had a chance to go and break that record. That's another potential signature season for Mantle. Which one is it for Trout? He's got 3 MVPs. Which one do you want? I'll give you any of the 3 you want. Pick one.
Well, you tell us what's his best.
I don't have one. To me, he's about the same every year.
Okay.
So when he won the MVP, he's about the same when he didn't.
I think everybody wants to grow up with a star in their eye, and I think people are pushed into greatness more than they are. You know,
that's media driven.
Yeah, exactly.
That's media driven.
Exactly.
And this stuff we have, Facebook and all these talk shows and stuff. Yeah, social media it's that drives a lot of stuff too.
Absolutely. And the thing is, like I said, Mike Trout is a likable guy. There's nothing objectionable about Mike Trout. He's a swell fella. He's
He's the face of baseball.
That's the thing. It works out for him very well.
Let the kids play. He was picked for that line in that commercial because he's the face of baseball, and Major League Baseball wants him to be the face.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's the face, that may, I don't want to say that the baseball writers are looking at it that way, but is it a situation that all he's got to do is come close to decent numbers and he's going to get the MVP? Because I think
he's got to still have numbers that are, he can't have like horrific numbers. That's not going to work. Like, you can't do that.
So when you look at his 3 MVP seasons, I look back and I don't want to look at pitchers, but what other player is like, who finished second, third? How do their numbers compare? Are they better, worse? Or can an argument be made?
There's a couple of those. The reason why I make the challenge, not to you guys specifically, but whenever I have this debate with somebody, I say, okay, and I give them, I want to start off from a disadvantageous position. That's why I say, pick an MVP season you like, go to Baseball Reference, pick the one you like, and then we'll debate it. That's what I'm letting you pick it.
Carlos was the captain of the debate team. I know.
I want you to pick it. I want to handicap myself, and then I will let you do it.
Right.
And then we'll have this conversation. The reason I say that I have questions about it is that Mike Trout will be 29 next year. He's still a young guy. So statistically, he has the opportunity to build up this all-time credentials. Couple of important things.
Mm-hmm.
This past year was only 60 games. We lost 100 games because of COVID. Not his fault, not anybody's fault. That's part of the game. That's 100 games you lost in your career.
Call it like a strike year.
Yeah, but that's 100 games you just lost to your career to put up stats.
Mm-hmm.
The previous year, he lost about 30 games to injury. So the last 2 seasons, he's lost the equivalent of a full season.
Right.
Now, he's a speed and power guy. Anybody want to guess how many stolen bases he had last year? It was in 53 games he played. 53 games. How many stolen bases did he have?
I'm going to get 15. 1? Okay.
Yeah, that's a speed power guy.
Right.
No, he's a power guy, and that's okay. That's fine. That's okay. But he's going to be 29. His stolen bases are dropping. He's not really trying to steal bases anymore. The previous year he had 11. The previous year he had 24. Then he had 22. He doesn't really try to steal bases anymore. That's okay, by the way. I'm not penalizing him for that. But he's not a speed and power guy anymore.
Right.
And his last average was 281. The previous year was 291. His career average is 304. That's going to drop.
Yeah.
So he's not a 300 career hitter anymore in a couple of years. And he's getting hurt more often. He's only 28.
But he's already going into the Hall.
According to Mike, yes. Other Mike, yes.
Well, he is. He hit 10 years.
He has 302 home runs. You want to get the Hall for what?
If he retired right now, he'd get in. He'd get in. Because why? Because people like him.
That part, I agree with you.
That's why Harold Baines got in. People like Harold.
Look, here's the thing. If he retired right now, he goes in the Hall of Fame. Harold Baines is a better Hall of Famer than he is. He at least played 20 years. This is 10 years.
Okay, average it out. Is he better?
Average it out. He's hit 30 home runs a year average.
But Baines didn't.
He has 2,800 hits. Trout doesn't get there in 10 more years.
Okay.
He actually doesn't. He's not even at 1,400 after 10 years.
He's the goal for him for Trout is the surefire is. I mean, he got his 10th season in this year.
He did.
Game 1.
Yep.
So that qualifies him.
Yep.
Now he just needs to hit 500 home runs. And if he can hit between 400 and 500 with the 3 MVPs right now, he's in. And what's he at for?
But the thing is, you just said right now. If he's right now, he's at 302. He doesn't get to 500 home runs.
No. What I'm saying, yeah, I know, but it's gonna make it more of a loss.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No,
and
fine.
if he hits 400, it's more. And we're not arguing this anymore. But I still think right now he gets in with those numbers because of the 3 MVPs.
If the writers want to do that, here's the thing: the Baseball Hall of Fame is the Baseball Hall of Fame. If the writers want to do that, I get it. But I give zero legitimacy to the Hall of Fame as it is. It's been illegitimate for like a century.
Definitely
like the Hall of Fame doesn't even count. I don't even care.
Clark Gillies.
You know what? Put everybody in the Hall of Fame.
You know what? You're right. It's like Oprah. You're in the Hall of Fame, and you're in the Hall of Fame. Everyone's in the Hall of Fame.
It's like, you know what? I want Julio Franco in the Hall of Fame. If Trout gets in right now and he retires, I want Julio Franco in the Hall of Fame on principle. I want him in the Hall of Fame on principle.
Was Franco a nice guy, though?
How do we know he isn't? I refuse to take that away from him.
He was never the face of baseball, though, was he?
Yeah, exactly.
It is a political thing. I get it.
There is an aspect to that, yeah.
You know, a large aspect.
So let me get quickly to Ruth here. Ruth is interesting because Ruth was really the first, like, not the first, but he was one of the early, like, fully legendary players. Like, he has the mythology. He's got all of that. Plus, he was out homering teams. Like, it's almost another thing. Again, you got to remember the era. Like, he was out homering teams. And he was a great pitcher before he converted to an outfielder to become a all-time great hitter.
Yep.
So it's like you got to... Now, again, his career was shortened. But in his day, he was a guy who could compete for the batting crown. He could hit the average. He could hit the power. He could drive in the runs. Now, if you want to make an argument against him, your best argument is that Yankee team was a powerhouse. He had Lou Gehrig with him for a chunk of his career. He was a Hall of Famer too. But the thing is, in his era, Ruth was a dominant player.
His batting is singular.
No, I agree with you. What I'm saying is that in his era, he was a dominant player. Once he had Gehrig with him, they played off of each other beautifully. Because as a pitcher, you had to make a choice. So you got a guy who can crush the ball a mile, or you got a guy who can crush the ball a mile. Who do you want to pitch to?
Yeah.
So it's like both these guys can do that. And Lou Gehrig could drive in runs.
Yeah.
And he was durable. And he played every day. You couldn't stop him until finally disease stopped him.
Right. Yeah.
But he's a legendary player.
I mean, ironically enough, in 8 days, it'll be exactly 101 years since Ruth was traded from the Red Sox. January 5th, 1920, 101 years ago. Yeah. And as a Red Sox fan, all to fund a play. Ruth could have been a legendary Red Sox if it wasn't for the owner selling him to the Yankees to fund a play. But Carlos, you said longevity matters between Gretzky and Lemieux, but it doesn't matter for Trout. No,
I didn't say that.
I said it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
so that's my opinion.
When I look at Lemieux, and I'll just give the guy quickly the case for Lemieux for me. What I look at when I look at Lemieux is I just look at how dominant he was in his playing style. The thing with Lemieux, and it's not a fair comparison, by the way, because if you look at the two guys physically, they don't look the same. Lemieux played a very different style. Lemieux was like 5 inches taller, and like 30 pounds heavier.
He was a power
forward. A big guy you never see.
What he could do that Gretzky couldn't do is he goes like, okay, I can out-finesse you. I can deke you out of your shoes, your skates, or I can power through two defensemen and get to the goaltender anyway. Pick your poison?
And
how do you want me to do this?
I'll go into the corners and strip the puck from me and send it out to Yager.
How do you want me to do this? Because no matter what, if I'm at my best, you can't stop me.
Mm-hmm.
Super utility play.
Yeah.
Just amazing.
And he had tremendous hands and
He
an
had-
accurate shot, and so he's
Smooth
got
hands.
all the skills and all the talent. It's the only thing the thing with Lemieux is, unfortunately, because he didn't get to play a full career, we don't get to see what it looks like, because statistically, at the pace he was going, again, at 35, he scored 75 points in 45
Mhm.
games. That was at 35. He's
Yeah.
supposed to be old.
Right.
He's supposed, he came back from injuries. He came back from cancer. He did all this. He's supposed to be diminished.
And
And he was dominating.
And to compare that, how old's Ovechkin right now?
He's
30,
right around 34, 35.
34? Yeah. So now my question to you guys is he going to stick around long enough to beat Gretzky's goal record? Do you
He
think
wants
so,
to.
Robbie?
I think he will.
I
Yeah.
think for him, I think he actually cares about that record, and that's huge. I think he actually cares. In the back of his mind, he's sitting there going like,
Stand the cup, done.
yeah,
Now
I
let's
have
go.
7, and I've made plenty of money. It isn't about the money. I've got that. I've got the fame. People love me. Like, he's got the
Mhm.
personality. People like him. That's not
Sure.
an issue. And he's sitting there going like, 700 goals. I've got a shot. Because he's
think-
got to be doing the math in his head. He goes, I've got a shot. I'm the only one who really. And what's
He's got
interesting with him,
about, doesn't he got about 130 goals to go? I thought I measured it out at about 30 something goals a year for the next 4 years.
it's closer to 180, 190.
Is it that much?
It's 894 for Gretzky, and he's like at 705 or something like that.
Okay, so then we're
He'd have to
talking,
play into his 40s. He'd have to play into his 40s. Comfortably.
Maybe.
and
Have
he
some
wants
super
and
years.
he wants to go back and play in the KHL 1 year too.
Yep.
That's where it's questionable whether.
Nah.
But here's the thing: if he goes to the KHL, could he do that? Let's use an example of a guy who scored for a long time. Yager was still really good in his 40s.
when he went to the KHL when he left Washington.
He
Yeah.
could very well, if he wished, be like, I'll take a run at this. I'll do what I can, because he's got a couple more years where he's close to his peak scoring output still,
Right.
and then it will slow down. And then it's like, if you can put up a couple of good seasons here in the next couple, look at your number and see where you're at.
right.
Because it's a math problem now. It's like, do you have enough time left before the lights go out? Before you slow down, you can't score like that anymore. Unless, now there's only one scenario I can foresee, and a buddy of mine joked about it, but I agree with him. There's only
Okay.
one thing I can see that would like guarantee, and it's a lock for Ovechkin. There's one thing he could do.
What?
Go under the tutelage of Obi-Wan Brett Hull. Because Brett Hull figured out a way to stand in one spot for the last 5 years of his career and scold an
Yeah.
innumerable amount of goals.
No doubt. No
Like,
doubt
it
he did.
worked. If he goes under Obi-Wan Brett Hull, he will
Yeah.
score 1,000 goals, Mike.
Yeah.
He will.
I don't know if he's gonna have the longevity to
That's the
do
question.
it.
That's the question. Yeah, that's
I
a,
think,
I
think
thought he
he's
was
super
going to.
healthy though.
Yeah.
so far it's
Well,
been good.
it has. I just don't know if he can get that many goals. He's at 706.
Yeah, and here's the key stat. Look at this. This was the last year.
Yeah.
Like, he's still really good. Like,
yeah.
he's still close to a 50-goal pace guy right now.
Okay, so what is he? 188 away?
So if it's 706, it's 894. Yeah, 188.
So he's got to go 47 goals for 4 years, or if he plays 5, he's got to go about 38 goals for 5 years.
I think the next 2 years tell the tale, Mike. If
Yeah.
he can be over 40 the next 2, he can at least look at it from spitting distance and be like, okay, I got to play until I'm 40 or 41. That's probably the
And-
only way.
Yeah.
It's a math
42.
problem at that point. It's a math problem. It's like,
And that-
can you get enough years and enough time left?
Yeah.
That's
I dumped his rookie card,
Mhm.
his
Yeah.
10. I
Yep.
dumped it. I only got it 4 months ago, but the money that I was making,
it was good. Yeah.
it was huge.
Yeah.
And I started looking at that, and I'm like, I don't think he's going to do it. And I seen an interview where he's like, I want to play one more year with, I can't remember, is it Dynamo? Is that his KHL home team?
I don't remember.
Is it? I don't know who it is,
Not
but he
sure.
wants to go 1 year back. And I'm like, and I had a buddy who wanted to buy it, and I'm like, it's yours.
That could be his beer league team, though. Like I said, it depends
It
on
could.
depends how determined, because he's a skilled enough player.
Right.
Two things. It depends on whether he decides if he really wants to try. And he goes under. I joked about the Brett Hall thing, but actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, get some tips from the master of finding the spot, because Brett Hall at the end of his career didn't have to work hard to get those goals. He was so smart. He would be in the spot, like he would be in the perfect spot and tee off on goal after goal. It was like you can't stop him. He gets to that spot, he scores.
Just feed me.
And if you do that, that's a less energy way of getting some serious goals.
Yeah,
that could help. That could be huge. Again, so that's one thing. And the second thing is if he becomes a workout demon here at the tail end. Yager became a workout demon in his 40s, and I don't know what the heck, if he got bonked in the head or what happened. Suddenly you care. Now you want to do this.
Yeah.
If you had done this the whole time, Yager would be the all-time goal scorer.
Well, and imagine if Yager didn't go to the KHL, stayed in Washington, and then Ovechkin joined.
Yes.
How that would have worked out. You know,
he had almost 2,000 points without that.
I know.
Almost 800 goals without that.
I know.
So it's like Yager would be the guy, would be the dude, at least in goals for sure.
Yeah.
But he'd be like at 2,300 points, something stupid.
Right.
So there's a lot of ifs here, but one point I'll get. So let me quickly answer this, and then I'll grab a couple of these points here.
Yeah.
So the answer is no, but he would be the greatest goal scorer of all time. And also the most efficient and consistent goal scorer of all time for longevity.
I would agree with that.
Because if I take it in a shorter time span, you got to like Bossy. Because Bossy was a machine year after year after year until he
played
broke down.
10 years.
He broke down. Yeah. Like 560 goals for his career.
Yeah.
Like so that man was a machine until he broke down.
Yeah.
This is what happens. If Ovechkin can play a full career and he somehow gets to 900 goals, as far as goal scoring is concerned, he's the guy. Like, and also considering his era, I give him double bonus points because the next closest guy in his era, again, his contemporary is Crosby. Crosby's at 450. Ovechkin's at 700. Look at that gap. And by the way, Crosby's pretty good too.
Yeah.
So you can take a great player and be that far ahead of him in that category, it's pretty good.
So 706 he's at.
Yep.
How long ago was he at? When did he hit 500 or 506? Because we're looking at the same time period, roughly, till he breaks the record, give or take.
I think that's fair. I can look. So I can tell you that in terms of goals, so his last 3 seasons, he led the league in goals, his last 3 years. 48, 51, 49.
Okay.
So that's about 150 goals, give or take, in those 3 seasons.
So,
and then 33 the following year, and then 50, 53, 51 those years before that.
So 5 for sure.
5 years, give or take.
At the same pace.
Yep. I'm not considering a given it by any stretch of the imagination. But that's right. But here's the question that I would pose. This is where it's interesting. To me, if he gets to 800, I think it solidifies him as one of the greatest goal scorers of all time. Not only numerically, but also I also have to consider his era, because nobody in this era is coming close to that.
Yeah, true.
He's separated himself head and shoulders above everybody in his era, and everybody else is going to be looking at, because 50 goal seasons are rare now.
Right.
Do people get them? Yeah. 1 or 2 players a year at most.
Right.
The amount of 50 goal and 100 point seasons are rare now. They don't grow on trees. The best can get them, but it's like barely. How many points did you get? 105, 110.
Yeah.
It's different era. It's not the same.
No, never will be.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to follow it. Yeah. That's for sure. Because I'm still thrilled.
I'm still thrilled about seeing. I'm still excited to see it, because if he does actually legitimately want to take a run at it, I want to see that run. I will enjoy because it's not a 1 season thing. It's like he's got to have a great season this upcoming season to the best of his ability, a great season next season, and keep trying and see what he can do.
It's like chapter 1, 2, 3, 4 until he does it. Yeah.
And there's so many things that can go wrong, but I'd love to see the attempt.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't want to put it in the same as Sosa McGuire, but it definitely puts something in Canada for everyone to watch eagerly. Yes. Like, oh, is he going to do it? Like, one of Gretzky's records is going to fall.
Yeah.
Like, people think it's unattainable.
And it's a big one
And-
because that's a career record that takes a very long time.
Absolutely.
You have to chip away at it year after year after year after year.
And
You
then
can't do it in a season.
if he just beats it, then do the 80s people go, yeah, but if Gretzky went straight to the NHL and didn't play in the WHA, or if you total up his professional total goals in the WHA, now where's he at?
This
You
is
know what I
true,
mean?
but if you remember looking at pictures of Gretzky when he was 18, if he had gone straight to the NHL and he'd been playing in a more modern era, they'd have body checked him into next month,
Well,
and he'd be in an ICU.
he played with Indianapolis 6 games and
Agreed.
had 5 goals and 4 assists as a 17-year-old.
I'm totally
Granted,
with you.
granted the WHA,
Yes.
and then played 1 year for
Agreed.
Edmonton, and
Yep.
then went to the NHL and tied for the league. In his
Are we
first year.
assuming, by the way, that he still gets his phantom secondary assists, or are those off the
We
off
haven't
the
hit
table?
the 80s yet? We're still 79. We're still 79, so you can't count them yet.
Yeah. So,
But
but I'm saying all of that plays into it. Like we
Yeah.
have to. And again, so do we also consider goaltenders who get to wear goalie pads that take up some of the net? Is that part of it too?
Well,
Yeah.
Are they physically in front of the net, actually trying to stop the puck, or are they 5 feet away,
right,
tripping over themselves? Just out of curiosity.
Well, remember that era too is 79, 80. We have the expansion coming
Yes.
from the WHA in there, so we have a lot
Yeah.
of weak teams. They weren't
Right.
really fortified through that time period.
Correct.
So if you
Yeah.
consider that, it was a lot easier to score on some of those, let's say, secondary or minor leaguer teams
Yeah.
when they came into the NHL. So it was almost like a uneasy
yeah.
year or two.
Look
It's
at and Bobby makes a good point. Look at the division he played in.
Mhm.
You played against Calgary quite a bit.
Mhm.
Who they have, like Reggie Lemlin at the end of his career. That in Vancouver they had like Glenn Hanlon.
Yeah.
I don't know, Doug Sotart for Winnipeg. Like not all-time great goalies. So when he's playing them multiple times a year, he's gonna rack up some points. No doubt about it. And I can't remember back in the 80s who else was in the division, because it was Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver. And I don't know, was LA in that division? Was it there should have been a 15, and I can't.
I know there were some
I'm
different
drawing-
adjustments and tweaks to the division's alignment a couple of
There
different
were.
times.
I'm
Yeah.
just drawing a blank, but there was some.
Campbell's and
Yeah, and they were changed. I mean, the Chuck Norris division was always the best because it was Detroit and Toronto, right? It was always a good battle, and Minnesota and
Yeah.
Chicago were in there as well.
Yeah,
was
my
St.
thing was
Louis.
always, when I look at that era, it is exciting hockey. But I do have to also consider, like I said, what I said earlier about, like, I go watch those highlights and I'm like, why is the goaltender all the way over there when the puck's over here and that's about to be
Yeah.
buried into the net? Why
Yeah.
are you nowhere near this puck?
Yeah.
Could you like get over to where the puck is?
Why
it's
is
over
your-
here?
Why is your crease square
Yeah.
and not round?
Yeah, that's it. Like I said, I'm not going to penalize the man
Yeah.
for the era, but I have to look at it and go like,
Kids would be like,
if a
"Where's-"
couple of you could have played goal, that might have been at least made it interesting.
Kids
Sporting.
would be like, "Where's the advertising on the boards, and where's the trapezoid?
Yeah.
Where does that come into play?"
Yeah.
You know,
It's a completely different sport, but I guess maybe the question I would ask is this. When we look at we have to always consider eras. Wilt
Mhm.
Chamberlain was a dominant offensive force in his era that could not be compared, and no one's come close to it since.
Mhm.
But whenever people look at Wilt Chamberlain, they go, oh, but all the guys around him were short. It's like, was that Wilt Chamberlain's fault? That he
Right.
was genetically superior at that time compared to a lot of his contemporaries? He used the gifts he had to his capabilities. Not not physically, but what if Wayne Gretzky's brain was already developed to a point that hockey-wise, he could see the vision on the ice and he goes, I can exploit all your weaknesses.
right?
Everything you guys don't have, I can exploit all of it. I can see it before you're about to make this mistake, coax you into making the mistake, and bury it.
Yeah.
It's not
I'm
my
gonna
fault.
make it. I'm gonna make a deke and look at your skates and watch that you're gonna pivot that way, and I'm already gone the other way
Correct. So
because
I'm
I
not
do that for a living.
But
I
then-
call them the great anticipator.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
thing is, I have to respect that. I have to give you tremendous credit for that because that it's not your fault they weren't ready for you. That's not
No.
your fault.
No.
But then again, I have to look at, okay, could you have pulled that stunt in today's hockey? Some of it, yes. Some of it you could have through sheer talent and ability and all your repetition and practice and the things that you could do. Some of
Right.
those tricks wouldn't work.
No.
in today's game. So you'd have to come up with new tricks. Again, to
Yeah.
your point, being a cerebral player, you would come up with new tricks.
Right.
You'd have to adapt. But some of the stuff you did would not work.
No
So
doubt.
you'd have to adjust. Your team would not be as good, just the nature of the league, the way the talent is spread out. You couldn't have that team.
It's sometimes talent, but then it can change, because if you get into the playoffs and this team beat this team, wow, and then we're playing the lesser team, and I just see there's so many factors in there, that gets you to that point, where any team can be winning any game.
Any given Sunday, right?
Right.
The football theory. Any given Sunday.
Every given Sunday, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I just see there's so many factors in there. It's timing, but some guys are just phenomenal to watch. I watched Brodeur. I watched a lot of DeHasek. These goalies were phenomenal.
Mhm.
But all the goals back in the old days, the goals went old days, 70s, 80s. The goals all went below the waist in.
Yeah.
Now this year, all above, because they're all down on their knees, right?
I
And before
agree.
they always just stand
The
up.
butterfly style changed how goaltenders did their business, and all of a sudden, across the board, they adopted that style, which changed. So to your point, the shooters had to adapt where they tried to shoot the puck. You couldn't pull off the same moves exactly. You had to make adjustments.
We're getting back to what Mike said. The equipment changed to such a large proportion that it was advantageous for them to go down, not stay up.
And I will give this. I will concede this. In looking at the equipment, Carlos, when you talk about going back and look at those YouTube montages of, all these goals, bang, bang, bang. When you look at the equipment and you see a camera angle of the player coming in on the goalie in the 80s as a terrible hockey player, I could look now and go, look at all the open
Look at all the open space in the net.
Look at, like,
Pick
no
a spot.
wonder.
Shoot
You're
here,
right.
shoot here, shoot here,
Right,
shoot here. It's
right.
open. It's all open.
But do it now.
Yes.
And, you take someone like Ben Bishop or Robin Leonard, big body guys, like, where are you putting that? And by the way, they have pretty damn good reflexes too.
Yes.
So those little spots that you're looking for, they know you're looking for the spot. Maybe they're cheating to give it to you, but they're going to snag that, or they're going to kick save that.
Mhm.
Back in the day, it was just, you just saw mesh. It was like they might as well had a shooter tutor in there, opposite way, just covering the corners,
That's why Muhammad Ali turned down the boxing match with Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh, because
How do you beat that?
yeah,
You can't even reach it.
wouldn't get a shot in.
You wouldn't get a shot in.
Yeah. But it's funny, for all his scoring accolades, Wilt Chamberlain has never even considered for the GOATs. He's the only guy to average 50 points a game. He's the only guy to get 100 points in a game, all those things. Because you look at it and go like, okay, but look at the guys around you.
Yeah.
So they penalize him for it, and I understand.
Yeah.
But again, that's not Wilt Chamberlain's fault.
No,
Because I played with who was here. Like, what do you want?
But I mean, Bill Russell was a big man in that same era
That's correct.
on great Celtic teams.
Yeah. And he gave Wilt Chamberlain as much trouble as he could handle in some of the big
did.
games. So he was able to at least
the only
compete
one
with
that could give Bill Russell that trouble.
That's
the
correct.
only one. But again, alluding back, that's Red Auerbach putting that Celtic franchise together. All those wins, you get the right guy and the right. Grant Fuhr and Mike Vernon were 5'10". Yeah, it's a good call. Small guys.
So let me address this one real quick, because I want to get your guys' take on this one too, because this is a philosophy thing. This is more a philosophy thing than anything else.
So
It's really opinion.
Can I just interrupt one thing?
Go ahead.
Oz Card Dad, is this Australian Card Dad?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Good. So we got someone from the other part of the world, down under.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the question is, can you not be considered the greatest player ever if you had a great team and teammates? So let me take a quick stab at this, guys, and then I'd like to get your take on it as well. It does not disqualify you. It doesn't, because you can still show your dominance in other ways. The Ruth example is a great one because he did have a great team. They were a dominant team. They were an excellent team. If Ruth had been by himself, they would not have had the success they had in championships.
As a team, though.
Exactly. But what happened is Ruth out-homered teams. Ruth completely revolutionized his position. He changed the way that they had to consider. All of a sudden, the power game became a thing. We came out of the dead ball era in Ruth's era. He popularized the home run. He became a legend in his era, became a pop culture icon in his era. So he has all those things going for him. If you want to say he didn't have all the tools necessarily, was he the greatest runner in his youth? In his younger years, he was a better runner. But was he the greatest? No. The greatest runner, greatest base stealer, is Ricky Henderson. So you can find guys who had better components. But for his era, he's a guy who was able to pitch and be a high-level pitcher and then become a high-level outfielder to go along with being one of the greatest power hitters of his era by far and away. Like he was super far ahead of everybody when he retired. Eventually, players started catching up to him as time went on. Then there came 600 home. Willie Mays hit 660 home runs. Hank Aaron eventually passed him. Hank Aaron is almost forgotten in that category. To me, I love Hank Aaron as a guy that I would look at as a GOAT candidate.
Yep.
Because 700 home runs and 3,700 hits.
Yeah.
I love that. I think that's fantastic.
Look at the bat difference, though.
Yes.
The
That's
bat
longevity.
quality.
That's longevity and consistent ability. Because in his late 30s, he was still a premier level power hitter.
Right.
So he was still great. By the time Ruth started to drop off because he didn't take care of himself, that's his fault, not anybody else's. But Hank Aaron just kept chipping away year after year after year.
Quietly doing his job.
Correct. And here's the best stat about Hank Aaron, my favorite. If you want to have a laugh, go look at Hank Aaron's first couple of years. He started when he was 19. Go look at his first 2 or 3 seasons and then compare him to the first 2 years of Vladimir Guerrero's career. Vladimir Guerrero is, to my opinion, never going to come close to that. But statistically, through about age 20, 21, they'd be very similar. You'd be frightened how similar their stats were. But Hank Aaron kept applying his craft. He kept getting better year after year after year until he hit his apex and then kept going. Because he was determined to keep playing. And then he had to deal with the adversity as he got closer, and people didn't seem to like that he was chasing Ruth's record.
Right.
So he had that issue to contend with, but he still kept going.
Yeah.
So to me, full respect on the whole body of work.
Yeah.
Top to bottom, Hank Aaron is a guy that isn't even considered. But I'm like, Hank Aaron has a lot of the components that I would look at.
Yeah.
Because that hit total combined with the all-time home run total, Barry Bonds notwithstanding, asterisk, but notwithstanding, that's pretty good right there.
Sure. I think the other thing too, and it's not to take away from Hank Aaron.
Sure.
By no means whatsoever. It's just an asterisk to the whole thing is that back in those days, those guys weren't being paid what today's players are paid, even in proportion, nowhere near.
Yep.
So that was their job. Like it was their guys had to play 20 years. So they were going to get the statistics. Guys nowadays, they don't have to play 20 years. They can play 10, make 400 million and walk away and be very comfortable for the rest of their life. Back in the day, they didn't have to do that. Did not have to do that. My take on this question, when you talk about greatest player, greatest teammates, who do you guys think is the greatest quarterback ever?
I really love Namath.
Okay. Carlos?
I'm still a big fan of Montana.
Okay.
I'll quickly say one thing about why I like Montana. The 4-0 in the Super Bowls to me is great. His ability to get it done in those big games is great. And there's one thing he has that Tom Brady doesn't have for me.
What?
Going back to the Trout argument, you can show a couple of those Super Bowls where a Montana team beat down the other team. There was no doubt who was going to win. He just pummeled them from the get-go and one going away. It wasn't a last-minute field goal kick. It wasn't a late drive. It was like, I'm going to destroy you.
Didn't they beat Denver one year, 55 to
like 55-10 or something like that? Yeah,
something like that.
They had some signature Super Bowl wins where you go, this team dominated this team. They crushed them.
And the reason I asked that is, okay, Namath, great, yep. Montana arguments can be made. Yep. The reason I put Brady, in my opinion, as the greatest of all time, who is going into the Hall of Fame that outside of Randy Moss, who came from Minnesota, who is going into the Hall of Fame as a receiver that Tom Brady threw to? There's nobody.
I have one small counter for that. No, you're right. Your point is
Okay.
valid. Your point is
Yep.
valid.
Okay.
Your point is valid. I'm not disagreeing with it. But do you want to take a stab at this, Bobby, before I say anything?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So your point is 100% valid.
Mhm.
There's one thing, though, that I look at, and it goes to the same category as what I do with the other ones. I try to look at the whole thing in totality. So here's what I like about Tom Brady. I'll give the case for Tom Brady. The Super Bowl wins, the Super Bowl appearances, the consistency, the longevity. He put up the stats. All that is part and parcel of this package. So these are the points for him. All of these are points for him.
Yeah.
The point about the receivers is valid, yes.
Yeah.
But when I look at this, and this is an argument for Tom Brady folks that look at the last couple of years in New England and say, oh, well, he didn't have as much help and it wasn't as good. I'm totally with you. Yeah. And the point about a player elevating their teammates, a quarterback can do that with receivers. They can help. They can elevate them.
Yeah.
But they can only elevate them to a certain point. My whole thing is I've watched great passes be dropped by quality all-pro receivers. I've watched them be dropped by Pro Bowl receivers. I've watched them be dropped by receivers all the way along the spectrum. You can put it right on their hands and they can drop it.
Sure.
What I look at, though, is do they make the catch? And then my second question is, so are they making the catch because your throw was so great or you looked off a defender or you did this, that, or the other thing? Or were they open because the scheme was awesome? Because your scheme was great and there's always somebody open. When it counts, you find an open receiver. When I go back and look at those Tom Brady Super Bowls and the big playoff games, and he makes these passes and he's making pass after pass after pass, I keep going, they're open. That guy's open. That guy's open. Now, credit to him for hitting the open guy.
Vision.
He's hitting them constantly.
Yeah.
But again, they're open. So
Right.
so I'm like, yes, you're hitting the open guy consistently. So that is great. But then at the same time, the scheme must be pretty good because sometimes guys aren't open. And I watch you when the guy isn't open, and what happens is you get sacked.
Yeah. But here's the thing with quarterbacks, and this is where I'll put Brady in that, and it lines back to Gretzky and his vision on the ice.
For sure.
Brady has vision on the field, and maybe he's slacking off or, in the latter years, very latter years for a quarterback still playing. But when Brady's calling a pass play in the huddle, he's got 3 looks. And you better be real quick on your looks. You've got your check 1, 2, 3. Who's the ball going to? Where's this cornerback? Where's he leaning? Where's his hips? Which way is he going to play it? Because I know what pattern my guy's doing. Is this guy biting on the fake? And I think it's his vision and not having anyone around him that makes him the greatest of all time. Because it didn't matter who you were. Like, we could catch, footballs from Tom Brady because, he would hit us, or hopefully we could, get into that open pattern where, here you go, Mike, there it is. Oh, this seems pretty easy, know?
No, I'm with you.
Just my thought on it.
I get it. Go ahead, Bobby.
No, I was just going to get into what I was, you were talking about Babe Ruth, and in the 20s and 30s, do you ever see those bets? Compared to the 60s, 70s, or 90s, 2000s.
They were they were railway ties.
The balls.
Yeah.
You can't compare eras. Like what Ruth was smacking them out with a horrible bat that's just turned on a lathe, and there wasn't any technique to it. There wasn't any architecture into it.
Here's the definition of grip it and rip it. Is grab the bat and just swing for the fences. Just spin like a top.
Yeah.
So was he one of the greatest hitters of all time? I'd say, yeah.
His hand-eye coordination was off the charts. Because he could get the job done with what he had with him.
Exactly. So it's so hard to compare eras. It's hockey sticks now, they bend in 100 miles an hour is average. But Hull had the hardest shot back in the day, but he was 100 and something. Now the average is 100 and something miles an hour.
Yeah.
So, how can you really compare eras? The goalie size, players, the teams and everything. Who's the greatest of all time? I don't think anybody. I think there's errors that you can say this guy was the best of that time period.
Yeah.
And, you kind of go in how it, I don't know, 20s and 30s, I guess you can all lump together, and, 40s, 50s right about there, 60s, 70s, pretty much 80s and 90s. Yeah. That's kind of blends in, doesn't it? And then you can put people in those places and then take their stats of those guys and then kind of put them in there and kind of go, these are the top guys,
Right.
are they your team? Were they your favorite? You know, this voting stuff that goes on with the Hall of Fame is just
always a bias. Always.
There's lots of guys who should make the Hall of Fame, but I think you know, Carlos said it right. Put them all in the Hall of Fame. Why should they have
the baseball Hall of Fame? Kills me. No, legitimately, baseball is my favorite sport, bar none. It is my favorite. Well, now, then, forever will always be my favorite. The Baseball Hall of Fame kills me. I cannot respect what they do because there's so many questionable decisions that have been made over time that I'm like, I can't. You know what? You put in plenty of deserving players, and you put in plenty of players that don't deserve anything, and they're all in the same place. So then, really, who cares?
Right.
You know what? Mike Trout was in his rookie year. Go ahead.
Yeah.
He doesn't need MVPs or anything. Just give it to him. Whatever. I don't care. Like, what difference does it make?
I know. I go to the NHL alumni lunches. I go every month. Well, when we used to be able to go out. And I listen to guys talk, you know, sitting beside Harry Howell and all these other guys. And he was an amazing player. And this is Harry Howell. And he's saying this about this guy. And even these great players talking about other guys who were phenomenal players, but they didn't have the stats. They didn't. And he'd said, oh, yeah, that guy was amazing. He was the best in the league. But he's not. He was obviously not. Look at his hockey cards, $5. You know, it just, you know, I hear the stories and they just don't get that recognition, or they didn't get the points, but they were just those guys should be in the Hall of Fame too. I
think there's great players and there's hobby love players.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And they get separated. Eric, those back pages uses that term quite a bit. There's great players and are they loved in the hobby? And if they're not, if you're a New York Yankee and you're a really good player, you're probably going to get some love in the hobby, you know, like Aaron Judge or whoever.
He's still coasting off of that. It's so much fun to watch. And it's like,
I know
you don't play at all. Like you don't actually get on the field and play.
But he's in New York, right?
Yes, correct.
So he's going to get that. So
it's like, you know, everybody said nobody wants to play for the Leafs, but they want to play their last few games or retire with the Leafs because then you're a legend.
Yeah.
And that's the truth, because we give so much too much credit for some of the guys, and they're loved forever. And then they come to shows and sign and lineups and, you know, any other teams try that.
Are you suggesting that Ty Domi is not an all-time great? That's all I heard on the radio all the time.
Ty Domi was phenomenal because he was a particular person who did something, you know, very much like Probert, and took on Probert too.
Yeah.
You know, but
he had a role, but being on the Leafs helped his profile for a stretch of time.
Eddie Shack had an amazing role.
Yeah.
That was a super fast skater. He scored goals, but he was a clown, and he was right in the right time. You know, everybody has a place, and you don't have to be the top guy. It's that blending and meshing that they all come together.
Yeah, I agree.
That's fair. So 2 things about this. So number 1, congratulations, guys, new record.
Oh, how long?
5
hours 31. I wasn't here for all of it, but I guess like finishing a career with the Leafs,
it's not
legendary.
But now you've entered into legendary territory.
I get
you just passed the carbon record.
I get legendary status because I'm here past the record.
It's a false assist.
Bobby, we're here.
No. It's a false assist for me and you, unfortunately.
We're the phantom assist.
It's not a real record because we weren't here from the beginning.
We're the phantom assist, but we assisted Carlos in being here to beat the record.
We're the greatest of all time.
We set up the winning
on Carlos' show.
I'm willing to let you guys decide which one of you it is. Given that you're operating as the closer, but you weren't there as a starter, one of you can be the Mariano Rivera of this podcast.
One of you can be the Mariano Rivera. It won't be me. It won't be me.
And here's the thing. I'm from Panama, and I don't like Mariano Rivera, and I don't think he's a unanimous Hall of Famer. I don't care who says anything. And I'm from the country. That's a no. That's a hard no.
I love Panama. Van Halen was great.
Yeah,
exactly.
On that note, I think I'm going to leave, gentlemen.
There you go. You set the record, and now you're ready to go?
No, yeah. I just wanted your take on a couple of things, and I'd like to hear what you guys think. So I'm going to look at a collection tomorrow, and what is the deal with Beckett Raw grading? Mm-hmm. 2 of the cards in the collection are the Lemieux and the Gretzky, both O-Pee-Chee, and it's an extensive set collection from early 70s, full sets, in binders, all the way up to like 2000, but I'm only concerned up until 89. Mm-hmm. But the Gretzky and the Lemieux are raw graded by Beckett, and what kind of credence does that give?
Is it in that like
Semi-rigid. It'd be a semi-rigid with a sticker over it.
Oh,
That's exactly that's what it is.
yeah. So those ones aren't really the grade that they say they are. Those are, isn't that, Carlos? Agree with me.
So
if you can.
let me fill in the blank on this one. So this is my understanding from the past when they
Yeah.
used to do the raw card grading. What it
Mhm.
was supposed to be is that you would submit it to them for basically like a pre-grading. And what would happen is if you did it, got the card back on the spot because it would be during the show, and then handed it back. Now this might have changed, but at the time the policy was you would do it, look at it, make a decision. If you said, okay, I want to submit it in for regular grading, you'd be able to hand it right back on the spot, and you were supposed to get the same grade. There would be very few exceptions, but you were supposed to get the same grade because they did a pre-evaluation, and they're basically allowing you to have this grade because the evaluation was done. You're
No.
handing it back to put it in the holder.
Now these stickers have serial numbers
Yeah.
on them.
Once you walk
So-
out the door, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's basically a
Okay.
raw card. The
Starting
second
from
you walk
scratch.
out that door,
Good to know.
the warranty does not count.
Gotcha.
So it's because the second they do it, they can't account for tampering.
Mhm.
They
Right.
can't say you didn't peel the sticker off, put another card in. If you
Well-
do it on the spot and hand it right back and be like, all right, submit it.
Because
Then
the
you can do that.
the Gretzky is an 8 and the Lemieux is an 8.5.
I would look at it, assess it yourself, but then don't treat it like it's already graded. It doesn't deserve the premium.
Just look at it as a raw card
have to-
and
I would
forget
treat it as a
about
raw
that.
card. Yes.
Okay, good to know.
It's a nice to know. It's not a bad thing,
No.
but I would use your judgment. Use your own
Yeah.
assessment. Use your
Yeah.
eyeballs.
No, absolutely. Well, you know my eyeballs, Carlos. It's
All right, use someone
terrible.
else's eyeballs.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, then I have to use the eyeball of the guy I'm buying it from, which may
That's
not
problematic.
Be,
Now
because
it's
he's
a- now
gonna
it's a
say they're
10-5.
awesome.
Now it's a
They're awesome.
10-5.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like there's a 10-5 now? Yeah. Oh yeah.
BCCG 10 or better.
It's the Rainbow Sparkle label.
Yeah. So I'm kind of
CGC 11.
yeah. I didn't know how to. I'm going to look at it, and I've never really faced that, and I didn't know where it stood and how it worked. So I want to, maybe be able to say, listen, now I can at least say, listen, you would have got an 8 probably at the time, and he got those grades about 4 or 5 years ago. He said,
He should have
Okay,
handed them
then
right.
like
He
great.
should have handed it right back to the person and put it in the holder.
and
can't-
so now here's his thing. I said, what you should do is why don't we send it away to
Yes.
PSA for grading, and I'll give you fair market on when it comes back. And he's like, I ain't sending it anywhere. I'm afraid it'll get lost, this, that, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I just want to move it. So yeah. So now I'm kind of looking at it like with that information, I'm like, okay, well, your raw grade means nothing anymore then. Is basically what you guys are suggesting.
You're assuming
I use.
100% of the risk because even Beckett will not honor it. Once
Right.
you walk out the door with the holder in your hand, they will not honor it anymore.
Right. It could come back a 4 the next day.
If
Right.
it's the right grader on the right day, that's it.
You miss a paper wrinkle, especially on 79. Well, it's
Yeah.
Because the pre-grade is not that extensive. It's a
It
it's a
isn't.
look over. But
And-
they were willing, like I said, the policy may have changed. In the
Right.
past, they were willing to honor it
Right.
if you submitted it on the spot.
Gotcha.
I never understood that grading. I thought there was something else related to it, but that might have changed too, because
Yeah.
Becca did a lot of jumbling around with things, and he was just on Jeremy's show the other day. We should have asked him.
Yeah, I understood the concept at the time, but I said, guys, in that case, why wouldn't I just send it in for grading?
I
Well-
think
Like it almost defeats the point of the pre-grade.
Is
Why?
it?
Oh,
was
you know
it-
why? Because they couldn't have their grading machines on site because it was to carry in. So they would give you a pre-grade, and then you could send that in. I think.
No, but that's the
Because-
point I'm trying to get at, Bobby. Like if you
They
do
come
the
to Canada
pre-grade,
and do
you're
it.
still paying money to pre-grade,
Right.
and then if you were satisfied with the pre-grade, then you would hand it in and pay more money to grade it anyway.
Now, here's the question. So if you paid $10 to raw grade it,
Uh-huh.
and then I said, oh, an 8? Okay, just give me the full grade. Would they credit you the $10 that you already spent? Or are you now paying
Probably not.
on
In the
top
early
of?
in the very early days, I believe they did, but I
Right.
think after a while they just charge you the grading fee.
So essentially became a cash grab.
Yeah. But I think
That's all it
the
was.
only value to it was if they did the quick evaluation and go like, yeah, it's a fake.
It was
They
offsite.
just hand it back to you.
Right.
It
Right.
was an offsite thing where they could do them at any little small show. Have a
Right.
guy representative
Right.
show up. Oh yeah, well, great. Yeah.
And you know what? Before COVID and me getting back into the hobby, I did see that at some smaller shows, but I never really asked or knew how that all shook down. So now it gives me a good idea, and I appreciate the info.
Yeah.
We'll
for
take
us.
our 10%.
No problem. No problem.
Nice.
10% of the profit, or because if I never sell it, there's no 10%.
Well, let's make it tentative about the grade.
I'll tell you what, if it goes through, when COVID's over, I'll buy the first round. How's that?
Well, actually, come back and report back on what you get on those.
Yeah, I'd be
those
curious to
two.
see what happens with it.
Yeah.
Because the arrangement is going to be tricky. Right now, we're in this weird time where people will use stuff like that. It's like, guys, it's not in the holder. It's
Well,
Yeah,
it's
you
in a
know it.
semi-rigid. It doesn't matter how we want to play this. It's a semi-rigid
right.
with a
I
sticker
know.
on it. Like that's
Yeah.
all it is.
I know. I'll have to just go assess everything and just kind of look it over and see what I'm going to do. But yeah, it's something like from 74, 75 OPG
Okay.
up to 89 is what concerns me, plus the WHA years. So they're all in binders,
You got-
Okay.
supposed to be in good shape. And that's what I seen with the raw of the two centerpieces of those sets. So I'm like, maybe this is something to look at. So
That's fair.
yeah.
That's fair.
6 or
We'll
7 good cards there, like good
Yeah.
high potential. Otherwise, the rest are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots. I mean, I seen a picture of the Bork way off center.
Typical.
So those are the two that are going to be the focal point of it. I'm pretty sure. So
For sure.
we'll have to see what happens. So,
Yep.
but again, thanks for having me on, Carlos.
Mike,
Bobby,
appreciate
it
it.
was a pleasure. Hopefully we talk
Take
again
care, Mike.
soon. Okay.
I'm sure we
I'm
will.
out of
Thank
here.
Sounds
Have
good.
a good one.
Thank
night.
you. Have a good night,
Bye.
Mike.
Bye.
All right, so I'll grab one more question here, Bobby, and then I'm.
We still have people?
Oh yeah. 10. They're hanging out,
way.
dude. Of course. Okay, let me have a little fun with this one. It's only gonna take me a second. Here's the thing: the best closer is honestly, statistically, it has to be Mariano Rivera. He was very effective. He got a lot done with that one pitch that he mastered, and could absolutely do it. The reason I don't like closer, the reason I don't like the Mariano Rivera unanimous, there's actually one specific reason. Well, there's two. Number one, I'm still mad he didn't play for Team Panama in the World Baseball Classic, so he's a traitor and he's dead to me. That's first. But second, the reason about the closer thing, the unanimous Hall of Fame thing, though, the reason I don't like it is actually not related to that. The reason I don't like it is because a closer, the biggest stat, the save, is 100% dependent on your team. If your team is terrible, you will get 0 saves. It doesn't matter how good you are. You never have the lead. You cannot get a save without the lead. So your team has to be able to either already have the lead when you come in or get the lead while you're pitching, while you've pitched. So he played for the New York Yankees in the 1990s. They won, what was it? I think 5 World Series under his tenure. So that team was pretty good. They also set a record for number of games won. Like they were consistently good year after year after year after year and got to so many World Series during his entire run. Now, was he a shutdown guy when he got in there? Yes. Because we remember when he blew a save in a big game because it was such a big deal. So respect for that. But you're in a 100% dependent statistic. Your biggest stat is entirely based on the only way. So this is a different spot compared to some of those other conversations we were having.
Yeah.
The only way you can be the greatest closer of all time is if your team's good.
Yep.
Basically, or if they basically cherry pick your spot because that's all you get. So you can't, it is physically impossible for you.
It's not self-dependent
Yeah. You've got no options.
like
Now-
batting.
Now this one here, you can't get a win without the lead. That's very true. But if you're the starter, you could pitch 9 innings and the closer never comes in.
Mhm.
You could win the game. You could take it from end to end. Nobody does that anymore. I understand. But my point is, as a dominant starting pitcher, you can take over a game and dominate it for 8, 7, 8, 9 innings, the majority of the game. But if you go 8 innings and you're dominant, you've absolutely dominated, and they decide to pull you out for the closer's job is to get 3 outs. The closer can get the save with 1 out. So it's like, this guy did 99.5% of the work, and you get to come in for your out for 1 or 2 outs, and then you get the save. Congratulations. So I'm not taking away from Rivera because statistically he is the greatest closer of all time. Statistically, he is the greatest closer of all time. There's nobody else that we can debate about that. But the fact his team was great, top to bottom, they could get that lead constantly, all the time, and then your job was to shut it down, and you did your job too. It's like the Gretzky pass thing. He hits the perfect pass. Bury it. Your job is to bury it. You do that, you get the goal. He gets the assist. Everybody wins.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame is certainly, I don't know. If you look at King Clancy, you look at his stats. He has no stats. He ran on his skates. He fought a lot. He was Irish. How did he get in the Hall of Fame again? But such a revered guy. But amazing. He sparked up the team like Eddie Shack, like a Ty Domi, a leader but a small guy. But he also went on and did a lot of other things as a builder capacity. But I mean, there's guys who made the Hall of Fame that I often wonder, like, how does this guy get in and this guy doesn't? And I don't really like the Hall of Fame being so, I don't know what the word is. Judgmental. Well, it's subjective and judgmental on who gets in, who they like, who they don't like. I think a lot more people should have been in the Hall of Fame. I think, like you said, almost everybody. It's almost like segregating a certain part of certainly guys don't deserve to be in there, but some people have the longest career. Some people have a certain record. Does Ian Turnbull deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? He got 5 goals as defenseman, something Bobby Orr never did, and the record still stands from 77 to today. Is that worthy? Mm-hmm. Clark Gillies had 5 goals?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Let me just say real quick, Oscar Dad, thank you for joining in. Have yourself a good evening. Let me hit on this last one real quick here because this is fun. I like this one. And by the way, I was laughing because he included this comment. Did you see this one?
No.
You hit on a lot of the good buttons because somebody mentioned Mike Trout. I'm like, that's it. I will denounce this heresy. As a baseball fan, I will denounce this heresy. Mike Trout is an above average player. No.
I think they've influenced your time period by asking the right questions. This once you start going on the baseball.
No, I the best part is I have fun with it because I have the clock. I'm looking at it and I'm like, it just so happened I had the right audience. If it was just me and Ameet, I would have cut off like 3 hours ago because I wasn't going to drag him into that.
Ameet would be asleep.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to drag him into that dark water. It's not going to happen. So let me quickly.
That's why you invited me in.
Exactly. But I will say to you, this point is generally true. This is true. But I will say sometimes you get these anomalies. And the best one, if you want to look it up, is Steve Carlton, 1972. He won 27 games for the Philadelphia Phillies. The Philadelphia Phillies won 59 games that year. He won 27 games. The Philadelphia Phillies team won 59. His ERA was 197. He struck out, 310 batters and led the league. He was as dominant a pitcher as he could be, and he was 27-10. Which tells you how bad that team was. His ERA was under 2, and he lost 10 games, which meant he pitched the distance the whole way. So he did everything in his power, but that team was so bad. Mm-hmm. Now imagine how bad they would have been without him winning 27 games.
Yeah.
So yes, a great starter is only as great as their team, but sometimes a starter can be transcendent. A starter can do great things, and their team still loses. There is an element of that always. But the point is with the closer, though, most closers will pitch 1 inning a game maximum out of 9. Mm-hmm. The problem is we have to do good work in the first 8 to get you into a position to be able to do what you do. And if we're down by 10, you're never coming in the game. So you're negated entirely. You can go home, go get dinner early. You're irrelevant.
And still get paid.
Yeah. But if that's the case, then as opposed to the starter who has to start the game. And at least try to pitch and try to do something, even if the team can't do it for them. Mm-hmm. So in that case, how can I treat that reliever? Maybe the best analogy I can give is this. A great reliever is like a great kicker in football. The only time you notice is if you have an elite reliever or elite kicker or a really bad one. Most of the ones in between, you can get away with it. Because if you're not truly terrible, but you're decent, you can be a decent reliever, get 30 saves. You know what? The team can probably have some success with you. But if you blow saves constantly, no good. If you're a great reliever and you always get saves and lock it down, that's good. But the only time you'll notice the closer is if they're truly elite or truly bad.
Yeah.
All the ones in between, nobody even notices them. They're just there taking up a spot. Same with the kicker. You only care if the kicker missed the big kick or made the big kick to win the game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, who cares?
Sometimes timing is everything too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Kevin Lowe. Yep. Yeah, Paul's just bringing in the references with Kevin Lowe here. Bob Gibson was dominant. Yes, absolutely.
There's so many great stars of the past years, and some have made the Hall of Fame, some have not. It's such a hard thing to really judge, and I just don't like judging. I just, is Gretzky the greatest of all time? He had a great team, and he is. You have to give it to him. But there's the caveats too. Would you be actually, going back to my hockey days? The best player never scored the most goals.
Mhm.
It always worked out that it seemed like the best player was the guy who kind of came about third or fourth or fifth, because they would pass more, they would do other things and give the other guys set up. The other guys were a little bit more of a hogs, like we're talking not major league, minor league hockey. So those guys would always, the guys who scored, because they always want that extra point, and they're point grubbing to the refs at the boards afterwards. Hey, I touched that puck, and so those guys are always, I had a guy on my team like that, so there was always some competition in there, and he always goal grub, and I just went whatever. Doesn't make you any better. It was like everybody's looking at the stats, and you're fourth, he's third, and it's like you're not even a great player. You just whatever. Mm-hmm. So you get all this thing. Go ahead.
I'm with you. So when it comes to a lot of those team things, it gets tricky because you have the team dynamic, right? Certain players just want the stats for themselves. That's always a thing. That's very real. It's very true. I like this one, and what I'll do is I'll end on this one, Bobby, because
good enough.
Because I think we're not going to go to 6. We're not getting there today. So here. So he says, here's a good one: Roger Clemens, Randy Johnson, or Pedro Martinez. Can only pick one. So I'll give you my main answer will be Randy Johnson, because in his prime, at his best, I loved what he could do because he could legitimately dominate a game. I loved what he could do that. Pedro's not a bad choice. The only problem I have with Pedro, maybe this would be the way I would put this. If you're telling me I need a guy to try to pitch 9 innings, Roger Clemens can do that, but later in his career, he got better at it as he went along. He got better and better and better at it. Especially we're talking playoffs. If I need to win this game, Clemens is not a bad choice. Randy Johnson, though, once he got in his rhythm, in his prime, he not only pitched great in that World Series against the Yankees in 2001, he came in as a closer later on in relief to close off the next day. So they were willing to use him 2 days in a row because they're like, we need the guy who can get some outs and get us to the promised land. So Randy Johnson could do that at his peak. He could definitely do that. Pedro was probably the most dominant pitcher of his era for a little stretch there. The problem with Pedro Martinez is that he would be otherworldly, ungodly for 6 or 7 innings. Could he finish the game? Sometimes yes. But there would be these moments where he would be unhittable through 6 or 7 innings, especially in playoff games, and then you'd need to put somebody else in there because he'd kind of run out of gas. And it was always a weird thing where, like, I knew he could do it. Now, I'll throw one at you that is off this chart completely. That's an interesting alternative. If your question is, for my life, I need somebody to pitch one game at their best, at their apex, and I need them to win for me, I would be more inclined to go with Jack Morris. Because at his best, he went 11 innings against John Smoltz as a young guy to win the 91 World Series in Game 7. And for that day, he was virtually unhittable against the Braves team that was on the come up that would go to multiple World Series over the next couple of years. And John Smoltz was a great young pitcher who became a Hall of Fame pitcher. And he was pitching great in that game. And Jack Morris, in his elder statesman years, outdueled him. So that would be one of the guys that I got a chance to see that I would put in this category. Another guy that you could throw in there for one game for your life, Warren Spahn at his peak was an all-time great pitcher. There are a handful of guys, like there are certain guys that you can pick. In my era that I got a chance to see, Jack Morris was a big game pitcher in his time.
I think the key is who you've seen.
Correct.
Most people never seen Oliver Ruth or, him a couple home runs in a short little video. But I mean,
Yes.
we didn't see these players. I grew up with other players like Burrell was amazing defenseman, but people in Minnesota and St. Louis never really saw those games on TV. We didn't have, TSN back then, and every game was on every time. So they didn't get to see, and they go, who's Salming? Who's in, amazing Leaf. Like you got to see him play. You watch him a few games, you'll see.
Yep.
So we all hidden by the things that we haven't seen, and we grew up in different eras.
That's right. The reason I say Morris is off the chart is because people look at his ERA and they look at his overall, but then the thing is he won the most games in the 1980s. And he was on the winning team of 1984 World Series. Then he was on the winning team in 91, the winning team in 92, the winning team in 93. Now, did he carry the Blue Jays in 92 and 93 like he did the 91 team? No, I think he used the last of his gas to do that in 91 because he went 11 innings in Game 7.
Oh, wow.
To scratch and claw and win that game for that team. In 92, he was a 20-game winner. He was almost in his 40s. He might have been 40. Like, he was at the end of his career. And he did an 11-inning Game 7 in the World Series to win it.
Amazing.
So imagine when he was younger, he had more gas in the tank and he could do his thing. So that's why I say, like, you have to respect somebody that at the late stage of their career has one more in them. They tried to take the ball away from him. And he's like, I refuse. I'm going to keep pitching and I'm going to win this game.
That's
so
amazing.
He's like, that was one of the last of the old school guys who would be like, you're not taking this away. You're going to have to chop off my arm. You're not going to take this away from me. And he won, and he was the hero, and he's a legend in Minnesota. That game was legendary. It was one of the great World Series Game 7s.
Yeah.
So you have to consider. But again, if you look at his overall career, it took him years to get to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
He wasn't seen as worthy for a long time.
And all of a sudden, these guys creep out of nowhere, and I don't know what happened. Was Morenz the best hockey player? He was then.
Yeah.
Stats-wise, stats wasn't quite the same as stats today.
But you have to consider the guys in their era. That's why I say Wilt Chamberlain in the 1960s was the most dominant offensive force the game had ever seen.
100 points in a game. Come on.
But his average for 50 in a season. 50 points per game for a full season average.
That's crazy.
It's impossible. And that's before the 3-point line.
Yeah.
Like you can't do. He basically got 50 dunks is what happened in the game. Some free throws as well, but like a ton of dunks. And that's how he did it.
No 3-pointers. Yeah, that's crazy.
But that's what I mean. Like it's a different. You have
that's
to separate
timing.
You have to separate the era.
But most of the people were, 6'2" to 6'6", 6'7", where he was 7'1". I got a card of his.
Yeah, but he does get punished for that. He gets penalized for being that much bigger than a lot of those guys, and it's like it's not his fault. He played with the people that were there.
Well, it's true. Life's not fair. I like to play basketball, but I'm not that tall. So I'm kind of, that knocks you down. And actually, hockey too. I wasn't a 6-foot player, so they you weren't really thought of, even though you were good. And then you get the Timo Solanis and you get all the other smaller players that do come in the league and do stand out. And that's when things change. But through the 70s, you had to be tall and whatever to really have potential for the NHL.
By the time that Martin St. Louis came around, he was the beneficiary that a lot of guys paved the way to allow it again. Because he was a small guy. Martin St. Louis was not a big player.
Even Gilmore was small too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Amazing player.
So gentlemen, thank you, Bobby, as always, for hanging out. I appreciate you.
No
And folks hang out in the chat. You guys are awesome that you guys have stuck it out with us this long for a record-breaking stream, literally.
They set their records.
Exactly. So for joining me as a starter will be Ameet. I stayed through the whole thing, but Ameet joined me in starting the game, and then coming in relief was Bobby, as well as Mike hanging out for the first time on the channel. And Aussie Card Dad has been here asking some phenomenal questions.
He's been keeping us going.
Absolutely. So hopefully things are going
balls, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully things are going well. So for all of you, including Paul, appreciate you hanging out as well. Paul's always a marathon guy here hanging out, and hockey card guy as well. You guys that have been commenting, appreciate all of you.
We're all in COVID times, so what else are we going to do, right?
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting because in post-COVID times, I think I will still be doing a similar thing. It'll just change. The day of the week will probably change. I'll adapt to making sure it's a weekend thing so that it works better for most people. But right now it is what it is. And then for me, today is a day off because they carried over Boxing Day.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah.
So
Well, it's Sunday anyways, isn't it? Isn't it?
it's Monday now.
Oh
It's
yeah,
3
sorry, it's
a.m.
Monday. Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah. So they did carry it over.
Damn.
That's true. Paul has been here for 2 of the record breakers. So there you go, Paul.
Oh man. So he set the record.
Paul's a marathon guy. He hangs
Paul is the goat of the viewers.
I know.
Shit.
One of these days, Paul, you got to come in here and join the chat yourself. You know, you're around.
Yeah. That'd be great. I look forward to it.
All right. So, guys, I'm going to stop shy of 6 hours. We're not going there today. Today is not that day.
Okay.
But
No
I want
problem.
to thank you all for joining in. Thank you all for hanging out and participating. It has been fantastic. Have yourselves a great Monday.
Thank you.